Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 101, 101. Can't hold back anymore. Asuma smirked, a glint of defiance in his eye. Behind him, Kurenai's hands flickered like a phantom, her genjutsu seals forming in an instant. Her figure shimmered and then vanished. Genjutsu. Against the Sharingan. Itachi's eyes flared crimson, his three-tomo Sharingan spinning into focus. A bold move, almost insulting. While the mental battle between illusionists brewed, the clash between Asuma and Kisame was all brawn and steel. Tch, he's overpowering me, just from the tip of his blade. Kisame grinned, and with a sharp snap, the wrappings unraveled from his massive sword, revealing jagged scales underneath. My sword, same hata, doesn't cut. It shaves. Shrrk. Flesh tore clean off Asuma's arm. Blood sprayed into the air. Damn it. Asuma gritted his teeth, clutching the wound, beads of sweat breaking across his forehead. Meanwhile, within the illusion, Kurenai's genjutsu took hold. A towering tree materialized, trapping Itachi against its trunk. From its bark, Kurenai emerged, kunai in hand, ready to end it. This is over. But, with a blink, the roles reversed. Kurenai found herself bound to the tree instead of powerless. You're using genjutsu against me, Itachi said coldly. You were never in control. She gasped as a blade gleamed from his sleeve. No choice. She bit hard into her lip, blood dribbling down her chin. Release. The genjutsu broke just in time. Whoosh. The blade missed, but only barely. A few strands of her hair floated through the air, severed. She didn't even have time to feel relief before. Thud. A heavy kick landed cleanly, launching her into the nearby river. I can't keep up. His instincts, speed. They're in a different league. Even for an elite like Kurenai, fighting a prodigy who led Black Ops at 13 wasn't something years of experience could bridge. Kurenai. Asuma's eyes darted to the river. Keep your focus on me. Kisame's same hata came down like a guillotine. Asuma clenched his chakra blades and parried just barely. Itachi landed by the water's edge, standing calmly behind the injured Kurenai. You've done well, he said, quietly. But this is where it ends. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward Kisame. A red mist splattered across Kisame's cheek. Huh. Blood. He touched his face. He dodged, hadn't he? That's when he noticed the wind chakra humming around Asuma's blades. So that's what nicked me. Kisame's sharp-toothed grin faded slightly. Tch. This again. I'll just end it with ninjutsu. He let go of same hata and began forming hand seals rapidly. Water release, water shark bomb jutsu. Water release, water shark bomb jutsu. The same words echoed back. Two enormous water sharks collided in midair, boom, canceling each other out in a spray of mist. Kisame blinked in disbelief. The same jutsu. Standing protectively in front of Asuma, Kakashi's Sharingan spun as he stepped forward. That's right. Asuma's jaw slackened. Kakashi. What are you doing here? I asked you to handle things, Kakashi said with a lazy tone, but I had a bad feeling. Elsewhere, a shadow clone appeared behind Itachi, blade pressed to his throat. And I don't take risks when he's involved. Kakashi Hatake. Itachi turned his gaze to him, Sharingan locking with Sharingan. Kisame's eyes lit up in realization. So that's how. Another guy with those eyes. He licked his lips, intrigued. You're the copy ninja, huh? Kakashi gave a small shrug. That's me. I recognized you from the shop earlier. Didn't expect to find the infamous Uchiha Itachi and the monster of the mist sipping tea in broad daylight. Kisame cackled. Didn't expect you to know my name either. I'm flattered. Kakashi's tone darkened. You're one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. And that blade, that same hata. Kisame smirked. Impressive. Heard you fought Zabuza. I did. He gripped same hata tighter. Then maybe you're worth slicing up too. Enough. Itachi's voice cut through the tension like a blade. The others froze. If you fight him here, it'll drag on too long and others will come. Kisame grumbled but stepped back. Tch. You're not here to get hurt. Kakashi narrowed his eyes. Then what are you here for? We're looking for something, Itachi said flatly. What kind of something? Itachi didn't answer. Instead, he moved. Kakashi's eyes widened as he instinctively formed a water wall crash. A wave of shuriken struck it just as planned. Except that was the bait. The real attack came in a split second. Later, a hidden water-style jutsu launched beneath it all. Kakashi's stomach tightened. So fast. I didn't even see him finish the seals. He looked at the scorched edge of his jacket, winded. Even his decoys are deadly. You're sharp, Itachi said calmly. Impressive. Then. Shing. A kunai pierced Kakashi's back, driven in by Itachi himself, who had already closed the distance. Behind me. Kurenai gasped. A shadow clone. Poof. It dissipated into water. Kisame whistled. Water clone. You've got our village's style down pat. Well done, Kakashi. Kurenai lunged at the real Itachi, kunai ready, but beneath the river, a clone surged upward, intercepting her path. Get down, Kurenai, that one's the clone. What? Boom. The clone exploded mid-air in a surge of water, blasting both her and Kakashi backward. Damn it. Asuma dove into the river. He surfaced moments later, relieved to see both his comrades alive. Kakashi coughed, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Don't drop your guard. He's not just strong. He was leading ANBU when he was 13. Seriously. No. It's worse than that. Across from them, Itachi stood silently, clearly annoyed. You've adapted well to the Sharingan. Impressive. For a non-Uchiha. But your body's not built for it. You weren't born with that eye. Kakashi gritted his teeth. He wasn't wrong. The strain was real. Itachi closed his eyes, breathing out slowly. If this dragged on any longer, he might lose control. He couldn't afford to let that happen. Chapter 102, 102. Itachi vs. Kakashi. It's time you learned why the Uchiha were once called the strongest clan. Itachi's voice cut through the air like a razor. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. A chill crawled down his spine. No. Don't look him in the eyes, he shouted. Whatever you do, don't open your eyes. Kurenai and Asuma instantly obeyed, snapping their eyes shut. Kakashi himself kept one eye sealed, only his Sharingan exposed. Listen to me, he said lowly. If you make eye contact now, it's over. Only someone with a Sharingan might even stand a chance against what's coming. Itachi gave a quiet nod. Correct. Only someone with the Sharingan might resist this, even slightly. He stepped forward. But to break it? To escape Tsukuyomi? You would need to be like me, Uchiha blood, and a Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi's mind flicked to Sasuke. Before he could dwell, Itachi whispered the word. Tsukuyomi. Slash. Kakashi blinked and the world twisted. Suddenly he was suspended, arms and legs bound to a giant crucifix. Around him, a sea of Itachis, each with emotionless eyes and raised blades. In this world, Itachi's voice echoed, I control everything. Time, space, and matter. For the next 72 hours. I can do whatever I want. Kakashi clenched his jaw. So. Shink. The first blade pierced his chest. Agony exploded through his body. Sweat poured from his brow. Itachi stared him down. That girl earlier, was she Sasuke? Sasuke. Answer me. Another blade plunged in. Kakashi gasped, trying to keep his composure. This wasn't pain, it was personal. Was she Sasuke? Why yeah. It was Sasuke. Itachi's expression didn't change, but something in his gaze cracked. A storm of blades erupted. Dozens stabbed into Kakashi's body, his voice caught in a guttural groan. What happened? Itachi demanded. You. Slash. Another blade. Tell me what happened. Kakashi was furious. Let me talk first, damn it. It was Orochimaru, he finally screamed. Orochimaru did it. Everything halted for a moment. Itachi's lips curled in silent rage. Slash. Arg. Kakashi's body twisted in anguish. This wasn't just a genjutsu anymore. It was Itachi losing control. Details, Itachi growled. Kakashi could barely breathe. Fine. I'll tell you. Through gritted teeth, he recounted everything from the Chunin exams to the Forest of Death, to the curse mark and the transformation. You can forget about manipulating Sasuke, he hissed. He'll never give in. He's stronger than that. But Itachi wasn't listening anymore. His fingers twitched. His fists clenched. Orochimaru. Curse seal. Total gender transformation. His Mangekyo spun violently. The space around them cracked. Shadows warped. The entire world seemed to shudder. Kakashi blinked. Something felt wrong. Not with Itachi, with himself. He looked down at his hands. His body was changing. His limbs slimmed. His features softened. No. Kakashi was becoming a woman. Itachi. What did you do? He tried to shout, but his voice was soft. Feminine. He swallowed hard. Oh no. Shink. Another blade plunged into his abdomen. And now Itachi was laughing, manically. Ha ha ha, a woman. Sasuke's a woman. My brother has been turned into. Itachi. What the hell is wrong with you? The laughter was wild. Deranged. Broken. You couldn't stop it, he sneered. So now, feel what Sasuke did. Feel his pain. Kakashi's vision swam. At that moment, Itachi, normally calm and composed, was unraveling. In the depths of Tsukuyomi, where Itachi ruled absolutely, he poured out his fury, his shame, his guilt, all of it on Kakashi. How could you let this happen? You're his teacher. His protector. Kakashi couldn't respond anymore. His consciousness was dimming. It was torture, mental, emotional, and existential. 72 hours passed in the span of a second. Back in reality, Kakashi collapsed, falling like a marionette with its strings cut. His body slammed into the shallow river with a splash. Kakashi. Asuma shouted, racing toward him. Kurena's eyes blinked open. Can we look now? I'm fine. Kakashi wheezed. But he wasn't. His voice was hoarse. His spirit, fractured. What the hell just happened? Asuma asked. Kakashi could barely speak. He did it in an instant. In Tsukuyomi, 72 hours had passed. But here? A heartbeat. He trembled. Images of that warped genjutsu still haunted him. Itachi's fury. The endless stabbing. The shame. The transformation. And yet, Itachi hadn't killed him. Why? Why didn't he? Why all that pain and then stop? Kisame whistled from the riverbank, watching him with amusement. Still conscious. That's a first. I've seen seasoned jonin go mad after 10 seconds of Tsukuyomi. He turned to Itachi. You good? I heard that overusing that comes with a price. Itachi didn't answer right away. He glanced at Kakashi, impressed, maybe, or just, silently calculating. We're leaving. But. No buts. Kisame gave a shrug and retrieved Samehada. As they turned to leave, Kakashi lifted his head, body still trembling. You're looking for Sasuke, aren't you? Itachi paused. No, he said coldly. I'm looking for the fourth Hokage's legacy. Kakashi's eyes widened. Minato's legacy. Wait, you're talking about Naruto, aren't you? The nine tails sealed inside him. You're part of that group, Akatsuki. Itachi didn't respond. But the air around him shifted. His silence said enough. As he and Kisame disappeared into the mist, Kakashi shivered. Not from pain but from something far worse. Realization. Chapter 103, 103. Guy vs. Kisame. The two cloaked figures came to a sudden stop. Itachi's eyes slid closed. He let out a breath, almost like a sigh. Kisame, he said flatly, take Kakashi. As for the others, remove them from this world. Kisame's mouth split into a grin, Samehada sliding into his hands with a splash as he surged forward across the water toward the trio. With one barely conscious and the other two still blindfolded, this should have been an easy cleanup. Wham! A blur of green shot in from the side. Kisame reflexively raised Samehada to block, only to be launched backward, crashing into the riverbank. What the hell? The attacker landed squarely in front of Kakashi's fallen body. Green jumpsuit. Gleaming white teeth. That unmistakable bowl cut. The beast of the leaf, the maniac Might Guy has arrived. Kisame stared. What is that outfit? Should call you a rare animal instead. Itachi's expression hardened. Don't underestimate him. Of all of them, Guy was by far the most troublesome. No illusions, no tricks, just raw, unstoppable taijutsu. And the Eight Gates technique made genjutsu virtually useless against him. Itachi didn't even consider using Tsukuyomi again. Not this soon. Not after what it had done to him. Guy eyed the two of them, calm but serious. Behind him. Splash. Kakashi finally collapsed into the water. Guy flinched. He was too late. Damn it, Kakashi. He caught his friend and hauled him over his shoulder. Asuma, still with his eyes squeezed shut, called out, Guy. Don't look at his eyes. Itachi's genjutsu is deadly. Guy flashed his signature smile. I'm well aware. I've been training to counter the Sharingan for years specifically to one-up Kakashi. Open your eyes, both of you. When facing someone with a Sharingan, all you need to do is watch their feet. Read their movement from the ground up. Kurenai and Asuma blinked. That's it. Sounds simple enough, Kurenai muttered, as she opened her eyes cautiously. Asuma scoffed, yeah, for you. Guy shrugged. If you're struggling, don't worry. My team's Neji doesn't even need eyes to predict enemy movements. Compared to him, you two are fine. Wow, Asuma thought, you really don't hold back, do you? So what now, he asked. Guy gently laid Kakashi in Kurenai's arms. You take Kakashi to the medical unit. He turned to Asuma. Cover me until my backup squad arrives. Then he faced down the rogue ninja duo confident, resolute. I'll hold them off in the meantime. Kisame narrowed his eyes. You've got guts, I'll give you that. But Itachi held up a hand. Kisame, that's enough. We didn't come here to fight. There's no point staying. Kisame's shoulders sagged with disappointment. TCH. I was just getting warmed up. But he didn't argue. No one argued with Itachi. With a shimmer, both figures vanished into the trees. Elsewhere, in the Konoha, Jiraiya sat slurping noodles at Ichiraku Ramen. He glanced toward the door just as Naruto stormed past, muttering bitterly under his breath. Why do I have to go on some pervy research trip with you anyway? Jiraiya followed casually behind, grinning. Oh come on, Naruto. This isn't just any trip. I'm interviewing a very special woman. Beautiful, powerful. You'd want to meet her. Naruto kicked a pebble down the road. I'm not some errand boy. I have the training to do. He pouted. Besides, Kakashi-sensei barely taught me anything about Chidori and then just ghosted me. Jiraiya blinked. Your wind affinity, kid. Chidori's lightning, of course, he bailed. He shrugged. Maybe that's not your jutsu. But hey, this woman I'm meeting. Gorgeous. Wanna come meet her? Naruto scowled. Do you think I'm dumb enough to fall for that kind of bait? No way I'm going with you, you stupid pervy sage. Jiraiya sighed. Time for that move. Suit yourself. I was just gonna take Sasuke instead. Naruto froze. His brain stalled. What? No. Nope. Hell no. Not letting Sasuke go off on some bonding trip with that weirdo. I'm coming. Wait right here, I'm packing my stuff. Naruto took off in a blur. Jiraiya chuckled, arms crossed. Kids these days. Though honestly, Sasuke wouldn't have been a bad travel companion either. At the village gates, Neji was already waiting. He'd said his goodbyes to Izumi, Hinata, and TenTen, and each of them had packed way more than he needed. He'd accepted it with grace, slipping everything into storage scrolls. After all, he had taught TenTen how to summon and seal gear. As he organized his things, he felt two presences approaching. Yo. Naruto. Naruto flinched instinctively and ducked behind Jiraiya. Neji. What are you doing here? Jiraiya scratched his head sheepishly. Oh, right. Did I forget to mention? Neji crossed his arms, smirking faintly. I'm coming with you. What? Chapter 104, 104. A bloody, tear-stained history. What? Naruto's eyes shot open in horror. He's coming too. Neji. Absolutely not. No way. Over his dead body. Neji Hyuga. That Neji was a nightmare in training gear. Traveling with him meant getting pummeled daily, over and over. A one-sided beatdown. Polite torture in a jumpsuit. And the worst part? He'd heal you afterwards so you couldn't even fake an injury to escape. Anohana style. With that trademark calm expression, he'd say, Naruto, your physique is excellent. You've got a ton of chakra and incredible stamina. It would be such a waste if you didn't help me test some of my new techniques. Come on, don't hold back. Naruto once believed having an upperclassman help him train would be the key to surpassing Sasuke and winning Sakura's heart. He had dreams, man. Ambitions. Instead, he unlocked trauma. Turns out, Neji wasn't just training him. Kiba. Shikamaru. Choji. Sakura. Lee. TenTen. Hinata. Ino. Shino. Even Sasuke. Everyone. They were all getting worked by the same relentless demon drill sergeant. Naruto fought, bled, and trained harder than ever, and yet somehow, everyone's strength kept rising evenly, like some cruel cosmic joke. If he got a bit stronger, they all got stronger. No gaps. No progress. Just a never-ending race on a treadmill powered by pain. He had cried. Real tears. He tried everything, fake injuries, fake colds, even deliberately falling into ditches. Neji would show up with a warm smile and a glowing palm. "Oh no, you're hurt. Don't worry, I've been working on some medical ninjutsu. Let me help you recover, and then we'll resume training." No escape. And now, Jiraiya wanted him to travel with that guy. No way. Naruto made up his mind. He threw down his massive travel pack and sprinted in the opposite direction. Jiraiya blinked in confusion. Wait, is this Hyuga kid really that scary? Before the thought finished forming. Thwomp. Neji appeared in a blur. 8 trigrams, acupuncture palm. Thud. Naruto collapsed to his knees, paralyzed mid-run. Only his mouth still moved as he cried out dramatically, "No. Somebody save me." Jiraiya sweat dropped. Okay, that's kinda impressive. He'd trained Naruto himself, and yet this kid just casually shut him down. No wonder Hayashi was confident in pushing for Neji's involvement in the mission to find Tsunade. Especially if he could help restore Neji's Byakugan. Neji calmly dragged the whining boy back by the ankle. With his remaining mobility, Naruto squirmed and sobbed, "I don't want to go. Let me die instead." The crowd was staring now. Neji, ever unbothered, jabbed a pressure point on Naruto's neck. The boy froze mid-wail, mouth open, eyes darting around like a panicked frog. "Apologies, Lord Jiraiya," Neji said politely. "Naruto's always been resistant. I may have pushed him a little too hard during academy days." Jiraiya blinked. Wow. He's polite. Too polite. I don't trust this level of politeness. He scratched his head awkwardly. You can tone it down with the Lord stuff. Kinda makes me uncomfortable." Neji nodded. "Understood, Lord Jiraiya." Jiraiya sighed. This kid's a handful. Still, he was curious. "You're the one who trained most of them in the academy, right? No wonder they all pick things up so fast." "Yes," Neji said. "Though after graduation, it seems they slacked off. Growth's plateaued a bit." Oof. Jiraiya wasn't sure how to respond to that. He looked down at Naruto, now frozen and bug-eyed, trying to scream with his soul. "That technique," Jiraiya said, pointing. "Doesn't look like standard Hyuga jutsu." "Oh, that." Neji replied. "I combined gentle fist pressure points with sealing techniques to lock down motor functions. It's been significantly refined since then." Jiraiya whistled. The kid's a prodigy. Combining medical and sealing arts into combat taijutsu. That was next level. Still, they had a journey to begin. Jiraiya glanced at Naruto. The poor kid was rolling his eyes like a possessed puppet, pleading with every twitch of his eyelids. Neji. Maybe ease up. This isn't gonna work if he spends the whole trip trying to escape." Neji considered it. "How did you convince him to come, originally?" Jiraiya rubbed the back of his neck. "I told him I'd teach him a powerful new jutsu. And that if he refused, I'd take Sasuke instead." Naruto's eyes widened in panic. No. No. Neji smiled, understanding instantly. He hoisted Naruto up by the collar, unlocked his paralysis with a smooth jab, and let him drop into a crouch. "All right then, Naruto. We'll take Sasuke instead." "Hey, Jiraiya, will there be hot springs on this trip?" Jiraiya blinked. "Of course. Gotta, research." Neji nodded. "Perfect." He turned to Naruto, eyes glinting. "So. You coming?" Naruto glared at him, fists clenched, teeth grinding. "I'm coming. I'll definitely come. Don't even think about leaving me behind." Neji turned back to Jiraiya with a faint smirk. "All set, Lord Jiraiya." Jiraiya stared at the two of them, Naruto shaking with rage, Neji calmly triumphant. "Huh. So that's how you handle Naruto. Now I get it." Chapter 105, 105. How many geniuses have died already? The trio had left the Hidden Leaf and were making steady progress toward the nearest outpost town. Naruto, predictably, had already bounced back from his earlier tantrum. Now that Neji hadn't pummeled him into the dirt, he convinced himself things were fine. He skipped ahead, calling out, "Hey, pervy sage. So, what awesome jutsu are you gonna teach me this time?" Jiraiya's expression soured. He grabbed Naruto's cheeks and stretched them like dough. "Humph. pervy sage, huh? Clearly, you don't understand who I really am. He struck a dramatic pose. I am no mere lecher. I am the one and only white-haired toad sage. The legendary gallant Jiraiya. The handsome hero who makes babies stop crying. Naruto stared blankly. Oh, cool. That face. That deadpan, fake impressed face. It practically screamed, sure, old man. Keep lying. I'm not buying it. Jiraiya face-planted into the dirt. Damn brats. All he wanted was a little respect. He turned to Neji, huffing. Back me up here. Tell him I'm not lying. Naruto glanced over, surprised. Wait, was it true? Neji, wind brushing through his long hair, calmly lifted his head. The headband on his forehead gleamed where his eyes would have been still shut. Yes, he said with total calm. Jiraiya is indeed the white-haired pervert. Naruto's eyes lit up. Oh. Whump. Jiraiya collapsed again. This is not what I meant. Trailing behind the two boys with a pout, Jiraiya grumbled to himself. Kids today. Absolutely no sense of awe anymore. After some time, Naruto suddenly perked up again. Hey, pervy sage, is the reason you chose me for this mission because I've got some super secret talent? Like Neji. Jiraiya fell quiet. Naruto's eyes widened with hope. So I do have something special. Right. Something that only someone as awesome as me can learn. Something even Neji can't do. Neji listened without reacting, though Naruto wasn't wrong. Jiraiya was likely planning to teach him sage techniques, and those couldn't be copied by someone like Neji. At least, not easily. Still, Neji's thoughts wandered elsewhere. This time, I have to be careful. In his last life, he'd awakened that rare sensory power too late. One slip and he was gone. But now. This time, I'll make sure it all matters. This world was unpredictable. Some powers, like devil fruits in the pirate realm, completely ignored logic. Only armament hockey could provide a defense strong enough to nullify them. Unless your hockey could overpower their offense, like when Law cut through Virgo's armor. Suddenly, Jiraiya spoke. I trained the fourth Hokage once. And when I look at you, you remind me of him. Naruto's breath hitched. The fourth Hokage. Back in the Konoha. Sasuke gritted her teeth as she hurled another bolt of Chidori toward a massive stone. Her chakra cracked through it like thunder, blasting a hole straight through. Panting, drenched in sweat, she stared at the smoldering remains. Not enough. Still not enough. Ever since Naruto's power spiked, she couldn't keep up. She'd watched him grow from nothing. At first, she mocked him. Pitied him. But now. That strength, raw, instinctive, and terrifying, made her question everything. Who was Naruto Uzumaki? Breathing heavily, she lowered her hand. She needed answers. Maybe Kakashi could help. Maybe Orochimaru. Elsewhere, far outside the village. On top of a cliff overlooking the road, two figures in black cloaks with red clouds stood silently. Itachi Uchiha. And Kisame Hoshigaki. They watched from a distance as Jiraiya, Naruto, and Neji walked below. Kisame rubbed his jaw. Even if you can handle him, I sure as hell can't. The name Jiraiya the Toad Sage carried weight. Even Kisame knew the power gap was real. Itachi said nothing. His expression was unreadable. In truth, he was still seething inside. When he'd scouted for Naruto's whereabouts, he'd overheard something else, something unrelated. Sasuke. More rumors. More uncertainty. And in the wake of that emotional purge, he'd released on Kakashi through Tsukuyomi. Even now, his mind refused to settle. Kisame sighed. Yeah. Fighting him. We'd both end up dead. Or, best case, drawn out mutual destruction. Even if we brought reinforcements, it wouldn't make a difference. Kisame shook his head. And to think, we finally tracked the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki down, and he's got one of the legendary Sanin guarding him. Titles like Uchiha Elite or Seven Ninja Swordsman mean nothing in that league. Itachi's eyes drifted toward Naruto, then paused on Neji. He frowned slightly. Their group was far enough not to be noticed. Still, he was wary. Especially of the Hyuga kid. The one with them, he's the Hyuga that blinded himself, Kisame muttered. You heard the rumors, right? Itachi nodded slowly. The boy had willingly given up his own Byakugan. A legendary dojutsu. A gift from the gods. Bloodline powers were sacred in the shinobi world. People killed for them. No one just gave them up. And yet, Neji had. That alone made him dangerous. Kisame muttered, anyone who'd willingly tear out their own eyes just to evolve, is terrifying. Itachi's voice was low. Genius or not, how many geniuses have already died? Kisame paused. Then laughed. Ha. Fair enough. Guess that Hyuga kid's mine when the time comes. They both melted into the shadows, stalking behind the trio with silent intent. Their next opportunity would be at the outpost town ahead. Chapter 106, 106. So I underestimated you. It wasn't long before the trio arrived at a lively outpost town, though lively might have been too generous a word. As always, Jiraiya's instincts as a seasoned perv kicked in. The moment he caught wind of perfume and cheap liquor wafting through the streets, he lit up like a firework. Neji frowned slightly and waved the air in front of him, the overwhelming scent of alcohol and makeup hitting hard, but it did nothing. His nose wrinkled in silent protest. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was already scanning the surroundings like a shark in warm waters. Numbers floated through his head: calculations, probabilities, chances. The man was in his element. He beckoned Naruto toward a modest-looking inn tucked between two more scandalous establishments. All right, Naruto. We're staying here tonight. Naruto paused. This town's kinda weird. Neji didn't say anything but internally muttered, it's not weird. You've just never followed this degenerate into one of his research trips before. Just then, a gust of perfume-laced air passed under Jiraiya's nose. His expression snapped into perfect seriousness. A stunning woman walked by, fingers casually brushing her hair from her face. Naruto and Jiraiya both stood frozen. Eyes wide. Mouth slightly open. Hehehe. Jiraiya's goofy smile stretched wide. Opportunity. Naruto. What? He grabbed the boy by the collar and shoved a room key into his hand. Here. This is your room. Go upstairs. Meditate. Build chakra. Train. Wait. You're not seriously going to? Before Naruto could finish, Jiraiya shoved him toward Neji. Neji, keep an eye on him. If he slacks off, feel free to punish him. Neji nodded calmly. Naruto freaked. Wait, you're just gonna, MMF. Neji clamped a hand over his mouth. That world over there. You don't need to understand it yet. And with that, Jiraiya vanished. Naruto slumped in defeat. Oh. Okay. Mumbling to himself, he sulked upstairs, grumbling, it's always like this. He never sticks around. Always bails. Does he even care about training me? Neji, wait, where'd you go? He turned. No one. He was alone. Seriously. You guys just ditched me. Outside the town. Deep in the forest. Neji stood calmly in a clearing. He stopped walking and tilted his head slightly. You've been tailing us long enough. Drop the act. What do you want? From the shadows emerged Kisame Hoshigaki, same hata dragging through the dirt. He grinned, shark teeth flashing. Purpose? Oh, nothing special. Just came to eliminate you. He dropped same hata. Boom. The ground cratered beneath the blade. Neji's eyes remained closed, but a faint smirk appeared on his lips. So that's your play. Good. I was getting bored. He'd sensed Kisame and Itachi long ago. Their weak attempt to lure him out wasn't subtle. But it was convenient. He needed this. The fight. The experience. The EXP bar from completing the A-rank Kakashi mission hadn't quite filled up. And if he could fight Kisame without revealing too much chakra, it was a win. Besides, Kisame wouldn't live to tell anyone. No need to risk using his unique powers. No chakra. Just raw body work. His strength alone would be enough. Kisame sneered. You little punk. Think you're clever. Leaving your group like that. You just signed your death warrant. That ego of yours. I'll make you pay for it. He lunged. Clang. Neji caught the blow with a sleek pair of black gloves. Kisame's eyes widened. Oh. Not bad. Decent, Neji replied coolly. The gloves weren't chakra-enhanced. They were a forgotten relic from the pirate world, crafted with sea prism stone, utterly useless against chakra-based attacks but perfect for physical showdowns. Their design. Styled after the classic X-gloves worn by Tsunoyoshi Sawada. Boom. Neji's aura exploded as a pulse of heat shimmered off his skin. Third gate, gate of life, open. Greenish energy cloaked him, and red streaks rose across his cheeks. Kisame stepped back, surprised. What is that? Neji launched forward, no flash, no prep. Shave. Boom. He disappeared. A chill swept over Kisame as his instinct screamed danger. Too late. Crack. The punch landed like a meteor. Kisame was sent flying through the trees, carving a trench into the forest floor. Debris rained down like shrapnel. Dust settled. Blood dripped from Kisame's mouth. That power. He looked up, arms trembling. The bandages wrapped around Samehada had disintegrated completely. He laughed hoarsely. I really did underestimate you. Seems this might actually be a fun fight. Neji didn't respond. The 8 gates technique worked off raw physical power. But Neji's body. His body was something else entirely. Years of consuming Sea King meat from the One Piece world. Passive boosts like Ironbone physique. This was a body built for war. Armament hockey surged around his fists, coating them in a matte black shimmer. He dropped into a stance. You're not done yet, are you? Chapter 107, 107. Reunion. Kisame stared intently at Neji. That speed just now was absurd. If he hadn't raised Samehada in time, the damage would have been critical. This brat, no joke. He needed space. Fast. Kisame released Samehada, hands flashing into a rapid string of hand signs. His movements blurred like illusions. Neji's ears twitched. He stepped forward, vanishing in a blur. Hand signs in the middle of a fight. Neji scoffed. You're too honest. Crack. Neji's fist blasted through Kisame's chest except. It burst into water. A clone. Kisame's voice came from behind. Water release, water prison. The liquid from the clone sloshed together, rising like a living tide. Tendrils lashed out and encased Neji like a fluid sarcophagus. Inside the watery sphere, Neji didn't panic. Trying to trap me with a trick like this. He opened his palm, then clenched it tight. Shock pulse. Boom. A rippling shockwave detonated from his body. The water prison exploded into a steaming mist. But Kisame had already repositioned. Water release, exploding water colliding wave. From his gaping maw, an impossible torrent of water burst forth. Within moments, the deforested battlefield was submerged under a newly formed lake. Neji leaped into the air, frowning. Classic terrain manipulation. Kisame knew how to play to his strengths. Water release, water shark bomb. A massive shark-shaped missile surged upward from the water, aimed directly at Neji. Tempest kick. Chakra surged through his leg, pulling in wind like a vacuum. Whoosh. Neji's kick unleashed a blade of air so sharp it cleaved the shark in two and kept going. Kisame readied Samehada, but the blade wasn't chakra, it was raw air pressure. Samehada shrieked in resistance. Kisame's instinct screamed. He sidestepped just in time. Boom. The blast split the lake and scarred the earth beneath. He wiped a trickle of blood from his lip, eyes narrowing. That wasn't chakra. How the hell did you do that? It didn't make sense. Neji wasn't using chakra. He wasn't using jutsu. And yet, he was winning. The shark-faced swordsman glanced at Neji's movements. He was relying entirely on taijutsu. Almost as if he knew Samehada could absorb chakra. That awareness put Kisame on edge. Back at the inn. Knock, knock, knock. Naruto groaned. Ugh. I just started meditating. He got up, muttering, where'd Neji run off to anyway? The door creaked open. A figure loomed over him, red eyes spinning with 3 tomo. Naruto froze. Sasuke. No. Something was off. Those weren't his eyes. The men stepped into the room, voice flat. Come with me, Naruto. Wait, who are you? What's your connection to Sasuke? The man's expression turned icy. You don't need to know. All you need to understand is this, the 9 tails sealed inside you have already decided your fate. Naruto's blood ran cold. He knows about the 9 tails. Let's go, the men ordered. Naruto felt an oppressive, suffocating pressure. His body refused to move freely. Whoever this was, he was on a different level. Slowly, stiffly, Naruto stepped outside the room. Moments earlier, Sasuke had been searching for Kakashi when the rumors reached her Itachi was in the area. Worse, his target was Naruto. It made her stomach churn. And then she heard something else. Neji was with Naruto. She'd been meaning to talk to him. But now it felt like everyone was moving without her. She swept through several inns, searching, and finally she found them. Now. Naruto stepped into the hallway. At the far end of the corridor, she stood. Sasuke. Long hair framed a cold, beautiful face. Crimson eyes spun with 2 tomo. Her stance, tense, furious. Itachi didn't even turn. Sasuke. His voice carried down the hall, low and sharp. It's been a while. I lost a brother, and gained a sister instead. You're still weak. Still unable to protect yourself. Turned into a woman, and still pathetic. Sasuke's fists clenched. Weak. He had no idea what she'd sacrificed. No idea what becoming like this had cost her. All she'd ever wanted, all she lived for was one thing. Revenge. Uchiha Itachi. Her bangs shadowed her face. I'm going to kill you. Naruto's jaw dropped. Wait, that's Sasuke's brother. Memories of their mission in the land of waves flashed back to Sasuke bleeding, broken, swearing to live only to kill his brother. Naruto's heart sank. What kind of monster would turn a sibling into this? ZZZZZT. 1,000 birds screeched. Lightning danced around Sasuke's hand. Chidori. Her red eyes locked onto Itachi. I hated you. I lived because I hated you. The crackling jutsu grew louder. Her fingers bled from the strain, but she didn't care. All that mattered was killing him. She screamed. I'll kill you. Sasuke lunged. Itachi merely raised a hand. Clack. He caught her wrist. Effortless. This, Chidori, was nothing to him. His gaze flicked down to her trembling arm. Thinner now. Her body had changed. But her hatred. Still beautiful. His Sharingan twitched. Then, boom. A wave of unsettling chakra rippled through the hall. His eyes darted toward Naruto. The boy was struggling to tap into the nine tails. Itachi's voice dropped. Look into my eyes. Naruto's gaze met his and froze. Caught in genjutsu. But then. Flash. A hand landed on Naruto's back. Genjutsu snapped. Itachi's expression darkened. Trouble. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 108, 108. That punch. Jiraiya stepped into the hallway, casually slinging the unconscious beauty over his shoulder, a hand pressed lightly on Naruto's back. His gaze locked onto Itachi. You really think I'd be lured away by a woman's wink? Come on. I'm the gallant Jiraiya. I use sweet words to charm women, not chase after them like a lovesick fool. Naruto's eyes sparkled with hope. Senin. Then he frowned. But that's a lie. You get nosebleeds from a magazine cover. Itachi raised a brow, unmoved. Jiraiya's smile twitched. Didn't I tell you not to call me that in front of others? Naruto crossed his arms. You're missing the point. These guys aren't normal. And you're out here playing the flirt. Meanwhile, Sasuke trembled on one knee. Overusing the Chidori had wrung out what little chakra she had. Rage flared, and with it, her cursed seal ached like fire under her skin. Amidst the argument, Itachi silently weaved a hand sign. Puff. A shadow clone formed, standing between him and Jiraiya. Jiraiya's expression hardened. So that's it. You're after Naruto. Itachi didn't deny it. No wonder Kakashi caught wind of this. You were the source. To retrieve the Nine-Tails vessel, his tone turned cold, is an absolute order from the Akatsuki. Naruto tensed. Jiraiya clenched a fist. I'm not handing him over. We'll see. Their voices dropped low, heavy with tension. A moment from battle. Don't interfere. Sasuke's hoarse voice rang out. Everyone turned. She staggered upright, curse mark glowing faintly, face pale but determined. I'll kill him with my own hands. Itachi stared at her in silence, expression unreadable. I'm not interested in you. And yet. Crack. He sent her flying with a single kick. Sasuke. Naruto shouted. You bastard. He rushed forward but was stopped cold. Naruto. Sasuke's voice trembled. I said stay out of this. He froze. I saw her bloodied, swaying, and still refusing to back down. She smiled faintly. This is my fight. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes. This wasn't something he could solve with strength. Interfering now would only bury that hatred deeper. Itachi's clone kept Jiraiya occupied. The real Itachi stood over Sasuke, eyes shadowed, hand poised to strike again, but it trembled. Why? He could strike his brother before. But now, with Sasuke's hair longer, her form slimmer, her voice softer, he hesitated. He sighed inwardly. Mangekyo Sharingan. His eyes flared open. Live through this pain, Sasuke. Tsukuyomi. In an instant, the world twisted. Red moons flooded her vision. She was back there in the nightmare. The massacre. Over and over. You're too weak. The words echoed endlessly. Outside, only a second passed. Sasuke screamed in agony. Itachi closed his eyes. He didn't want to watch her suffer. Boom. An explosion ripped through the outer walls. Jiraiya's head whipped around. Both he and Itachi felt it at once, a massive surge of chakra. Jiraiya's face paled. Where's Neji? Naruto blinked. Wait, he didn't come find you. Damn it. Jiraiya cursed. He's in trouble. He shot Itachi a dark glare. Looks like we'll have to wrap this up fast. He began forming hand signs. Itachi tensed. Kisame's not back. Something's wrong. And now a Sanin was about to enter the field. This was not good. He made his decision. Retreat. A section of the wall burst open. Sasuke, he said flatly, your hatred isn't deep enough. And with a blur, he vanished. Jiraiya paused mid-jutsu, eyes narrowing. He's fast. But we don't have time for him now. Summoning jutsu. Poof. A mid-sized toad appeared, sturdy and ready. Jiraiya turned to Naruto. You guard this place. Protect Sasuke. Naruto nodded. Got it. With one leap, Jiraiya vanished out the window. Moments earlier. Outside the outpost town. The lake Kisame had created now lay slashed and churned, as if nature itself had been carved apart. Kisame's smirk had long since faded. You're a monster, he muttered. I doubt even Konoha knows what kind of power you've really got. Neji didn't respond. He was already aware of Itachi's presence. Time was running out. Sorry, he said coldly. I can't waste any more time on you. Kisame's eyes narrowed. What did you say? Neji cracked his knuckles. Let me show you how the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen became little more than trivia questions. 4th gate, Pain Gate, open. 5th gate, Limit Gate, open. 6th gate, View Gate, open. A roaring aura erupted around him, red and green flames surging off his skin, his hair whipping in the vortex. Kisame's expression shattered into genuine alarm. That incident. He remembered now. The tale that no one dared speak aloud. When the 7 swordsmen ambushed a Konoha reinforcement unit, only 3 came back alive. Neji blurred. Boom. The lake erupted beneath him. He rocketed forward like a meteor. Kisame barely had time to see it, a fist. Close enough to count the stitches on Neji's glove. A chill flooded his veins. I'll die. If that hits, I'll die. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 109, 109. Even you, Gai-sensei. The forest lay in ruins. Trees snapped in half. Craters scarred the ground. Shattered terrain and stagnant pools of water told a silent story of carnage, like 2 titans had battled across the land. Jiraiya surveyed the devastation, his gut twisting tighter with every step. What the hell happened here? The destruction wasn't just intense, it was surgical, like a fight between Kaga-level shinobi. That thought alone made Jiraiya's chest heavy. He pushed deeper into the woods, following the gouges and scorched earth. With each sign of battle, his hope dimmed. Then. A faint rustle. Jiraiya whipped around. They were leaning against a tree, bleeding, staggering, barely upright. Neji. He leapt down, heart rising. You're Al. He stopped. Neji looked like hell. Torn clothing. Blood. His face was pale with pain. Jiraiya-sama, Neji rasped. Snap. The branch supporting him gave out. Jiraiya caught him just in time, face shadowed with guilt. This is on me. He hadn't accounted for the Akatsuki splitting up. He hadn't protected the team well enough. Still, Neji was alive. Barely. He checked his vitals. Muscle tears. Fractures. Chakra depletion. It was bad. He gently hoisted Neji onto his back. Don't worry, kid. I've got you. What Jiraiya didn't know was that Neji was faking part of it. He'd used life return to exaggerate his injuries, control the bleeding, and pass off the damage as far worse than it was. All to avoid one very specific fate. Please don't take me to Tsunade. I really don't want to go there. Elsewhere, in the forest's far edge. Itachi moved like a ghost through the trees, Sharingan spinning as he tracked the trail. He reached a clearing and stopped. A massive gouge, nearly 5 meters wide and 1 deep, carved through the land like a scar. At its end was Kisame, barely conscious. His body had morphed into a half-shark, half-man hybrid. His chest gaped open, regenerating slowly. The wound had gone through him. You were hit. Kisame coughed up blood, forcing a grin. Yeah. No backup. No intel. We underestimated that Hyuga brat. Any other shinobi interfere? Kisame shook his head. No. Just him. He extended a hand weakly. I need chakra. Same Hada's reserves are dry. Itachi helped him up, placing a hand on his back and channeling chakra into him. As Kisame absorbed it, the worst of his injuries healed. He returned to normal, separating from same Hada. Itachi said flatly, we can't stay here. We're leaving. The pair vanished into the trees, retreating to regroup. On the way, Itachi asked, what happened? Kisame's grin faded. His tone turned grim. You know how 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen died in a single battle? Yes. It was 8 gates, wasn't it? Kisame nodded slowly. That kid opened the 6th gate. 1 punch. Just 1. That's all it took. You were careless. I won't be again. After a pause, Kisame added, so, tell me what you know about the 8 gates. Itachi went silent. I don't know much. Konoha intel. Suddenly tight-lipped, huh? Kisame chuckled. Back at the roadside inn. Guy had arrived, tracking Itachi and Kisame. After hearing what happened from Naruto, he was about to leave. When Jiraiya returned. Carrying Neji. Guy's eyes widened. Neji. He rushed to the bed as Jiraiya gently laid him down. Neji looked up, managing a faint smile. Guy-sensei. You're alive. Guy was nearly trembling. What happened out there? Neji began reciting the story he prepped. Opened the 6th gate. Fought hard. Barely escaped. Overwhelming odds. Nearly died. The room fell silent. Guy and Jiraiya exchanged looks, shocked but understanding. So you opened the 6th gate, Guy whispered. That explained everything. The sheer scale of destruction. The survival. The cost. Though the earlier report from the Gaara mission only mentioned Neji using a secret technique, it was vague by design. A shinobi's trump card wasn't shared lightly, not even with allies. Besides, Naruto wouldn't have mentioned it anyway. He was too busy bragging about his summoning jutsu and calling the Toad Boss a legend. And Sasuke. She understood the stakes. She kept Neji's secret, no matter what. After instructing Neji to rest, Jiraiya and Guy left the room. Naruto sat in the hallway, flanked by wounded teammates. He clenched his fists. Neji had gone all out. Sasuke had nearly died fighting Itachi. And what had he done? Nothing. He hadn't been strong enough. Not yet. I swear, Naruto muttered, this time. I'm gonna train like never before. Moments later, Jiraiya and Guy returned. Guy approached. I'll take Sasuke back to Konoha. Neji. I leave to you. Jiraiya nodded solemnly. I owe him. I won't let anything happen. Their words floated into Neji's room. He blinked. Wait. What? You're taking Sasuke back but not me. I'm the one with life-threatening injuries, remember? This wasn't the plan. Jiraiya added, we'll track down Tsunade. She'll heal him. Guy nodded. Good. And Neji's a skilled medic Nin himself, he'll be back on his feet soon. Wait, what? Guy-sensei, even you betrayed me. Neji stared at the ceiling. All that acting. All that pain. And still, he was being dragged into this mess. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 110, 110. Well. That's embarrassing. After Guy took Sasuke back to the village, Neji reluctantly dragged himself to his feet the next morning. He was still bitter. Not just because he had to walk, but because even Guy-sensei had betrayed him. Wounded, exhausted, and now being asked to ride piggyback on Naruto. Absolutely not. Death was preferable to that indignity. Several days later. The trio arrived at a bustling festival town, filled with colorful lanterns, streamers, and the joyful clamor of celebration. Neji, fully embracing his still-in-recovery persona, moved slowly with a walking stick, eyes closed, putting on the perfect performance of a blind traveler. Children raced through the crowds with wooden swords and painted masks, giggling. Vendors shouted from food stalls. Couples in yukatas strolled under paper lanterns. Naruto, of course, was immediately swept up in the fun, shouting, exploring, trying every food, and dragging Jiraiya along with him like an excited puppy. Neji trailed behind, amused. At least they're sharing the snacks. Every time they found something good, they brought him a portion. It was unexpectedly heartwarming. Funny, Neji mused. I never got this feeling back in the One Piece world. But here. This festival, it almost feels like home. Still, he sighed dramatically. The only thing ruining it. I'm flanked by 2 dudes. This would be a lot nicer with some actual romance involved. He bit into a skewer of grilled squid. Okay. This is pretty damn good. Truth be told, Neji hadn't stopped eating since they arrived. He moved from stall to stall like a bottomless pit. Thankfully, Jiraiya and Naruto were too distracted to notice. But then. A commotion ahead. Naruto had bumped into someone. Watch it, punk. A thug grabbed his collar. You got sauce on my limited edition designer cloak. That thing's worth 100,000 Ryo. What? That ugly rag's worth what? A classic street scam. Neji grinned behind his skewer. Oh, we're really doing this. Perfect festival flavor. Cue the hero moment. Jiraiya stepped forward. That garbage you call clothing isn't worth a fraction of that, he said casually. Trying to scam a kid. Shameful. The thugs narrowed their eyes. Oh. You want to get involved, old man. Our boss was a chunin from Iwagakure. Known as the Dark Ninja of legend. Everyone feared him. Buffed. Neji lost it. That was it. He couldn't hold it in anymore. He let out a loud, unfiltered laugh. The thug turned, glaring. What's so funny, blind boy? You trying to help him pay the fine, huh? We'll happily take double. Neji, still chuckling, shook his head. No thanks. Just couldn't help myself. I'm with them. The thug growled. Then I hope you're ready to get hurt. Jiraiya's hand rose, chakra flaring. Perfect time for a demonstration. Neji blinked. Wait, what? He's gonna teach me the Raiznan. He looked at Jiraiya like he'd lost his mind. Are all my father figures like this? Why do they all want to pass on the spinning death ball? Watch closely. A swirling orb of chakra formed in Jiraiya's palm. Bam. He slammed it into the thug's chest. The guy went airborne, spiraling like a top, crashing into his buddy as they both ragdolled into the alley. Jiraiya grinned. Impressed. Naruto scratched his nose. Meh. Neji tilted his head. Kind of small. Jiraiya blinked. What? This is an A-rank ninjutsu. No hand seals. Pure chakra mastery. Do you know how hard this is? Naruto shrugged. Neji's version was bigger. He used it to smack Gaara's big-tailed transformation into the dirt. He stretched his arms to demonstrate. Like, this big. Jiraiya paused. Turned to Neji. Wait. You used a Raiznan. Neji just smiled. Later, just outside town. The 3 sat by a stream. Jiraiya plopped down on a rock, sighing. All right. Time to explain. Who taught you that? Naruto tilted his head. Why's that weird? Jiraiya gave him a flat stare. Because no one was supposed to know this technique. He turned to Neji. Go on. Don't worry, I'm not accusing you. Just curious. Neji raised a hand. He gathered chakra and something else into a glowing sphere. But it wasn't a Raiznan. It was denser. More refined. More dangerous. This isn't Raiznan. It's something I developed myself, derived from rotation. I call it the energy orb. He gently tossed it. It hit the ground and instead of exploding, it created a powerful vacuum, pulling nearby debris into itself before dissipating. Jiraiya's eyes widened. That wasn't a Raiznan. It was something else entirely. You adapted rotation into that. Neji nodded. And what I used against Gaara was an advanced variant. I'm currently too injured to perform it again. Jiraiya felt his mouth twitch. Minato had spent years perfecting the Raiznan. And this kid just went off and invented his own version. This is insane. Right, okay. Jiraiya cleared his throat. Well, thanks for clarifying. And, sorry for assuming. He bowed his head slightly. Honestly, if you're willing, I'd still like you to train with me. Who knows, you might find some inspiration. Neji smiled politely. Thank you, Jiraiya-sama. Jiraiya chuckled weakly. This is so embarrassing. Elsewhere. Far from the lights of the festival, a man hissed in pain. Orochimaru clenched his bandaged arms, trying every technique he knew. Nothing worked. His limbs remained dead. Useless. No matter what I do. He looked up, eyes slit and dangerous. Only one name came to mind. Tsunade. His forked tongue flicked out. Time to visit the town. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 111, 111. Tsunade. Thanks to Neji's injury slowing them down, they'd lost a night of travel. Now recovered against his will, mind you, Neji pushed for a more direct route to the town, hoping to make up for lost time. Jiraiya agreed. After all, that town was their best bet for gathering information on Tsunade. So the trio set out again, training as they traveled. And while things seemed peaceful on the surface, Naruto was suffering. Badly. Jiraiya had begun teaching them the Rasengan. And Neji nailed it. First try. Naruto couldn't even pop a water balloon. It was soul-crushing. How can someone learn it in one go? Jiraiya had to intervene and explain Neji had prior experience with similar chakra control techniques. Comparing yourself to him is like comparing a catapult to a laser cannon. That calmed Naruto, slightly. Meanwhile, inside a smoky gambling den, Tsunade stared at the slot machine. 7, jackpot. Bells rang. Coins clattered. Shizen jumped with excitement. Tsunade-sama. We actually won. This never happens. But Tsunade's face darkened. Her smile vanished. I hit the jackpot. She stepped back like she'd seen a ghost. That's not good. Shizen blinked. Huh? You won money. That's great, right? Tsunade's voice dropped. Let's go. Now. No shopping. This place is famous. No. Just a quick look and we leave. Her instincts were screaming. Something bad was coming. And Tsunade never ignored her instincts. Still, Shizen couldn't resist sightseeing. They wandered toward Tanzaku Castle, the town's landmark, a proud, towering structure full of ancient elegance. It's beautiful, Shizen whispered. Feels like stepping into history. Tsunade's bad feelings worsened. We need to. Boom. The castle trembled. Crumbled. A thunderous crash echoed through the town. From the rising dust emerged a massive serpent. Atop its head. Orochimaru. He grinned, fangs glinting in the light. Found you. Elsewhere in town. Jiraiya and the others heard the blast, but couldn't see the source from their location. Neji's brows furrowed. That direction, something's wrong. He turned to the shopkeeper they'd been questioning. That sound, what's over there? The men glanced up from Jiraiya's sketch. Oh, that's Tanzaku Castle. Real famous landmark. Fantastic, Neji thought. Just the thing I can't see. We should head there now, he said calmly. I'm sensing something unusual. Jiraiya nodded. He knew better than to question Neji's instincts anymore. Let's move. By the time they arrived, only ruins remained. Tanzaku Castle had been reduced to rubble. Smoke curled from the shattered stone walls. Jiraiya scanned the destruction, his face hardening. Too late. He turned away. Let's go. Later, inside a cozy tavern. The mood was less cozy and more boozy. Tsunade downed another drink. Her hands trembled ever so slightly. The encounter with Orochimaru had shaken something loose. Pain. Memories. Fear. Another round, she muttered. The tavern owner hesitated. Tsunade-sama, I really think you've had. I said pour. Shizen gave up trying to stop her. She sat quietly, concerned. Then. The tavern door opened. Seriously, Naruto, Jiraiya was saying, places like these are the best for getting real intel. He froze mid-sentence. Across the room, Tsunade looked up. Tsunade. Jiraiya. I see, it's gotten big. They both blinked. Well, this was awkward. Jiraiya chuckled, brushing off the tension and guiding the boys to sit. Tsunade leaned back, staring at them. Since when did you become a babysitter? Jiraiya shrugged. Not my first choice. Naruto squinted at her. Wait, she's Tsunade. Yup. Seriously. She's supposed to be 50. Thwack. Neji gave Naruto a swift karate chop to the neck. Don't say stupid things out loud. Illusion-based youth techniques are perfectly viable. Even I can do it. Naruto blinked. You can. Their banter drew Tsunade's eye. She swirled her drink, unimpressed. Two brats, she muttered. One loud. One smug. Hey, I'm right here, Naruto grumbled. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. And Jiraiya laughed awkwardly. Don't mind her. She turned to Neji. So, Mr. Smug. That true? You can pull off youth illusion jutsu too. Neji nodded politely. A side effect of life return, chakra control. Tsunade muttered, what is with this generation? Shizen looked around nervously. She hadn't expected the reunion of the legendary three to happen so suddenly. Jiraiya finally dropped the pretense. It's Orochimaru, isn't it? What did he want? Tsunade gripped her cup tightly. Nothing much. Just said hello. Sort of. He didn't press further. Instead, he got serious. Tsunade. The village wants you to become the 5th Hokage. Cough. Naruto choked on his drink. Neji smacked his back casually, helping him recover. Perfectly timed interruption. Respect. What? Naruto yelped. They want her to be Hokage. TCH, pipe down, kid, Tsunade muttered. Jiraiya ignored the outburst. Well. What's your answer? Tsunade downed the rest of her sake in one swig. So the old man really is gone. Naruto gawked. Wait. Orochimaru's the one who killed the third. Who even is this guy? Jiraiya looked down. You know the title, Legendary 3. That was us. Me. Tsunade. Orochimaru. Wah. Naruto was baffled. Then why would he? Tsunade rolled her eyes. Why's this brat yelling every 5 seconds? She glanced at Neji. At least he knows how to behave. The contrast stung more than it should have. Jiraiya grinned. Naruto's the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The other is Neji Hyuga. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. So that's the Nine-Tails host. Then she glanced at Neji again. Blindfolded. Come. Reserved. Is Jiraiya asking me to heal his eyes? But Jiraiya wasn't done. Well. Will you do it? Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 112, 112. So, only fools want to be Hokage. Tsunade sat in silence, cheeks tinged with the faint flush of alcohol, fingers idly circling the rim of her sake cup. The room held its breath. Jiraiya leaned forward, breaking the tension. Well. What's your answer, Tsunade? Everyone waited. Inside, Tsunade's heart was a tangle of emotion. Memory swirled of a village her grandfather built, a village she once adored. But then came Nawaki's death, then Dan's. The people she loved were swallowed by that same village. Now, when she thought of Konoha, she didn't know what to feel. Her hand trembled slightly as she looked down. Her voice, when it came, was barely above a whisper. No. I refuse. Jiraiya wasn't surprised. In fact, he almost smiled. You know, that reminds me of the first time I tried to befriend you. You said the exact same thing. Naruto blinked. Wait a sec, what happened to collect the information? Wasn't this about healing Neji, and bringing her back to treat Sasuke and Kakashi? He threw his hands in the air. Now she's supposed to be Hokage. And she doesn't even want the job. Neji gave Naruto a sidelong look. You were the one who interrupted earlier, remember? Besides, Neji thought to himself, what's so great about being Hokage anyway? It's just a glorified mayor's gig. Look how overworked they are. He mentally added, at least emperors had concubines. Hokage gets stress, paperwork, and 0 perks. Might as well be a postal worker. Jiraiya stayed calm and gave Naruto a proper explanation. Tsunade had revolutionized medical ninjutsu, was the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and Konoha's leadership had already agreed. With each sentence, Naruto's fire dulled. He slowly slouched back into his chair. Tsunade gave the boy a sly look. Jiraiya, he's nothing like your last student. No brains, no charm, not even the looks. Naruto leaped to his feet. Say that again. Jiraiya quickly stepped in. Come on, compared to the 4th Hokage, everyone comes up short. That shut Naruto up. He admired the 4th too much to argue. Jiraiya smiled. Minato Namikaze, the most gifted ninja in history. Smart, quick, respected by all, handsome, too. Just like me. Neji looked away to hide a snort. You really had to add that last part, didn't you? But Tsunade's next words hit like a cold slap. And yet, the 4th Hokage still died. Gave everything for the village, and what did he get in return? She looked down at her hands. Lives aren't money. You can't spend them like loose change. Her voice turned bitter. My grandfather, the first Hokage, and Tobirama too both died for this village. What good did it do them? Jiraiya's expression tightened. You've changed, Tsunade. I don't know what's going on inside your heart, he added. But how can you say something like that? Tsunade met his eyes. I'm in my 50s now. Time changes people. She shook her head. Sarutobi-sensei was too old to be fighting. He knew it. What was he trying to prove? He dug his own grave. That pierced even Jiraiya's defenses. And then Tsunade dropped the hammer. Hokage means nothing. Only fools want to be Hokage. Slam. Naruto shot to his feet, fist clenched, ready to strike. But Neji grabbed his arm and pulled him back. Eyes closed, voice calm, Neji said. I agree with you. Naruto froze. Neji continued, yes. Only fools want to be Hokage. Neji. What the hell? But Neji didn't turn. I just hope, he said quietly, that the world has more of those fools. Everyone stilled. The peace we have now, Neji continued, only exists because those fools were willing to sacrifice themselves. Pointless deaths, maybe. But they believed in a future they wouldn't live to see. Jiraiya's breath caught. Is this because of Hisashi? For Neji, it wasn't just talk. He thought of heroes who died for others, saints people mocked. Z-sensei from another world, who died without ever raising a blade. Good people rarely get good endings, he thought. That's why I don't try to be one. But deep down, I hope they keep existing. He smiled faintly. Sorry. Got carried away. He turned to Naruto. Still want to be one of those fools? Naruto didn't hesitate. Of course. Because being Hokage is my dream. The words felt heavy, even strange now. But he wouldn't back down. And I don't care if you're a woman or what, if you insult the Hokage, I'll beat you down all the same. There it is. Neji smirked. Classic Naruto. Tsunade blinked at both boys. Something in her cracked. She didn't know why, but her heart felt lighter. Like she'd just taken off a weight she didn't know she was carrying. A grin tugged at her lips. These kids really are fools. She looked at Naruto. You've got guts, brat. Let's take this outside. Shizen facepalmed. Seriously, Tsunade-sama. Picking fights with teenagers. Jiraiya just smiled. He glanced at Neji, eyes full of pride. For so long, Neji had been an enigma. But tonight, Jiraiya felt like he finally understood him and he wasn't disappointed. Those words had moved not just Tsunade, but even Jiraiya himself. So it's true, only fools want to be Hokage. He looked at Tsunade and Naruto walking toward the door. And maybe, this mission's already a success. Outside. Night had fallen. The moon hung low, spilling silver across the street like falling dust. Tsunade cracked her knuckles. All right, brat. Let's see what you've got. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 113, 113. Shizen, get him undressed. Compared to Naruto's explosive rage, Tsunade seemed amused. She wore the half-smirk of someone slightly buzzed and fully entertained. Jiraiya sighed. Neji just closed his eyes. Shizen pinched the bridge of her nose. Was this what they meant by old kid? Tsunade leaned toward Naruto, voice syrupy with mock sincerity. One of the legendary three, going all out against a little genin like you. I'd never. Naruto's eyes blazed like a bull seeing red. What did you just say? Tsunade raised a single finger. I'll only need this. That did it. With a flash, Naruto yanked a kunai from his pouch and charged her, chakra flaring as he poured every ounce of frustration into that one attack. Too bad she wasn't underestimating him. She was toying with him. In a blink, she ducked, slipping her finger straight through the ring of his kunai and jabbing his wrist. OWWW. He cried out in pain. Then, with a flick, she knocked his headband into the air. Her finger followed through. Flick. The forehead flick sent Naruto flying backward with a strangled yelp, skidding into the dirt. Neji sighed. Why does that technique feel familiar? Am I becoming her? The kunai landed at Naruto's feet. He tried to rise, trembling. Tsunade just shook her head, laughing. See? Another idiot who wants to be Hokage. Shizen giggled. Naruto glared at both of them. I'm not an idiot. Being Hokage is my dream. Tsunade burst into laughter. So your dream is to be an idiot? How poetic. Naruto sputtered, trying to argue, but his brain short-circuited under the logic trap. Neji smirked. She's good. But as Tsunade laughed, something softened in her expression. They're just like us. Fools. Dreamers. Idiots. And yet, that's what made them strong. She turned to Neji. All right, Hyuga kid. You wanted my help with your treatment, didn't you? Neji blinked. She agreed. Just like that. Let's go, she added with a gesture. Naruto gawked. Wait, what? You're gonna treat Neji? Tsunade gave him a sideways glance. What, got a problem with that? He stammered. Well. I mean, yeah. If you help him, then how am I supposed to beat you? That sent Tsunade into another fit of laughter. Cute kid. She turned and waved. Come on. Later that night. Only Neji followed Tsunade and Shizen back to their inn. Naruto was still sulking. Jiraiya stayed behind to handle him. In the room, Tsunade was sipping tea to sober up while Shizen laid out supplies. Knock knock. Come in. Neji entered, now in a loose robe for examination. Tsunade waved him forward. Sit. He obeyed. I've already been briefed on your injuries, she said, finishing her tea. Now let me take a look for myself. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. She waved him off. Shizen, get him undressed. Wait, what? Neji blinked. I can do it myself. But Tsunade was grinning now. Don't be shy. You're a medic, aren't you? Nothing to be embarrassed about. Neji winced. I knew I should have stayed in Konoha and played dead until everyone got back. Too late now. Shizen reached for his collar. It's okay. We're professionals. He sighed in defeat. A moment later, his upper garments were removed, stopping just before complete exposure. Shizen covered her mouth in surprise. Wow. Neji had a lean, powerful build, and along his torso, a coiled black tattoo shimmered like a dragon lying in wait. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Well, well. Who knew the uptight Hyuga heir had a rebellious streak? She poked his arm. Not bad, kid. Neji didn't respond. Mostly because her hands were now poking everywhere. Can you please? No talking, Tsunade cut in, already focusing chakra into her fingertips. I've seen a lot of tough shinobi, but walking around with injuries this bad. That's some next-level stubbornness. Shizen, she added without looking up, get ready. We're gonna be here a while. Shizen nodded. Understood. Tsunade rolled up her sleeves with a grin. Looks like we're pulling an all-nighter. Thanks, kid. Then, more loudly, Shizen, get the sake off the shelf. We're gonna need the good stuff. Shizen, the healing kind or the drinking kind? Tsunade winked. Both. She looked down at Neji, who now wore the look of someone rethinking every choice he'd made that day. Don't worry, sweetie, she cooed. You'll be fine. Maybe not walking when we're done, but fine. Neji closed his eyes. This isn't medical care. This is karmic punishment. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 114, 114. You've earned some rest. Morning. Neji stumbled out of Tsunade's room, clutching the wall for support. His legs were jelly. He hadn't even made it 10 steps when Tsunade leaned casually against the doorframe behind him, stretching like a cat and watching him with amusement. Hyuga boy, she called out, voice teasing. Gotta say you held up better than I expected. Shizen's out cold, and you're still standing. Neji's face darkened. Last night was a nightmare. No more faking injuries. Never again. He'd underestimated the physical and mental toll that kind of treatment would take. Tsunade and Shizen had been relentless expert hands, yes, but merciless in their precision. His body had been pushed to its limit, chakra drained by techniques like life return, as he synchronized his internal flow, adjusted bone fractures, minimized ocular strain. It had been non-stop. All night long. By the end of it, they'd healed nearly every inch of him except one area he'd firmly vetoed, and even then, he wasn't sure they hadn't found a loophole. He was exhausted. Mind, body, and dignity. At least, he thought grimly, there's nothing for them to uncover. My past is clean. My resolve is intact. But still, he had a bad feeling. Tsunade didn't let up. Your eyes are fine now, she said, folding her arms. But don't overdo it. The chakra channels in your occipital nerve were unusually thick. Neji tensed. I once experimented with artificial eyes, he explained. Tried rerouting chakra to restore vision. It worked, but the energy drain was too high. I abandoned it. Tsunade raised an eyebrow but nodded. That explains the scarring and chakra buildup. Good call dropping the project. Still, your recovery rate is off the charts. You'll be back to full strength within a week. She yawned. All right. Go on, get some rest. As she turned to shut the door, Neji spoke. Lady Tsunade. She paused. Please, come back to the village. Become Hokage. Her fingers froze on the door handle. Her gaze cut back to him, dry as sand. You want me to be that idiot? Neji's response was immediate. Aren't you already that idiot? A vein bulged on her forehead. You've got a really annoying way of making a point, kid. Neji smiled faintly. Forgive my rudeness, Lady Tsunade. But I think you're exactly the kind of fool we need. With that, he began limping back to his room. He knew her heart wasn't as heavy anymore. His observation haki could sense it. That single comment was all she needed. At least, that's what he thought, until a shadow loomed behind him. Wait. Lady Tsunade. She was smiling too sweetly. You sure you're all healed? Sounds like your joints could still use an adjustment. Oh no. Lady Tsunade, please, let's talk. Talk is for after realignment therapy. Before he could escape, she yanked him back inside and slammed the door with a bang. Meanwhile, in the room next door, two pairs of eyes, one low, one high, peered through the cracked door. Naruto shivered. Pervy Sage, is Neji gonna be okay? Yesterday, Naruto had been furious nothing could hold him back. Today, he watched the indomitable Neji the Demon King get dragged off without a fight. It sent a chill down his spine. Jiraiya scratched his head awkwardly. Tsunade's always been a little intense. He'll probably be fine. Maybe. Naruto frowned. Aren't you gonna help him? Jiraiya turned and began whistling. Beautiful weather today. Perfect for training. Hey. Don't change the subject. I mean, today's the day you master the Raiznan. Just think of how proud the fourth Hokage would be. What about Neji? But Jiraiya was already walking away. Naruto hesitated, looked toward the door, then back at Jiraiya. He's Neji, he mumbled. He'll be fine. I believe in him. And off he ran to join Jiraiya. Faith, confirmed. If Neji ever found out, Naruto thought with a shiver, he'd probably jab me with a nerve block and toss me into a hot spring. Back inside Tsunade's room. Neji sat on the floor, facing her again. She was radiating pressure. She's terrifying, he thought. And she's not even trying. Tsunade's eyes sharpened. All right, Hyuga. While Shizen sleeps, let's get real. Neji stiffened. Had she figured him out? But her next words eased his anxiety. Tell me everything. What happened to the village? How did Sarutobi-sensei die? Ah, Neji exhaled. So that's it. He nodded and began to explain, starting from the Chunin exams, through Orochimaru's ambush, the death of the third Hokage, and the aftermath. By the end of it, his throat was dry, and his body swayed with fatigue. So that's everything, he murmured. May I return to my room now? He collapsed mid-sentence face first into Tsunade's lap. For a moment, she looked down, surprised. Then her expression softened. This kid has been through hell. Blinded young. Mutilated. Still climbed his way to the top of his generation. Even compared to the Reikage warriors, his physique and discipline were exceptional. She gently brushed a hand over his cheek. You've done well, she whispered. Rest now. She shifted him gently onto her bed. Looking down at the sleeping boy, Tsunade's smile faded into something more serious. It's time, she thought. Time to stop running. Elsewhere. Jiraiya's stomach rumbled. Was it the sake last night? That ramen shop? Something feels off. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 115, 115. Tensions ignite. Day 3. Neji fled the inn. He'd slept for a full day and night in her bed, no less. Worse still. Tsunade had smiled and suggested he stay longer. Shizen had even giggled and told him it was no big deal. No big deal. He wasn't a kid. They treated him like one, but the trauma was real. Back in the boys' room, Jiraiya yawned and waved lazily as Neji limped inside. Yo. Finally up, huh? Tsunade said not to disturb you were totally out. Must have been one hell of a treatment. Neji didn't respond. This old perv absolutely heard me call for help, and ignored it. Where's Naruto? Out training. Probably still trying to pop that balloon. After getting to Naruto's location, Neji turned to leave, stretching his stiff limbs. Jiraiya called after him, a bit more seriously. Hey, Neji. You convinced Tsunade, didn't you? So why'd she say she'll wait until you're fully healed before deciding? Neji paused at the doorway. Maybe she's just still hesitating. I see, Jiraiya murmured, rubbing his chin. Still caught up in the past, huh? Neji said nothing more. He had chakra to rebuild and instincts to sharpen. But in the back of his mind, he already knew. Tsunade was planning to confront Orochimaru herself. The days passed quietly. Well, for everyone except Naruto, who was getting run into the ground by Jiraiya's unorthodox training. Neji didn't interfere. He deserved it. Day 7. The deadline had arrived. The day Tsunade and Orochimaru were meant to meet. Last night, Tsunade had once again shared drinks with Jiraiya. This time, she slipped something into his cup. By morning, Jiraiya could barely walk straight, chakra sluggish, got in knots. And Shizune, knocked out cold. She never even made it to breakfast. Naruto and Neji, nowhere to be found. As usual, training independently. Tsunade, alone and resolute, made her way to the appointed meeting site. Elsewhere, Neji sensed her chakra stir and sighed. So she really went through with it. Why are all would-be Hokage such hopeless fools? Meanwhile, Jiraiya had recovered just enough to realize what had happened. Alongside a groggy Shizune and an anxious Naruto, he rushed toward Tenzaku town. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, Tsunade. I can't let him get his hands back. Even with poison dulling his chakra flow, he pressed on. In the ruins of Tenzaku town, Orochimaru stood before Tsunade, a twisted smile on his face. So, you came after all. His bandaged hands trembled with anticipation, barely able to move. Tsunade said nothing, her gaze cold. Her hands began to glow with medical chakra as she stepped forward. The moment her hands neared his. Thwip. A kunai stabbed into the ground between them. Both leaped back instantly. On the nearby wall stood Kabuto, Leaf Village protector band scratched a symbol of betrayal. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Kabuto leaped beside Orochimaru, ignoring his master's glare. You betrayed me, Orochimaru hissed. Now of all times. Kabuto calmly replied, I was trained in medical ninjutsu. Her chakra reeked of killing intent. She was going to murder you, Lord Orochimaru. I see. Orochimaru's lips curled into a disappointed sneer. I trusted you, Tsunade. I gave you everything you wanted, your loved ones, a chance to bring them back. Tsunade's hands trembled. I wanted to believe you, she whispered. To see them again, to hug them one last time. Tears welled in her eyes, but her voice grew firmer. But the moment I truly believed it was possible, I realized. I'm no different from those idiots who died chasing impossible dreams. I'm a fool. Just like them. Nawaki, Dan, they may be gone, but their dreams aren't. They wanted peace. They wanted hope. They believed in this village. I can't betray that. Her hands clenched into fists. Her chakra flared. Orochimaru's expression darkened. Then negotiations have failed. Indeed. Prepare yourself. Gladly. Tsunade shot forward, chakra surging through her limbs. She leaped high into the air, twisting as she brought her foot down. Crack. The ground exploded beneath her heel. Dust and debris shot skyward. A massive crater split the ruins apart. Orochimaru and Kabuto barely dodged in time. Standing atop the wreckage, Tsunade radiated power, the true strength of a Sanin unleashed. She's strong, Orochimaru muttered. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, unfazed. I told you she's potent medicine, but bitter to swallow. Tsunade pointed at them. No more words. Let's finish this. Back on the road. Jiraiya heard the blast echo through the hills. His face hardened. She didn't go there to heal him. She went there to end him. He turned to Naruto. We need to move. Now. Where's Neji? Naruto asked. Jiraiya shook his head. No idea. He's been training alone the last few days. Naruto frowned. You think he already knew? Wouldn't surprise me, Jiraiya muttered. That kid sees more than he lets on. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 116, 116. Fall back behind the legends. From above, Orochimaru gazed down at Tsunade. A faint smirk touched his lips. Funny. For all our history, we've never truly fought before, have we? Kabuto crouched beside him and exhaled quietly. Technically, I'm the one fighting her. Tsunade didn't care who stepped forward. Her eyes never left Orochimaru. He was the target. Kabuto was just a minor inconvenience. Raising her fist, she roared. I'm ending you today. She slammed down with monstrous force, shattering their perch into rubble. Orochimaru chuckled, leaping away. That punch could have killed us, Kabuto. I know, Kabuto muttered. She's terrifying. He narrowed his eyes. This terrain's too tight. We need more room if I'm going to hold her off. Orochimaru arched a brow. Thinking of changing venues? Would be safer. Especially with him possibly lurking nearby. Kabuto finally shared the intelligence he'd been holding. The other Sanin. Jiraiya. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. So that fool's still meddling. His smirk returned. Fine. Let's go. The two vanished into the wilderness, Tsunade in close pursuit. Shortly after, Jiraiya, Naruto, and Shizun arrived at the devastated remains of Tanzaku town. Even before Shizun's pig, TenTen began sniffing for a trail, both adults recognized the destruction immediately. Tsunade had been here. Out in the distant wilderness. Tsunade finally caught up. All three combatants were winded. Even Tsunade, her stamina chipped away by years without a real battle. Kabuto popped a soldier pill, and Tsunade grimaced. She recognized it instantly. Soldier pill. Without hesitation, Kabuto formed hand signs, surrounding his fingers with chakra scalpel. Tsunade's eyes sharpened. He was aiming to surgically disable her. He came prepared. The moment's distraction cost her an underground jutsu triggered, and a hand shot from the earth, grabbing her leg. Kabuto lunged. In the flurry of motion, he struck with precision, cutting through part of her biceps and hamstring. Tsunade staggered. Impressive, she said, steadying herself through the pain. Why not go for my arteries? Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his tone clinical. The scalpel can slice blood vessels, sure, but shaping it precisely mid-battle to target the heart or major arteries. That's inefficient. He smirked. But slicing a throat? Much easier. He lunged again. Tsunade's limbs failed her. The damage was too precise. She couldn't even dodge. Am I this out of practice? Just before the scalpel could reach her. Tum. A glowing orange dome flared to life. Kabuto's scalpel bounced off it with a metallic clang. He staggered back, shocked. What is this? Before him stood a calm, blindfolded figure. Long time no see, Kabuto-senpai. Hyuga Neji, Kabuto muttered, his smile faltering. Even Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. Tsunade blinked, stunned by the sudden appearance. Neji. He nodded faintly, still facing Kabuto. Didn't expect to see you here. Kabuto deactivated his scalpel and stepped back, eyeing the aura shield. It's not been that long. Neji-kun. Their tense smiles mirrored each other, eerie in their similarity. Behind him, Tsunade quietly healed her damaged limbs. You shouldn't be here, she muttered. This isn't your fight. Neji's lips barely moved. Then let me ask you, why are you here, Tsunade-sama? Against both Kabuto-senpai and Orochimaru? Tsunade fell silent. She had no good answer. She hadn't told anyone. Hadn't asked for help. Hadn't wanted a witness. But here he was saving her life. Kabuto sighed and drew a kunai. His expression hardened. Guess this won't be as simple as I'd hoped. But just as he lunged again. Poof. Smoke burst into the clearing. Jiraiya stepped out, arms folded. Shizun and Naruto are behind him. Tsunade, he said dryly. You always did love picking fights when no one was looking. She flinched. He knew. Orochimaru's voice cut through the air, venomous and smooth. Well, well. Long time, Jiraiya. You haven't changed, Jiraiya muttered. Still as cruel as ever. Naruto stared at Kabuto in disbelief. Wait, isn't that Kabuto-senpai? Why was he wearing a sound headband? Why was he standing with Orochimaru? Was he really the enemy now? Kabuto gave a tired smile. Such a pain. He turned toward Tsunade, still regaining composure. Before we continue. Slash. Blood flew into the air. Not Tsunade's, but his own, dripping from a self-inflicted wound. She froze. Her pupils trembled. Blood. The deep, visceral trauma gripped her heart, images of Dan and Nawaki flooding her mind. Her hands shook. Her knees buckled. Kabuto grinned. One less Sanin to worry about. Neji stepped forward, blocking her view of the blood with his cloak. He spoke calmly. Pretty underhanded, Kabuto-senpai. Kabuto shrugged. It's war. Efficiency over honor. They locked eyes. No more words are needed. Neji deactivated his aura shield. Shizun, take care of her. Shizun rushed in, kneeling beside Tsunade, who was trembling violently. Neji took a deep breath and stepped backward. I'm just a recently recovered genin, after all. He stood behind Jiraiya and looked up at him. Your move, pervert sage. Jiraiya's eyes sharpened. Finally. Time for the real fight. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 117, 117. You just said he's on Kakashi's level. Jiraiya winced as he stood his ground. Truth be told, he was only standing because he forced his battered body to. Tsunade's concoction may have worked miracles, but it still left him feeling like death warmed over. Any other shinobi would have been comatose for a day and a half minimum. He glanced at Neji, whose earlier aura shield was nothing short of elite. Kid, that move alone proves you're ready. Don't even think about playing the bystander now. Then, to the group, he called out, Neji, you take the four-eyed freak. Shizun, stay with Tsunade. Orochimaru's mine. But Naruto was already marching forward, clearly not pleased. What about me? Why am I being benched? Before Jiraiya could answer, Kabuto scoffed. His glasses gleamed under the sun. You need to understand something. You're not Sasuke. His voice was cold. Clinical. Cruel. You don't have what it takes to be a ninja. The words hit like a kunai to the chest. Naruto's fists clenched. He didn't have talent. Compared to Sasuke. That was unforgivable. Kabuto's tone remained calm, almost condescending. Relax. You're cute for a loudmouth genin. But this isn't a place for children. He stepped forward, eyes unblinking. Don't get me wrong, I'm quite interested in the monster inside you. But compared to the legendary Sanin, you're just a bug. Try anything reckless and I'll squash you. The threat was emotionless. Not anger. Not hatred. It was just a cold, calculated dismissal. Naruto exploded. Like hell you will. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Naruto, wait. Damn it, kid. My body's still. He turned to Neji. Why didn't you stop him? Neji's answer was simple and resolute, some lessons can't be taught. They have to be felt. Jiraiya fell silent. The kid's not wrong, he admitted bitterly. Kabuto watched Naruto rush in, amused. He'd studied every Konoha ninja for years. This one. Impulsive. Emotional. Predictable. A threat someday, maybe, but not today. Shadow clone jutsu. Naruto split into 4. His eyes locked onto Kabuto's injured right arm. That's his opening. Kabuto lowered his head slightly, pushing his glasses up. His smirk widened. Clever. But still naive. One feint. 2 clones misdirecting toward his injured side. Kabuto baited them, then dodged effortlessly, inviting the final blow. As expected. He struck fast. Blood splashed across the battlefield, his own. Hot, red liquid sprayed Naruto's eyes and clones, blinding them. Kabuto stepped in, unrelenting. Kunai in hand, 1 kick, 2 punches. The clones popped like balloons. He grabbed the real Naruto midair and hurled him into the ground like a rag doll. Crash. Boom. Slam. A perfect combo of Naruto fireworks. Kabuto advanced for the finisher, but a kunai whizzed past his cheek, forcing him back. He turned sharply. Neji. Of course. A dangerous light entered Kabuto's eyes. So you're finally done spectating. Neji. Orochimaru chuckled from atop his summoned snake. Looks like someone just sharpened their blade using you as the whetstone, Kabuto. Kabuto exhaled. Not surprising. It's Neji, after all. He adjusted his stance, gaze fixed on the Hyuga prodigy. Unlike Orochimaru, Kabuto had always seen Neji's potential. That was why he feared him. Orochimaru chuckled again. Perfect timing for a little bloodshed, wouldn't you say? Kabuto grinned. Then shall I remove the seal on your left arm, my lord? Meanwhile. Shizun helped Naruto limp back to safety, while Jiraiya sighed in relief. Kid, as much as I hate to admit it, that four-eyed freak is right. He looked across the battlefield, serious now. That guy. He's at least on par with Kakashi. Naruto groaned. Fine, guess I'll just sit back here, with the pig. Pig? Jiraiya asked, glancing at TenTen. Naruto instantly realized the implication. Wait, no. I didn't mean. Too late. TenTen huffed, raised a dainty hoof, and stomped hard on Naruto's toe. Gah. My foot. Jiraiya chuckled, turning back to the enemy. Neji, you good to take on Four Eyes? Neji gave no answer. Just a tiny shrug. You just said he's on Kakashi's level, what do you think? 550 at best. The air shifted. Orochimaru moved. Jiraiya did the same. Blood. Chakra. Resolve. Summoning jutsu, they called in unison. Boom. Smoke exploded. From Orochimaru's side, Manda, the twin-headed serpent. From Jiraiya's. Yo. Gamacha, the drunk toad. Jiraiya blinked. Naruto facepalmed. Even Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh. Jiraiya, still as idiotic as ever. I knew Tsunade set you up. Kabuto leaned in, twisting the dagger. That jutsu needed a living sacrifice. Maybe that's why she slipped you a power-suppressing drug. Jiraiya scowled. You bastards talk too much. Orochimaru sneered. Still useless, huh? Naruto's blood boiled. Hey. Don't insult pervy sage. He bit his finger. Summoning jutsu. Everyone turned. Neji calmly stood with arms crossed. Here we go again. Orochimaru looked mildly concerned. He's trying to summon, could it be? Kabuto leaned in, worried. The Nine Tails. A giant puff of smoke. And then. Yo, where am I? Gamakichi. You too. Naruto deflated. Oh come on. Orochimaru laughed. Still hopeless. Kabuto smirked. Told you, he lacks the talent. Jiraiya ignored them. Orochimaru turned to Kabuto. You take the rest. He's mine. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 118. Kabuto, I'm coming. While Orochimaru and Jiraiya's battle erupted in a clash of summons and elemental jutsu, Neji simply stood still, facing Kabuto Yakushi. Calm. Composed. Almost bored. Kabuto, can't we just stand here and pretend to fight? I only just recovered. Kabuto raised an eyebrow. You think that's possible? He stepped forward, chakra surging into his palms as his signature jutsu ignited with an eerie blue glow. You're wasting your breath. Neji sighed. Figures. He hadn't truly displayed his real strength in front of Konoha's top brass. The reports they'd received were just words, sterile summaries that could never convey the real thing. His feats during the sand and sound invasion. Suppressing the One-Tail's Jinchuriki. Most had no clue how far Shikaku had awakened or how much Neji had risked. The key witnesses were mostly genin like Naruto and Sasuke. And the rest of the village? Focused on the third Hokage's death, sand diplomacy, and the looming threat of war. No one had time to dissect what he had accomplished. Not that he minded. Sometimes, it pays to be underestimated. Even within the Hyuga clan, it wasn't hard to sway the elders. The moment they saw Neji replicate, rotation, a technique considered sacred to the main family, they realized the truth. This wasn't a branch house prodigy. This was a game changer. Hayashi didn't even argue. He let the facts speak for themselves. Neji had potential. The kind of potential Hyuga had waited generations for. The kind of power that could elevate the entire clan. Even Jiraiya, who'd been wary of Neji, had finally begun to understand him after their mission to retrieve Tsunade. Neji's goals weren't reckless, they were calculated. Though, admittedly, he was a little curious about Tsunade. Just a little. But he never acted without thinking 3 steps ahead. He believed in 2 things. Support makes you fearless. And if the support is strong enough, you win. If not, become strong enough to be the support. Konoha was a massive pond full of fat, tasty fish. And Neji intended to fish everything he could. Tsunade was a big fish. And he wasn't letting her go. I'll make sure Lady Tsunade becomes Hokage, he whispered. Fools like her don't come around often. Tsunade, just regaining her bearings, blinked in shock. Did he just call me a fool? Naruto was also stunned until inspiration struck. Wait, if acting like a fool gets Neji support, then that means. I'll try harder, Neji. Chakra shield, activate. Clang. Kabuto struck again, but the glowing orange barrier stopped him cold. He scowled. Barrier ninjutsu, how annoying. Retreating a step, he glared at the dome. At this rate, only Orochimaru's summon could tear it down. Lord Orochimaru. The snake Sanin turned mid-battle. One glance at the shield was all he needed. His eyes narrowed. No one was going to stop him. He commanded his twin-headed serpent to barrel through, but Jiraiya intercepted. Your fights with me, Orochimaru. Earth release, swamp of the underworld. The terrain liquefied into thick, sucking mud. The two-headed serpent sank trapped. Jiraiya smirked. Let's keep it between the grown-ups, shall we? Orochimaru's grin sharpened. Kabuto, handle it. Then he lunged. His mouth was dislocated, jaw unhinged, and neck extending like a grotesque viper. Jiraiya's eyes widened. What the hell? Needle Jizo. His white hair exploded outward into a shell of hardened spikes. But Orochimaru shifted, kicked off Jiraiya's neck, and bit down. Hard. Meanwhile, Kabuto watched the summon fail. He frowned. Looks like he'd have to do it himself. But just as he prepared another strike, Neji stepped through the barrier, calmly removing his shirt. Kabuto froze. What are you doing? Neji's bare chest revealed coiling dragon and tiger tattoos, shimmering faintly with chakra. They weren't just decorative, they were alive. Pulsing. Reacting. Shizen. Naruto. Piglet. Stay inside. And protect Lady Tsunade. The tattoos ignited. Chakra surged into Neji's limbs, and the dragon roared, curling down his spine and crackling into his legs. The tiger bared its fangs and charged down his arms. Electric arcs surged. Thunder cracked. His fists morphed into roaring tiger heads. His legs, encased in surging lightning, flexed like coils of a dragon. Level 30 skill, Tiger Dragon Roar engaged. Kabuto's face darkened. Did he develop this himself? This was beyond traditional gentle fist. He activated his trump card, both hands glowing with healing hands. This time, no jokes. Both men stood still, silent. Neji closed his eyes. Softly, purposefully, he shifted into the gentle fist stance. Kabuto. He inhaled once. Then opened his eyes. I'm coming. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 119, 119. The moment the world lost its color. Kabuto grinned as he faced Neji, his tone laced with sarcasm. I've been looking forward to this. Swoosh. Neji vanished. Kabuto's pupils contracted. Fast. Lightning-imbued reflex enhancement. He immediately scanned the faint electric pulses flickering across Neji's glowing tattoos. As a former medical corps elite, Kabuto could tell Neji's physical performance had been amplified through precise chakra activation via those markings. He twisted, narrowly avoiding a thunderous tiger strike, lightning crackling past his cheek. His glasses flashed as stray hairs were scorched into ash. Definitely lightning nature transformation, and deadly precise. Neji came in again with a feint and a shifting angle. Kabuto moved fast, chakra scalpel, slicing across Neji's wrist. What? His expression faltered. He felt resistance. Neji blocked it. Before he could process it. Gentle fist art, tiger hunt. Neji lunged, calm face unreadable, eyes closed. His arm arced back, the chakra around his tiger-shaped gauntlets roaring with electricity. Kabuto's instinct screamed. I can't dodge this. He focused all his chakra into his forearm, reinforcing it completely. Boom. A thunderclap echoed across the battlefield as Neji's fist connected. The shockwave blew dust and debris outward as Kabuto was launched through the air, crashing spine first into a massive rock. Cracks spiderwebbed behind him, deep, jagged tiger claw grooves etched into stone. Kabuto coughed blood. His arms shook, clothes torn and scorched from the impact. He smiled bitterly. I underestimated you. That power, you're a monster. He triggered, healing wound destruction, just in time, his injuries mending as smoke curled off his skin. Inside the protective, chakra shield, Shizen gasped behind her hands. So that's the same man who exhausted me that night. What kind of monster did I heal? Naruto, arms crossed and grinning wide, shouted proudly, that's Neji the Demon King. Total beast always has been. Shizen didn't quite follow his metaphor, but she felt it. Thank God, he's with us. Neji stepped back, breathing steadily, not pressing the advantage. Then his eyes flicked toward Tsunade. Lady Tsunade, he said calmly, are you still afraid of blood? That single question froze the group. Tsunade flinched. Her eyes instinctively locked onto the crimson puddle nearby, and her body began to tremble. Neji, don't. Shizen snapped. You know her condition, don't force it. But Neji's voice remained even. She's not afraid. She can't be afraid. Naruto blinked. Neji, what are you trying to do? Neji took a slow step forward, unwavering. Lady Tsunade, he said again, louder this time, answer me. I. Tsunade's eyes dulled as old memories flooded her blood. Corpses. Loss. Neji felt it through his observation of Haki, her fear, her guilt. He sighed internally. A Hokage with hemophobia. I can't bring her back like this. Forgive me. Lady Tsunade. Tiger Dragon roar, cancel. The markings faded. And with them, the strength holding Neji together. Blood exploded from reopened wounds as he collapsed. Neji. Shizen dove forward, catching his limp body as it hit the ground. Crack. The protective, chakra shield, shattered into 1,000 shards behind them. Kabuto, stunned, tried to process what just happened. He used that last strike knowing it would break him. Tsunade stood frozen, eyes wide as she stared at Neji's bleeding form. How is he? She whispered. Shizen checked him, voice shaking. All his wounds reopened. If we don't treat him now, he'll die. Tsunade staggered. The image of Dan's and Nawaki's lifeless bodies clawed through her mind. NNGH. Naruto grabbed her arm. Old lady, you have to save him. Please, you can. His voice cracked. His eyes pleaded. Tsunade stared at him. Is this what I looked like back then? So helpless. She clenched her fists. Shizen, bring him here. Her legs trembled. Her lungs burned. But her hands, those legendary healer's hands, moved. Yes, Lady Tsunade. But as Shizen lifted Neji. I don't know what's going on. A shadow loomed over them. Kabuto. Chakra scalpel, raised. But this is the perfect time to finish you. Shizen turned, eyes wide. Too fast. Die. The blade came down. No. Tsunade screamed. Whum. The air went still. A pressure slammed into the battlefield. Kabuto froze mid-swing. His blade hung inches from Neji's neck. He felt, watched. His vision darkened. His mind echoed with the glare of a pair of domineering, icy eyes. Then. Neji. Smack. Naruto burst into action, roundhouse kicking Kabuto across the clearing. Shizen bolted, clutching Neji and sprinting to Tsunade. Tsunade stared at the boy bleeding before her. Her hands shook. But she clenched her jaw. Not this time. She forced one hand over the other, steadying her fingers. And reached for Neji. I'm not losing another one. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 120, 120. These little fists. I can't take it. Cough cough. Kabuto clutched his stomach, a dull ache pulsing through his gut as he blinked the dizziness from his eyes. What just happened? He remembered Neji collapsing, blood erupting from his wounds, and had seized the chance to strike. And then. A pressure. A presence. One that bent the very air around him, knocked his thoughts into darkness, and left only a flicker of memory the moment the world lost its color. His body still hurt. His pride even more. Kabuto scanned the battlefield, carefully regulating his healing as he sat low, staying unreadable. He hated the unknown. Because in battle, the unknown meant death. Boom. The ground cracked open like an eggshell beneath a single punch. Everyone froze. Even Jiraiya and Orochimaru paused mid-fight, both turning toward the impact with tense eyes. The blast zone. A crater fresh and steaming with Tsunade at the center, arm still extended, fist embedded in the earth. Naruto had landed flat on his back in terror. Shizen held her breath. Neji had barely rolled away in time, his face pale with shock. She almost crushed me, and she wasn't even aiming properly. Tsunade stood tall, fury pulsing like a heat wave from her. Her twin ponytails floated upward, defying gravity, shaped by the storm gathering around her. Her voice was low, gritted between clenched teeth. So. You two really thought it was a good idea to trick me. Neji calmly brushed himself off, silently activating a seal. The blood from his body gathered in a floating orb before him, swirling neatly in his palm. His robes, now dry and pristine, flared as he stood straight. No, he hadn't stripped to look cool. He needed to bleed a lot to convince Tsunade. Clothes just got in the way of the theatrics. Now, though. Now came the consequences. Tsunade was pissed. He glanced to the side. Any chance Snake wants to switch aggro right about now. Tension rippled across the battlefield. Even Jiraiya and Orochimaru paused, unsure of what had happened, unsure why Tsunade, mere moments ago trembling from hemophobia, was now radiating enough rage to make the air crackle. Orochimaru glanced toward Kabuto, who immediately vanished and reappeared by his side. What happened? The snake Sanin asked coldly. Kabuto's brow furrowed. Neji attacked me hard. Looked like his wounds reopened. When I went in for the kill, something else happened. I blacked out. When I woke up, the kid was fine, and Tsunade was angry. Orochimaru finished. Kabuto nodded once. She's healed. Her phobia is gone. Should we retreat? Orochimaru didn't answer, yet. Meanwhile, Tsunade lifted her fist from the shattered earth, debris crumbling off her knuckles. Her glare landed on Shizun first. You helped that brat trick me. After all these years. Shizun bowed instantly. I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade. He said it might help. Tsunade didn't even finish the sentence. She turned, eyes locking on Neji. Her gaze was sharp enough to cut steel. He responded with a calm smile and raised the orb of blood in his hand. I must say, congratulations, Lady Tsunade. Your hemophobia has been cured. Her eyes widened just slightly, but she quickly scowled again, cheeks puffing with irritation. You smug little bastard. You faked it. A memory flashed through her mind, his body trembling and bloodied. The fear she'd swallowed. The healing chakra she'd forced through shaky hands. Her desperation not to fail again. And all of it was staged. She scanned his body with chakra. Instantly detected every wound. Superficial. Surface level. Dramatic but harmless. You faked the whole damn thing. The healing chakra dissipated. She raised a trembling fist. You, little. Boom. The ground next to Neji exploded, chunks of rock flying as her little fisties nearly cratered the world again. Neji was already halfway across the field. She's trying to kill me. No, she hadn't actually aimed at him. But the message was clear. And Tsunade wasn't done fuming. Her rage now turned outward toward the snake. Orochimaru. She cracked her knuckles. The sound echoed like gunshots. Orochimaru chuckled. Well. Kabuto looks like we have a problem. Kabuto's face paled slightly. Tsunade is fully recovered, and Jiraiya's chakra is stabilizing. This is not ideal. Retreat, he offered again. Orochimaru's golden slits narrowed. Tempting. But. He looked around. They're not giving us that option. In perfect sync, the three legendary Sanins bit their thumbs. Blood smeared, hand seals formed, and chakra pulsed across the battlefield. Summoning jutsu. Boom. A surge of smoke erupted from the battlefield. From Miyaboku, Gamabunta. From Shikatsu Forest, Katsuyu. From Ryuchi Cave, Manda. Three titanic beasts materialized, staring one another down, shaking the very ground beneath them. Neji, now beside Shizun and Naruto, gave a little shrug. Oh right, he said, lifting Naruto with one hand and setting him behind the nearest boulder. This part doesn't need us. Don't forget the pig, he added, motioning for TenTen to hop up. He sat down beside them as the ground rumbled, casually opening his system menu. His XP bar ticked upward ever so slightly. Level 40.02%. Nice, he murmured. Thanks, Kabuto-senpai. And then. Boom. The battlefield exploded into chaos as three of them clashed once more. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 121, 121. Don't you dare give that to me. The epic clash ended. The dust settled. The legendary Sanin stood apart broken, bruised, and no longer allies. Orochimaru, eyes narrowed, scoffed. You think I need your help to survive, Tsunade? Think again. Without waiting for a reply, he melded into the earth with earth release, subterranean escape, disappearing like a viper retreating into the underbrush. Kabuto. Already gone. Young reflexes were good for something, after all. Tsunade dispelled her summon with a breath and turned slowly toward Neji. Her smile was wide. Too wide. Dangerously sweet. Neji looked up and saw a towering shadow looming over him. Well, well. She said, cracking her knuckles. Aren't you just full of surprises? I merely did what had to be done, Lady Tsunade, Neji replied calmly. Tsunade's brow twitched. You think that was a compliment? Jiraiya tried to defuse the tension. Come on now, he did it for you. Glare. Tsunade's death stare silenced him instantly. He awkwardly scratched his head, whistled, and bolted toward Naruto. Coward. Neji remained still. Serene. Like a monk awaiting judgment. Shizun watched in awe. How is he not shaking in his sandals? I'd have turned to mist by now. Tsunade stepped forward, eyes serious now. Why? I gambled, Neji said simply. I bet that you could overcome your fear. And just like that, he smiled. And clearly, I won. Her fist clenched, temple pulsing. This brat gambled, on me. You actually believed in me, she asked, voice tight. Of course, Neji said. After all, you're kind of a dumbass too. Smack. A swift karate chop landed on his head, and his own signature move turned against him. Tsunade smirked. Then take this, wise guy. She pulled off the necklace from around her neck, the same one that had claimed the lives of 2 loved ones, and dangled it in front of him. Do you have the guts to accept this? Shizun gasped aloud. Lady Tsunade, are you serious? Neji's eye twitched. You ruthless woman. You're pulling out the cursed loot now. That thing was practically a death note. And she wanted him to wear it. He looked over at Naruto goofy, smiling, full of dreams. Then back at himself. Logical. Cautious. Still alive. Nope. Not a chance. He refused so fast it broke the sound barrier. I'm not the idiot who wants to be Hokage. He shot another glance at Naruto's dumb grin. Yeah, that guy. Prime necklace bait. Tsunade blinked. You're refusing. Loud and clear. Shizun stifled a laugh. Neji actually got the better of her. Tsunade huffed, then turned with a wicked grin. Fine then. Naruto. Get over here. Naruto, still messing around with Jiraiya, blinked. Huh. She pointed. You. He ran over, scratching his head. What? Wham. Her fist pounded down, raising a huge lump on his skull. Call me 5th Hokage, got it? Yes ma'am. And take this. She yanked the necklace over his head. If you lose it, I'll show you what real pain feels like. Naruto looked dazed. But then Tsunade's tone softened. This was a gift from the first Hokage, my grandfather. If you truly want to become Hokage, it's yours now. Neji watched from the side as she sneaked a pointed glance his way. As if I regret anything. He didn't. Not even a little. Naruto, meanwhile, lit up like a Christmas tree. Really? Thank you, Granny. His joy melted Shizun's resolve. She'd planned to convince him to return the necklace later. But seeing him so happy, so proud, she couldn't bring herself to do it. She sighed. I'll just keep an eye on him, and hope for the best. Jiraiya, watching all this unfold, smiled warmly. The necklace was a curse, but it also marked Tsunade's final acceptance of the role she'd run from for so long. He clapped his hands. All right. Tsunade, since you've agreed, let's head back to the village. Tsunade crossed her arms. Fine. Shizun, start packing. We leave tomorrow. She stormed off. Shizun followed. Naruto trailed behind, grinning and cradling the necklace. Neji lagged at the rear, pausing briefly. He turned to glance back at the battlefield, specifically, the bloody crater where he played dead. With a sigh, he summoned a small sphere of chakra, energy orb. He threw it. It expanded mid-air into a miniature vortex, a temporary black hole that devoured every trace of blood, rock, and chakra residue he'd left behind. Wiped clean. With that, he turned and followed. Later, within the Hyuga clan dojo. Neji knelt across from Hayashi, sipping tea in silence. His uncle's expression softened as he placed his own cup down. How are your eyes? Reattached by Lady Tsunade, Neji replied. But they'll need time to fully recover. For now, I'll avoid any strain. Hayashi's shoulders eased. Years of tension seemed to melt away. Good. That puts me at ease. Then his tone shifted, warmer now. You've been gone a while. Hinata and Hanabi have been worried. You should go see them. Yes, sir, Neji said respectfully. But don't tell them about the surgery yet. Not until you're fully healed. Neji nodded. Understood. Go, Hayashi said. They should be training about now. Yes, uncle. I'll visit them right away. As Neji left the dojo, he felt a strange flutter in his chest. He hadn't seen his cousins in weeks. I wonder how strong they've gotten. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 122, 122. Sister Tag Team. As Neji stepped through the corridor of the Hyuga compound, the faint echoes of 2 familiar voices caught his attention. He stopped, pausing just outside the training hall. Inside, 2 distinct auras danced: Hinata, calm and focused, and Hanabi, fiery and unpredictable. He didn't enter just yet. Instead, he observed in silence, letting the rhythm of their sparring speak. Hinata's style had transformed. No longer the hesitant girl who once trembled on the battlefield, she now stood firm like a mountain against a storm. Neji's teachings had taken root. She fought with grace, absorbing and redirecting every strike with the fluid calm of the sea. Across from her, Hanabi was a blazing contrast: aggressive, creative, bold. Her movements carried the unorthodox flair of someone who had secretly copied Neji's teachings from the shadows, mixing them with her own flair. She was wild and unpredictable, sometimes brilliant, sometimes chaotic, but always dangerous. Unfortunately for Hanabi, Hinata had become the immovable object of her unstoppable force. With a final burst of effort, Hanabi lunged only to collapse to the floor with a dramatic huff. Ugh! You're cheating. That was totally unfair, she groaned. Hinata offered a sheepish smile, dabbing her forehead with a towel. I'm sorry. Hanabi rolled over, arms sprawled, clearly faking exhaustion now. Whatever. I'll beat you next time. Just you wait. Then, her expression softened. I wonder how Neji and II is doing. Hinata sat down beside her sister, gazing quietly at the ceiling. I'm sure he's doing something important. He'll come back to us, like always. Hanabi clenched her tiny fists. Of course, he will. Neji and II never loses. Outside, Neji smiled. Good. They're doing well. He stepped into the room, voice gentle but warm. I'm back. Neji and II. Hanabi shot up like a bullet and launched herself at him, all teeth and hugs. Thankfully, she didn't use her full-body tackle this time. Neji caught her effortlessly, chuckling as he ruffled her hair. Welcome home. Hinata added, bowing respectfully, her face alight with happiness. From within Neji's arms, Hanabi peeked out and grinned. Sis, aren't you gonna hug him too? He's finally back. Bonk. A light chop from Neji silenced her teasing. You're still too small for that. Hinata's a grown-up now, she has to be more refined. Hinata flushed crimson, frozen mid-step. I was going to. Hanabi shot her brother a curious glance. Wait, doesn't he know father already made that decision? The three of them soon sat outside along the wooden veranda, the siblings chatting under the soft rustle of leaves. Neji finally revealed the good news: his eyes would recover soon. Both sisters were ecstatic. Hanabi practically bounced. That's amazing. I can't believe those old geezers finally gave in. Miracles do happen. Hinata nodded, her joy evident. They used to say it was against the clan's rules. I'm so glad. Neji and II, you'll be stronger than ever. Neji blinked. Wait, they mentioned this before. Apparently, his self-inflicted blindness after Hisashi's death had shaken Hayashi deeply and moved the elders enough to reconsider tradition. Hanabi leaned forward, chin in hand. So, how long till your eyes are fully healed? Not too long. Just a little more rest, Neji replied. And then you'll finally get to see how pretty I've become. He he he. Neji chuckled, poking her cheek. I've always known you're cute. Just, you could care a bit more about brushing your hair. Hey. That's my aesthetic, she pouted. Messy is a style. He laughed again. She's such a handful. Neji had only ever seen her through blurred chakra vision, never truly with his own eyes. He missed the year she was born. He hadn't even seen her baby face with his own sight. I'm looking forward to it, he said warmly. To see both of you properly. Hanabi beamed. Then just wait. You're gonna be blown away. And I'm a little beauty now too, she added smugly. Hinata sighed. Hanabi. The younger girl simply winked and gave her sister a few subtle hand signs. Hinata understood, and blushed deeper. Neji smiled softly. They've grown so much. Has it really been 8 years? Hinata, you used to be so small. And now? Neji and II. Right. He held up his hands in surrender. I'm just proud. That's all. After a bit more teasing and laughter, Neji stood up. It's been a while since we sparred. You two come at me together. Hinata and Hanabi shared a look. Excitement sparked in their eyes. 1 hour later. Two sisters collapsed, panting, flat on the floor. Neji stood above them, only slightly winded but just slightly. Hinata had become a master of endurance and defense. She held out long enough to blunt even Neji's edge. Hanabi was pure chaos. Her surprise strikes nearly tagged Neji more than once. If not for her low stamina, things might have gone differently. But together they'd pushed him to the limit. He could see it clearly: one day, when their growth caught up to their creativity, he might actually lose. Not bad, Neji said, wiping sweat from his brow. Very not bad. I've taught them almost everything I can. The rest is up to them now. As Neji departed for the lab, the sisters remained on the mat. Hanabi groaned. Ugh. So close. Next time, she vowed, punching the air. We'll get him for sure. We just need a better plan. Hinata smiled. We'll train harder. Together. Their eyes gleamed with shared determination. Sister tag team. Unbreakable. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 123, 123. You did it. Returning to the heart of the village, Neji felt something different. The air in Konoha had shifted. It wasn't heavy anymore. The grim tension that had gripped the streets had lessened. The return of Tsunade had clearly steadied the hearts of many, like the village had finally found its spine again. Neji didn't linger. He quietly slipped through alleyways and headed toward the hidden entrance beneath a quiet shrine. Moments later, he was back in the sealed underground lab. Inside, Izumi had been waiting impatiently. The moment the entrance seal was released, she was already there. Welcome back, Neji. Neji opened his eyes as the light shimmered across the barrier. He stepped through and nodded calmly. I'm back. He began unbuttoning his uniform, handing it over to Izumi. Any updates? She took the clothes without missing a beat, reporting clearly. Zabuza and Haku have taken over training Karen, as you instructed. The trade agreement with the Land of Waves has also nearly been secured, we're close to complete control. Only one anomaly. Someone's been snooping around here. They didn't act, just came close, saw the barrier, then left. Neji's movements paused. Describe them. Izumi hesitated just slightly. He emerged from a tree. Literally. Like, part of the tree. His face was half black, half white. Spoke in two voices, like two people trapped in one body. And he mentioned Itachi, Kisame, and someone named Pain. Neji frowned. That confirmed it. Black Zetsu, Kagaya's will in disguise. A master manipulator. Either Pain sent him, or Toby did. Or maybe he was just sniffing around on his own. Regardless, it meant his lab was now noticed. Keep surveillance tight. Use the Mono Eye network, extend our visual grid to every sector. If anything breaches our sensors, I want to know immediately. He paused, then added, when Zabuza finishes his assignment, I'll have another mission ready. We'll need to return to the Land of Waves. But first, he had something more important to do. The teleportation jutsu archives had finally been decrypted. Whether or not he mastered the Flying Thunder God technique didn't matter. What mattered was understanding the mechanics, transportation. He had the surveillance. Now he needed mobility. If he could combine Mono Eye and teleportation, then true battlefield dominance would be his. And eventually. Tensigen. Steam hissed softly as Neji lowered himself into the warm water. After hours of combat and a full day of travel, his muscles ached, his body soaked with sweat. The bath was a relief. A fleeting comfort. But his mind was always moving. If Sasuke runs, it's his problem now. Tsunade is back in charge. Jiraiya can complain all he wants, but that pervy old man as Hokage. That would have been a disaster. After his bath, Neji gathered the chakra at his fingertips and performed a water manipulation seal. Moisture lifted off his skin, formed into a floating sphere, and splashed down a drain of a closed-loop recycling system. He dried off, dressed quickly, and headed toward the White Eye cultivation lab. Izumi followed quietly behind him. How's the White Eye experiment going? He asked. It's accelerating. We've reached a considerable amount. She opened the reinforced door, and Neji stepped in. Inside the room, thousands of Byakugan floated inside crystalline suspension tanks, glowing faintly under chakra lamps. It was a sight to behold, sterile, clinical, and eerie. Neji crossed his arms. There's enough to begin testing fusion. The final transformation, we still don't know how many will be required. In the original records, it was only mentioned that many were used to create the Tensigen. But many could mean thousands. Or tens of thousands. The civil war between main and branch families had made the supply complicated. Still, he could begin. Now. Izumi. Bring me the controller. She handed it to him wordlessly. Neji walked back to the entrance and adjusted the room's configuration via the control panel. The suspension tanks rotated, shifted, and reformed into a perfect ring, leaving an open circle in the center. Perfect, he muttered. In the middle of the formation sat one tank, untouched. Inside floated the original Byakugan he had recovered from a Hyuga heir's remains. Untainted. Pristine. This will be the base. Neji stepped forward. He infused his chakra into the tank, focusing it through his hands. Closing his eyes, he began to guide the raw, ocular chakra of both left and right eyes into resonance. Matching them, syncing their spiritual frequencies, it was like tuning instruments to the same note. Then. Snap. A soundless wave pulsed through the chamber. He stepped back to Izumi's side as the two white eyes inside the tank quivered. They pulled toward each other, like magnets. And then, they merged. No resistance. No rejection. No cracks. Just fusion. Still a Byakugan, visually unchanged, but now unified. The first step had been achieved. Izumi gasped then, unexpectedly, threw her arms around Neji. Caught by surprise, his face met her chest. Tall as she was, the embrace was suffocating. She stroked his hair gently. You did it, Neji. You actually did it. Her voice trembled, and tears streamed down her cheeks. This project had been her life. Their life. The culmination of years of forbidden knowledge, stolen science, and whispered dreams. He had succeeded, and that success hit her like a flood. Neji, stunned at first, felt the tension leave his body. He didn't resist. Let her cry. Just this once. After all, it wasn't just a scientific breakthrough. It was hope. Yo. I've just released a brand new fanfiction titled One Piece, Wind Fruit. If you've been enjoying this story, I'd love your support on the new one too. Check it out and let me know what you think. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 124, 124. I accept. Izumi's embrace lingered a few seconds longer before she let go, her face flushed. She stepped back and stood quietly at Neji's side. Some emotions didn't need words. Neji said nothing either, shifting his gaze to the fused Byakugan in the tank. The single eye now glowed faintly, stable, unified. It had begun its evolution. He attempted to merge a second pair but quickly realized the fusion stalled. The eye needed time to stabilize before continuing. Strange. Neji thought. How did they accomplish this on the moon? What kind of time scale were they working with? No way to know. He'd have to proceed slowly. Izumi, he said, design a monitoring system. I want real-time data on this ice changes. Understood, she nodded, already noting it down. With nothing more to be done for now, Neji left the lab, giving her final instructions on the device. He had other responsibilities, promises to keep, intel to gather, and one stop in particular, the Hokage building. He needed a few scrolls from the spatial jutsu archives. Izumi watched him leave, her eyes soft. By the time Neji made it out, the sun was almost at its peak. Lunchtime, he mused, then smirked. I'll drop by to see Lee and bring some food. Kakashi and Sasuke should be there too. Tsunade likely finished their treatments. But just as he reached the hospital. Boom. An explosion of water vapor and steam surged from the rooftop. A rainbow shimmered in the misty air. Neji looked up. Two figures flashed through the haze, one retreating in anger, the other in pursuit. Sasuke. The first shadow had been Sasuke, storming off after likely clashing with Naruto. The second, following closely, had Kakashi's chakra signature. Neji exhaled. So it started. No matter what the timeline, Sasuke's darkness was inevitable. Whether triggered by Itachi, jealousy, or power lust, this break was always coming. Let him go, Neji thought. More experience points for me when the Sound 4 come knocking. Especially Kimimaro. That one's worth a fortune. Lost in thought, Neji stepped into the hospital. Lee's room was ahead. From inside, voices filtered through the door, familiar ones. Thank you, Lady Tsunade, said Guy's voice. Now I can rest easy knowing Lee will recover. His injuries are similar to Neji's, Tsunade replied. But his body should never have withstood the fifth gate. Oh, that. Guy chuckled sheepishly. Actually. Since you're Hokage now, it's fine to share. That was Neji's idea, a special, healing seal, he developed. Neji froze in place just outside the room. Guy-sensei, you traitor. What happened to confidentiality? What happened to protecting my research? Neji turned on his heel, ready to abandon the visit altogether. But. Neji. You're back, a cheerful voice called. TenTen. She stood at the hallway entrance, carrying a takeout bag. I was just bringing Lee some lunch. Wait, did you get him something too? Neji sighed in resignation. Yeah, figured he might have skipped a meal. Together, they stepped inside. Ah, my students. In sync as always. Guy beamed, flashing a grin so bright it could blind. Ding. Sparkle. Ding. Another sparkle. Tsunade looked Neji over with a curious smile. Shizen hugged TenTen, chuckling softly at the warm group dynamic. Neji and TenTen laid their meals out. The rich aroma of food quickly filled the room, and Lee's eyes lit up like a child receiving a gift. But Tsunade had her gaze locked on Neji. Didn't expect you to be so well-versed in medical and sealing arts, she said, voice tinged with interest. No wonder I found that strange pattern when I treated you. That healing seal was yours, wasn't it? TenTen gasped. Wait, you were hurt. When? Neji raised an eyebrow. Didn't Guy-sensei tell you? TenTen spun toward Guy, clearly annoyed. Guy blinked, looking genuinely confused. I didn't mention that. My mistake. Must have slipped my mind. TenTen crossed her arms, puffed up with indignation. You forgot. Guy scratched his head and gave an apologetic thumbs up. Sorry, TenTen. Neji tried to slip out of the spotlight, but Tsunade gestured for him to follow her. Shizen gently stopped TenTen. Lady Tsunade wants to speak with him privately. At the end of the corridor, Tsunade rested a hand on the windowsill, gazing out at Konoha. I knew you had some medical skills, she said. But what you've done with that tattoo. The regenerative effect, the preservation, it's impressive. Guy said it can even prolong youth. Is that true? The wind stirred Neji's long hair. He met her gaze calmly. My research was inspired by you. I studied what I could from your public records and built on that knowledge. The sealing formula came after years of refinement. Tsunade blinked, a little stunned. She hadn't left much behind in the archives, not enough to develop anything close to what Neji had. But this boy had gone that far just on inference. He wasn't just talented. He was exceptional. A slow smile formed on her lips. Neji. Ever thought about becoming my student? Neji blinked. You want to take me as your apprentice? Tsunade waved a hand. Yeah. So what if you're a Hyuga branch member? You've got no caged bird seal. You're not chained to the clan anymore. You're free. Neji fell silent. No caged bird seal. No obligation to the clan's internal politics. Tsunade wasn't asking just because he was strong. She saw his potential in medical ninjutsu, sealing techniques, and maybe even more. This was an opportunity. The strength of 100 seal, chakra control at the cellular level, forbidden regenerative techniques. And beyond all that, political alliance. Accepting her meant more than learning. It meant protection. Influence. He didn't hesitate. Neji bowed deeply. I accept. Neji Hyuga greets his new master, Lady Tsunade. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 125, 125. I'll be gentle. Tsunade clapped Neji hard on the back, her tone full of pride. Good. Once I finish the current mess, I'll start training you properly. Yes, understood, sensei, Neji replied with composure. Tsunade grinned mischievously and reached for his face. Let me pinch those cheeks, kid. Neji leaned back swiftly. Please respect your student's dignity, Lady Tsunade. TCH, brat, she muttered, waving him off. Fine, go on then. We'll talk later. As Neji watched her walk away muttering, he couldn't help but feel a flicker of regret. What have I gotten myself into? Visions of brutal training sessions like Sakura's filled his head. Too late to turn back now. They returned briefly to the hospital room. Tsunade called out, Shizen, let's go. We've got a pile of work waiting. Yes, Lady Tsunade, Shizen nodded, and as she passed Neji, she gave him a subtle, knowing smile. She'd clearly seen this coming. Just as they were about to leave, Neji remembered. Sensei, one request. May I use the barrier room in the Hokage Tower? The one the third gave me clearance for. Sure, Tsunade replied casually. I'll have the guards notified. Use it whenever you need. Once they were gone, Guy practically teleported to Neji's side, wrapping one arm around his shoulders in an overly enthusiastic pose. Neji. I heard that right, didn't I? You just called Tsunade-sensei your teacher. You've become her apprentice. Yes, Neji said simply. There was no reason to hide it. Everyone would find out soon enough. Guy's smile exploded into fireworks. This calls for a celebr. No need, Neji cut him off swiftly. He already knew where Guy's brain was going, loud, absurd, and definitely shirtless. TenTen stood there stunned. You're training under Lady Tsunade. Neji, that's incredible. Congratulations. Neji took a seat, expression calm. It's still sinking in for me. But it does mean I'll have less time with you all. TenTen quickly shook her head. That's fine. We'll manage. You focus on what matters. Lee, nearby, gave a quiet nod of agreement. He'd already been briefed about the tattoo's effects by Guy and Tsunade. Without Neji's intervention, his shinobi career would have been over. Let's eat, Neji said. I brought more than enough. TenTen perked up. Right. Before it all gets cold. The four teammates shared lunch, laughter echoing like old times. Guy's sparkle-level smile could have blinded half the hospital. When lunch ended, Neji stood, turned to TenTen, and reached out his hand. TenTen, my tattoo formula is ready. Earlier, I asked Tsunade-sensei for permission to use the barrier room. If you're willing, would you be my first? TenTen blinked. Her heart skipped. The words hit her like lightning. I'm willing, she whispered, cheeks tinted pink as she placed her hand in his. Her head bowed, too shy to meet his eyes. Guy smiled proudly. Lee stared, wondering if he could get his own second chance. Neji looked at him. When you're fully recovered, I'll reapply the tattoo. This version will support opening the fifth gate. Lee's voice shook. Thank you, Neji. Guy just nodded with tears forming. I'll stay with Lee. You two go ahead, and good luck. Ding. Guy's thumbs up shimmered like polished chrome. Neji and TenTen made their way to the Hokage Tower. Inside the sealed barrier room, Neji triple-checked the seals and then locked the chamber. No one would interrupt them. TenTen was already seated inside the barrier, robe slightly loose, arms crossed over her chest as her heart pounded. Neji pulled out the scroll, prepared the ink, and readied the tool. TenTen, are you ready? Yes, she murmured, clutching her chest as if to hold her courage in place. I'll be gentle. He began. As the needle pierced, TenTen winced and then steadied herself. Neji's movements were precise and practiced, and unlike Lee's rough initiation, she felt only controlled pressure, not pain. A beautiful, rose seal began to bloom across her skin. It wasn't just aesthetic, it was functional, refined, and deeply personal. He worked for over an hour straight, focused entirely on her safety and balance. The chakra flowed as the final seal settled, forming a protective system embedded across her vital meridians. The large pattern faded, leaving only a subtle rose on her shoulder, barely visible under her robe. Neji exhaled and caught her as she slumped forward. You okay? He asked softly. Warm, she whispered with a drowsy smile. That means it's working, Neji replied. Sleep. Your body needs rest. TenTen's head leaned gently into his chest. MHM. She drifted off, peacefully. Neji leaned against the wall, equally exhausted. His eyes drooped shut. They'd both pushed themselves. Together, they dozed. Her cheek nestled against his collarbone, his temple resting lightly against her forehead. There was no awkwardness, only comfort. Trust. A quiet peace between two shinobi who had spent years in the same squad, finally bound by more than missions and training. A promise fulfilled. And the beginning of something deeper. Very deep. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 126, 126. Neji-senpai. You'll indulge me, won't you? Neji awoke to the gentle sensation of fingers lightly brushing his face. TenTen's hand froze as soon as his eyes fluttered open. You're awake, she whispered. He stirred his chakra to loosen the tightness in his body and let out a quiet breath. What time is it? TenTen blinked, uncertain. I don't know. Together, they sat up in the stillness of the Hokage Tower's barrier chamber. No one had come to disturb them. Let's head back. There was something unspoken in the air, soft, charged as they stepped out into the golden hues of the setting sun. The evening had draped itself over Konoha. The world was bathed in amber light, casting long shadows as the sun dipped low. Just a few steps from the tower, a figure leaning against a stone wall caught their eyes. TenTen stopped, surprised. Sasuke. You're here for me, Neji said calmly, cutting in before TenTen could say more. Sasuke slowly opened her eyes. She'd been there for a while. I've been waiting. After her conversation with Kakashi, she'd hunted down Neji's whereabouts through Lee and Guy, but it had taken longer than expected. What were you doing in there for so long? TenTen bristled, then flushed red as her mind jumped to the memory. She said nothing. Neji, on the other hand, was unmoved. That's not your concern. Remember the ninja code? Sasuke blinked. The reminder hit her. Emotions had gotten the better of her. You're right. I overstepped. It's fine. What did you want? Sasuke stared at him. Neji could feel the weight behind her silence. TenTen, he said quietly, turning to her, sorry. I can't join you for dinner tonight. She frowned slightly. Are you sure? Is everything all right? It's fine. Go on ahead. Okay. Still concerned, she gave Sasuke a wary glance before walking off into the fading light. Once she was gone, Neji faced her. We're alone now. Speak. Sasuke gave a nod and gestured. Follow me. With a blur, she vanished into the tree line. Neji sighed and followed. They arrived at one of Sasuke's usual training grounds, a clearing on the edge of the forest, scarred by countless drills and sparring sessions. She stood atop a stone, arms crossed, hair swaying behind her in the breeze. The darkness deepened around them. The sun had slipped away. Neji stood still below. Enough build-up. What do you want? Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Neji-senpai. I want to become stronger. Much stronger. And fast. She looked down, clenching her fists. The way I'm progressing, it's not enough. Not for what I have to do. Not to defeat him. Her voice quivered with the fire of obsession. So please train me again. Spar with me. Teach me. Like before. Neji already knew what was coming. The last fight with Itachi had shattered Sasuke's pride. The humiliation of being utterly overwhelmed had lit a fire in her that she couldn't extinguish. And now, she stood at a crossroads. If he agreed, she'd stay in Konoha. If he refused, she'd fall to Orochimaru's temptation. I can only teach you the basics, Neji said quietly. Beyond that, I can't help you. You already know why. Why not? My techniques use chi, gentle fist, or system-based skills you can't access. Sasuke's voice trembled. There's nothing you can give me. Neji's answer was a firm shake of his head. Silence. Her disappointment was palpable. The darkness had fully fallen. Sasuke stood in its embrace, while Neji remained beneath the last glimmers of light. The cursed seal on her neck pulsed with a dangerous glow. It didn't hurt anymore. Her body had adapted. Far away, Orochimaru grinned. The time has come. Send the sound for. Back in the darkened clearing, Sasuke opened her eyes again, now glowing with the crimson hue of the two-tomo Sharingan. Without a word, she sprang from her perch and lunged at Neji with a kunai. He caught her wrist mid-swing, expression calm. What are you doing? Her eyes, burning beneath loose strands of hair, didn't waver. I want to see your real strength, Neji-senpai. She twisted her arm and jerked him forward, her knee already rising to strike. Neji disengaged with a light leap, hands coming up defensively as he slid back. A grin curved Sasuke's lips. Come on, Neji-senpai, you'll indulge me, won't you? Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 127, 127. What I want. You can't give me. Sasuke. You. Neji barely finished speaking before several shurikens sliced through the air toward him. He sidestepped smoothly, eyes narrowing. So this was how it was going to be. If she wasn't going to listen, then he'd have to knock some sense into her. Damn it. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Sasuke's low voice echoed as chakra threads followed the arc of the shuriken, tightening midair as she yanked her fingers. Neji cut through the nearly invisible wires with a sharp palm swipe and swatted the shuriken away effortlessly. You know these tricks won't work on me, Sasuke. His voice was calm, almost tired. If you want me to show my real power, you'll have to do better than that. Sasuke didn't answer. Her fingers blurred through hand signs. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. A blazing inferno burst from her mouth, roaring across the training ground and lighting up the forest. Compared to that random Uchiha boy back in the day, this fireball was a stadium-sized upgrade. Still, Neji hated these kinds of jutsu the most, messy, flashy, and loud. TCH, always with the fire-breathing theatrics. Sparks shimmered around his palm as electricity began to crackle. He couldn't just blast it randomly, the fireball could ignite the forest. 25th level skill, Thunder Palm. Though downgraded temporarily, its strength was still ridiculous. He raised his hand. A massive lightning-charged palm materialized in the air, formed entirely of condensed electricity. It struck. Boom. The fireball collapsed under the electric assault, exploding backward with searing wind. A scorched crater formed behind it, but Sasuke wasn't there. Chidori. The high-pitched chirping of 1,000 birds echoed from above. She had used the fireball as cover. Before Neji could fully register it, Sasuke dove from the treetops, lightning lancing from her palm. She was serious. Was she trying to kill him? Damn. He caught her wrist mid-strike. The air buzzed with static. Sasuke's eyes widened, stunned. Neji's voice was quiet. He caught you the same way back then, didn't he? She froze. Then. She laughed. Dark, broken laughter that quickly turned into a choked cry. Again. I got caught again. I'm that weak, huh? Her chakra flickered. The Chidori fizzled out. Tell me, Neji-senpai. Am I really that useless? Her voice cracked as she dropped to her knees, tears streaking silently down her face. You're weaker than him, sure, Neji said quietly. But compared to the rest, you've already surpassed them. He paused, then added, but that's not what you want to hear. You just want the strength to avenge your clan. To surpass him. Sasuke looked up. That look in her eyes, he understood it. She didn't need comfort. She needed answers. Neji pulled her up, tore open the collar of her shirt, and placed his hand on the cursed seal. You've already adapted to it completely. He let go. She stumbled back, clutching her neck and glaring at him. You win, she whispered. But I never even saw how. You don't get it, do you? She muttered bitterly. I've always been grateful for your help. For your training. It's the only reason I've gotten this far. But I thought, once I mastered Chidori, I could reach you. I could reach him. She looked up at him, eyes hollow. I was wrong. Gaara's monster was crushed by you like it was nothing. That's when I realized. You've never shown us your full strength. Not once. You were always holding back. And now, you stopped my Chidori the same way he did. Neji turned away, letting out a long breath. I know what you're planning. Sasuke blinked. Then smirked bitterly. You're going to stop me. You already made your choice. Neji didn't look back. Do what you must. But remember, live with it. And with that, he left. Sasuke stood in the night, clutching her collar, eyes shining with a resolve that refused to fade. If Konoha couldn't give her what she needed, then Orochimaru would. She would heal. She would become stronger. And she would walk this path alone. Only he could offer what she truly desired. Neji walked through the silent woods, emotions tangled. Part of him wanted her to leave. Because honestly, Konoha had nothing left to offer her. Kakashi had nothing new to teach her. No one powerful enough would take her as a student. But Orochimaru? He had both knowledge and resources. So. Forgive me, Sasuke. A strange weight pressed on his chest. Was this guilt? He opened his system panel within the black void, a glowing fragment shimmered faintly. If his experience in the One Piece world meant anything, then his next targets were clear. The tailed beasts. Their chakra would yield fragments, the key to unlocking his next interface. With Sasuke's defection, the next major event was fast approaching. He had 3 years. 3 years before the Akatsuki began hunting Jinchuriki. But he couldn't move too soon. If they were provoked early, it could all spiral out of control. He needed time. Level 45 minimum to hold his own. Level 50. For certainty. 3 years. It would be enough. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 128, 128. The pursuit begins. Days had passed since Neji immersed himself in spatial ninjutsu research until Shikamaru came knocking. Neji, Sasuke has gone rogue. Lady Tsunade is assembling a trusted team. We need your strength. Is this an official mission? Shikamaru hesitated. Yeah, it is. Then let's go. Neji shut the door behind him with the kind of calm that made Shikamaru blink. Just before stepping off, Neji glanced back. What? Don't tell me you're not in a hurry. Ah, yeah. Of course. Then move. Shikamaru trailed behind, uneasy. Something about Neji's response didn't sit right with him. But he couldn't put his finger on it. Soon after, Shikamaru gathered Kiba, Naruto, and Choji. Lee was still recovering from injuries, and Shino Konoha's undefeated tactician was away on a mission. That left just the 5 of them. After briefing the team, an emotional Sakura rushed in and clung to Naruto, tears streaming down her face. Please, bring Sasuke back. Even if Sasuke had changed, even if she was now different, Sakura's feelings hadn't wavered. Naruto grinned reassuringly. I'll bring her back. No matter what. Because no matter what anyone said, a girl alone out there was in danger. He couldn't let that stand. Let's move, Neji said, his tone like steel. Right. Naruto shouted, full of fire. As the team departed, Lee and Sakura watched their silhouettes fade into the forest. Elsewhere, the Sound Four had already crossed beyond Konoha's reach, Sasuke traveling with them. Sakan, the leader of the squad, turned to her. This should be far enough. We've exited Konoha territory. Sasuke frowned. What's that supposed to mean? They'd fought before she knew she wasn't strong enough to take them all on. Each bore the curse mark, and they'd told her there was a second stage more powerful, more dangerous. Sakan gave a dark smile. Lord Orochimaru gave us one task. And that is. Sasuke's tone was guarded. To help you, die. Sasuke stiffened, confusion in her eyes. Not truly, Sakan clarified, pulling out a small vial. This is the awakening pill, It'll unlock the second stage of your curse mark. But it's intense. The pain will kill you, briefly. He explained further, the seal would consume her if not controlled. Their barrier jutsu would simulate death, allowing her to survive the transition. A dangerous gamble. Still, Sasuke didn't hesitate. She swallowed the pill. Moments later, darkness took her. The Sound Four quickly formed a seal, enclosing her body in a coffin-like container. Four flames formation. Seal, black binding. With the ritual complete, Sasuke lay in a state of suspended death. They hadn't gone far before they were intercepted by Konoha's reconnaissance shinobi, Genma and Rado. The clash was immediate and brutal. Outnumbered and outmatched by the second stage, Curse Mark, Genma, and Rado fell hard. With reinforcements too far and resources stretched thin, the others made the difficult choice to retreat. Shikamaru's team continued pursuit, relying on Kiba's keen sense of smell to track their enemies. As they closed the distance, Shikamaru stole a glance at Neji, his thoughts spinning. You knew Sasuke would defect, didn't you? Neji didn't even look his way. Yes. Shikamaru's gut sank. He was right. Then why didn't you stop her? I couldn't. Shikamaru stopped in his tracks. Then why help us chase her down? Neji's gaze remained cold. It's a mission. Seriously. Shikamaru stared at him. You really mean that? After a long pause, Neji finally said, as a friend. I respect her choice. Shikamaru fell silent. Neji, sometimes being a friend means not letting someone destroy themselves. With that, he walked off, his pace quickening. Neji watched him go, quietly. They saw things differently. If Sasuke truly had a choice, she wouldn't have chosen Orochimaru. She wouldn't have abandoned Konoha. But now, stopping her wouldn't save her. Delaying Orochimaru's plan might. Neji had his reasons, extracting DNA samples from Sanin and Kimimaro for research, gaining field experience, and most importantly, buying Sasuke time. If Orochimaru succeeded in taking her body, it was game over. And that, Neji would never allow. Eventually, they entered enemy territory. Shikamaru stopped Naruto just before he could trigger a trap. Neji scanned the field with his Byakugan. They're close. Resting. Vulnerable. The Sound Four were camped, still recovering from their earlier battle. The second stage had taken a heavy toll. Sakan cursed under his breath. Damn it. We're wasting time. We needed to go all out to take down two Jonin, one replied. Without full strength, we'd be dead. Silence fell. They needed rest, whether they liked it or not. On the other end, Shikamaru finalized a battle plan. But it was too late. As soon as he peeked through the branches, the enemy knew they were there. Neji's voice cut through the tension. No point hiding. They've spotted us. Sasuke's in that coffin. With a flick of his finger, Neji deflected a kunai laced with 3 explosive tags just before it detonated nearby. Sakan narrowed his eyes at the intruders. Well, looks like we've got some real opposition. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 129, 129. Step aside. I'm about to. Wait. Shikamaru shouted, raising both hands as he stepped forward. Let's not escalate this, we're not here to start a fight. We just want to talk. Kidomaru sneered, unimpressed. With a flick of his arm, 3 figures were yanked from the trees above, Naruto, Kiba, and Choji, dangling by transparent threads around their ankles. What's your excuse for this? He smirked. Kiba instantly hurled a smoke bomb to the ground, boom, clouding the battlefield in seconds. Useless. Kidomaru's fingers twitched, manipulating the invisible wires. You can't escape. I've laced this entire area with chakra threads thinner and tougher than steel. You won't even see them until it's too late. Shikamaru whistled. Wow, didn't expect that kind of skill from you. Seriously impressive. Kidomaru's expression darkened. Impressed enough to die. Because I'm about to His limbs locked in place. What? My body. Shikamaru smirked. Sorry, I've got a few tricks of my own. Thanks for standing still long enough for shadow possession jutsu. Naruto pumped a fist. Nice one, Shikamaru. Sakan sighed. Ugh, such a headache. But you think he's the only one with powers? Jirobo slapped both palms to the ground. Earth release barrier, Earth prison dome of magnificent nothingness. The ground erupted. Shuriken flew toward Shikamaru Neji and deflected them, but the connection to his shadow jutsu broke. The paralysis failed. The massive earthen dome locked them in. Leave them to me, Jirobo muttered. Time to replenish my strength. Fine, Kidomaru said, lifting Sasuke's coffin over his shoulder. Don't take too long. The three departed quickly while Jirobo stood guard. Inside the dome, Naruto and Kiba launched attack after attack, but the earth barely chipped. Damn it. Kiba growled. Neji stopped them cold. Don't waste energy. This isn't just earth, it's infused with chakra and actively draining ours. Everyone felt it. Their chakra was leaking with every breath. Shikamaru turned to Neji. You've got a plan, right? Neji nodded. I do. Naruto jumped. Then get on with it already. Break this stupid wall. Neji gave him a cold glare. Naruto shrank back. Right. My bad. Shikamaru grinned. You want to split them up and pick them off one by one. Exactly. Neji studied the wall's chakra pattern, compact, like a miniature planetary devastation. Designed to seal and drain, not just trap. Choji. You'll take him. Me. Choji blinked, then nodded seriously. I can do it. He might not stand out, but Neji had helped train him hard. As a member of the Akimichi clan, the bigger his body, the stronger his techniques. Good. When the wall breaks, Jirobo's yours. Neji stood back. Step aside, he said calmly. I'm about to, cough. Show off a little. Naruto and Kiba gave him space immediately. Go ahead, boss. Lightning sparked in Neji's palm. Thanks to Gai-sensei's training and Kakashi's extremely detailed notes on the Chidori. Naruto stared. Wait. That's not Chidori. He shut his mouth. If Neji wanted to call it Chidori, who was going to argue? Naruto had just learned Raiznan. Neji already had that mastered, and now this too. What didn't the guy know? Neji raised his hand. Thunder Spiral Strike, LV, 35 skill. Electricity surged into his hand, forming a concentrated blade of lightning quieter than Chidori but far more refined. No birdsong, just raw voltage. Everyone else gulped. This was going to hurt. Outside, Jirobo smirked while absorbing their chakra. Then, he froze. A light flickered through the cracks. What the hell? Boom. The wall exploded outward in a violent flash of lightning, blasting him backward. He hit the dirt, groaning, blood soaking through a gash across his torso. Neji stepped out of the dust. You dodged. Not bad. Should be manageable for Choji. Jirobo gasped, hand pressed to the wound. That hit hard. But he couldn't fail. If he let them pass now, Orochimaru's entire plan could collapse. He grits his teeth and slams a palm to the ground, summoning chakra. The ground rumbled again. Earth release, tombstone dumpling. A boulder the size of a house rose into the sky. He hurled it with a roar. Move. Kiba shouted. Neji stood firm. Choji stepped forward, fists clenched. Human boulder. His body spun into a giant rolling cannonball, smashing straight through the boulder. Neji cleared the debris midair with a palm strike. Jirobo stared, stunned. They're still standing. Choji stood tall, blocking the path. You guys go ahead. I've got this. The others nodded and took off. Naruto shouted back, kick his fat butt, Choji. Will do. Choji grinned. No one else could call him that, but saying it about someone else. That was fine. Jirobo glared. You're fat too. Choji puffed out his cheeks. I'm not like you. The two charged like sumo titans, their fists crashing together in a brutal test of strength. One injured. One at full power. Jirobo could still transform, burn life force to boost power. Too bad. So could Choji. This fight was far from over. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 130, 130. TenTen puts that to shame. The distant explosion behind them rumbled through the trees, but Neji's team didn't look back. They knew better. Choji might be quiet. Round. Easy to overlook. But when did he fight seriously? He was stronger than most, way stronger. However, if you asked who was strongest among them, well, that was a different matter. Because Neji never showed them his full strength. Except maybe once during the Chunin exams against Gaara. That alone was enough to leave them shaken. So as they pressed forward, Shikamaru etched a quick marker on a tree, trusting Choji would catch up. Then he turned to the others. I've got an idea. It's risky, but we might be able to take Sasuke back without a full fight. Shikamaru's plan. Pretend to be Jirobo and trick the Sound Four into handing over Sasuke's coffin. But the enemy wasn't that gullible. They saw through the ruse instantly and left Kidomaru behind to stop them. After a messy scuffle, Neji stepped forward. It's time. You guys go on. His ability is built for counters too dangerous for a group. Shikamaru nodded. 6 arms. Chakra threads like spider webs. Stronger than Jirobo, no question. No one argued. They slipped away while Neji faced the spider Nin head-on. Sorry. You're fighting me now. Neji's eyes were shut, posture calm, almost inviting. Kidomaru scoffed. You're blind, huh? Cute. I'll enjoy turning you into a squirming bug in my web. And I never said they could leave. With a sudden thrust of his hand, chakra threads launched dozens straight toward the retreating group. But Neji didn't flinch. I said. I'm your opponent. Energy orb. A glowing sphere swirled to life in Neji's palm, growing rapidly. It expanded into a 3-meter-wide vortex, sucking in every chakra thread in its path. Kidomaru's threads snapped midair. What the hell? That was new. Interesting, Kidomaru muttered. So you are the strongest of them. He licked his lips. Even better. Hunting strong prey is way more satisfying. He cracked his neck and grinned wickedly. Let's play for 3 minutes, shall we? With that, he began spitting webs. Lots of them. Neji's eyes narrowed. So disgusting. I hate mouth-based jutsu. He raised a finger. Life return, activated channeling blood energy, chi, and chakra to his fingertips. Shurgun, dragon fang. With life return, Neji reshaped his arms like living weapons. A barrage of razor-sharp chi projectiles burst from his fingers, each one shaped like a dragon's fang. Bang. 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 The air turned white with the onslaught. No thread survived. The web was shredded into snow-like fragments. One fang nicked Kidomaru's cheek, blood dripping. His eyes widened. That could have killed me. Then dozens more fangs rained down. Kidomaru barely dodged, vanishing with a body replacement jutsu. Clever, Neji said calmly. 6 arms make it easier to form seals unnoticed. He looked up. Kidomaru had activated his curse mark, stage 1. Close one. The spider Nin muttered, floating above. Then Neji said. Did you really dodge all of them? Kidomaru's eyes widened. Blood burst from his body, tiny cuts slicing across his limbs. What? Despite activating his spider gold defense armor formed from hardened sweat, he'd still been pierced. Damn it. This guy's no joke. Kidomaru's face twisted. You've pissed me off. He slammed his hand to the ground. Summoning jutsu. A massive demonic spider appeared, hanging upside down in the web canopy, its sheer size casting a shadow over the forest floor. Let's see how long you can last, hotshot. I bet that technique drains chakra like crazy. He snapped his fingers. Scatter. Tiny spiders exploded from the summon, rushing toward Neji from every direction. Still calm, Neji didn't move. Kidomaru smirked. Now. Torrents of web fluid burst from every angle, thick, sticky, and disgusting. He expected Neji to counter with rotation. But Neji had no intention of touching that filth. Instead. Lion's roar. A guttural shout tore from his throat, chi compressed into a wave of vibrating sound. The air shimmered. The webbing froze mid-flight. The spiders froze too, vibrating like dying motors. Pop. 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 They exploded. Kidomaru winced, clutching his ears. Even from this distance, the sound hurt. He grits his teeth. Time to finish this. With a twitch of his finger, blades formed from hardened webbing launched into the air, dozens of them. Web kunai storm. Let's see you deal with this. A full-on barrage. Like rain. And he was right, Neji couldn't unleash another lion's roar so soon. His throat would be wrecked. But Neji had other options. Rotation. He spun like a storm, his chakra sphere deflecting every single blade in a blinding dome of force. The ground cracked beneath him. When the dust cleared, Neji stood tall. Not a scratch on him. He smirked. You think that was impressive? TenTen's daily training puts that to shame. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 131, 131. Disbelief. No way. Kidomaru stared in disbelief. His rain of spider blade kunai, every single one deflected. Not a scratch. And it wasn't just defense. It was rotation, chakra heavy, exhausting. But Neji wasn't even winded. Where the hell is all that chakra coming from? Kidomaru gritted his teeth. He'd survived the massacre of sound's worst. He'd been branded with Orochimaru's curse mark and lived. He wasn't supposed to feel this helpless. This ends now. Curse mark, stage 2. His body twisted, contorted, transforming into something monstrous. 5 limbs stabilized him atop a massive bow made from webbing. He clenched an arrow between his teeth, one hand helping draw the bowstring taut. His grotesque form trembled with tension. Neji had stopped spinning. Kidomaru narrowed his eyes. Locked on. This was his strongest technique. A sniper's kill shot. No one had survived it. Twang. The arrow launched with terrifying force. Trees bowed under the shockwave as it ripped the air apart. Boom. The impact rocked the forest. Dust exploded skyward in a cloud. Kidomaru smirked. Gotcha. He floated downward, eager to see the ruin he'd left behind. The smoke cleared. Neji was still standing. Unscathed. No. Not unscathed, holding the arrow between 2 fingers. Kidomaru's blood turned to ice. He caught it, with his bare hand. You've been a good opponent, Neji said. Thanks for the data. Kidomaru staggered back, but the pain in his chest stopped him. He looked down. His own arrow. Embedded in his heart. The same one Neji had caught. You're the monster. Neji gave a faint smile. Appreciate the compliment. Kidomaru collapsed, eyes still wide in disbelief. Neji crouched, plucked a bead of blood into a container, and methodically harvested a few tissue samples. Excellent material. Useful for at least 3 years of biological analysis. He looked eastward, chakra pulsing at the edge of his senses. Orochimaru's patience must be wearing thin. He was right. Inside a crumbling hideout, Orochimaru winced, his host body failing. The Sound 4 had stalled too long. He had no choice. Kimimaro. The white-haired youth bowed. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Retrieve Sasuke, now Sasuke. Kimimaro was still fresh out of experimental enhancement. Perfectly obedient. Utterly deadly. Kimimaro arrived swiftly, retrieved Sasuke's coffin, and vanished again. In his wake, chaos erupted. Shikamaru versus Tayuya. Kiba versus Sakan and Yukon. Naruto, sprinting for the final retrieval mission. And just in time, Neji arrived at one hell of a scene. Kiba was on the ground, bleeding. Yukon's grotesque head emerged from Kiba's shoulder, having forcibly fused with his body. But Kiba wasn't panicking. He was smiling. You picked the wrong host, pal. Yukon froze. Kiba stabbed his own shoulder, not flinching once. What are you doing? Kiba coughed blood but grinned wide. Guess you didn't expect that, huh? Share a body with me, and I'll make damn sure it's your last mistake. Yukon's scream echoed as Kiba raised his kunai for a second strike. No. I'll die. That's the idea. He swung. But a hand caught him mid-strike. Neji. Easy. I think you made your point. Kiba grinned weakly. Still dramatic as ever. You tried to die, idiot. I scared him off, didn't I? Yukon pulled free, furious. How dare you trick me? Worked, didn't it? Kiba wheezed. Neji turned to Yukon with cold eyes. You're done. Yukon backed away and froze. A second figure stepped into view. Painted face. Puppet bundle on his back. Kankuro. Yo. Heard you needed backup. Yukon looked between them, twitching. Left arm, gone. Don't bother, Neji said. You're not surviving this. Yukon tried to re-enter Sakan's body, but it was too late. Thunder spiral strike. Lightning flashed. Neji vanished. He reappeared with his hand through Yukon's chest. Over. Electricity exploded from within, charring Yukon from the inside out. Kankuro winced. Yikes. Overkill much? Neji didn't respond. He calmly collected blood and tissue, placing it into vials. Always good to have spares. Sakan's DNA is still viable. With backup arrived and the others regrouping, Neji focused again. One more presence. Naruto was still ahead. But there was another chakra signature. Unfamiliar. And when Neji locked on with his Byakugan, he blinked. No way. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 132, 132. The Hyuga clan's sage body. Neji hadn't expected this. Apparently, Orochimaru had injected feminizing hormones into Kimimaro. At first glance, the now lithe figure looked uncannily like Kaguya herself. Disturbing resemblance. Absolutely terrifying. Oh, right. It's Uncle Orochimaru, now. Gotta respect your master's old colleagues. Still, Neji was almost impressed. Orochimaru hadn't wasted the experimental hormone batch Neji gave him, he'd actually used it on Kimimaro. Which also meant the healing formula had worked. Kimimaro was no longer dying. That changed everything. Neji's lips curved faintly as he skimmed his item storage. If Kimimaro's condition had stabilized, she would have just become prime research material. Elsewhere, in a creeping tangle of pitcher plants, a strange duo was watching. "Mom," the black-faced side of Zetsu murmured. "What was that?" asked the white side, blinking. "Nothing." Sure didn't sound like nothing. The black half said nothing more. But internally, Zetsu was reeling. Someone from that clan had returned. And she was stronger than expected. Neji rushed forward, chakra light trailing behind him. He passed the remnants of Shikamaru's battle, catching wind of Temari's windstorm and ripping apart the enemy's genjutsu-based sound attacks. Always lands the perfect counter, Neji mused. Temari was good at what she did. Across the battlefield, Tayuya gritted her teeth. With her genjutsu sound swept away by slicing gales, she had no way to regain control. And now. They were both looking up. She blinked. What are they? Wham! Neji dropped like a meteor, landing his falcon drop directly on her. He didn't hold back. Vision impaired, emotions neutral, he never pulled punches when fighting women. The crater said it all. Tayuya lay unmoving at the bottom. Neji launched from the crater with the second burst of his technique, vanishing into the trees again. Temari scowled. Do all leaf ninjas casually kill people mid-flight like that? Shikamaru leaned against a tree, exhausted. We're not all like him. Neji. Yep. So don't blame us. Temari clicked her tongue. At the forest's edge, in a clearing of grass, the coffin containing Sasuke pulsed. Kimimaro paused mid-step, gaze locked. It's happening. With a burst. Boom. The coffin shattered. Sasuke emerged. The curse mark faded from her body, sealing itself away. Naruto. He stumbled to a stop. Sasuke. No response, only a quiet, unsettling laugh. It made Naruto's skin crawl. Why? Why'd you go with these freaks? You had us. You didn't need to join him. Sasuke didn't reply. She turned her back. Get back here. Sasuke. A whisper at his ear. Too late. Kimimaro stood behind him, bone blade ready to strike. Shuinpa, high kick. Crack. Neji's kick slammed Kimimaro through a tree. He landed beside Naruto. Go. She's yours to deal with. Naruto blinked, stunned. Right. Got it. He took off after Sasuke. Kimimaro rose slowly, brushing off the dust. She locked eyes with Neji. I see. I'll have to kill you first. You can try. Name. Neji. In a flash, their fists collided, raw taijutsu versus refined form. Kimimaro was fast and lethal. But Neji was smoother, fluid. Every jab Kimimaro threw was answered with a counter. At every angle she tried, Neji redirected her flow. It was like punching into a web of flowing water. She was trapped. She knew it. No good. I'm losing rhythm. Years of killing instinct screamed change tactics. She backed off and switched forms. Dance of the Camellia. Her bones extended into sharpened blades, thrusting and spinning with pinpoint speed. But Neji only smiled. So this is the Kaguya bloodline. If the Uchiha and Senju represent the eyes and body of the sage, then Hyuga and Kaguya are the mirror match, the eyes and the flesh. And this is the piece we're missing. He stepped forward. 6 powers, Kami-e. His body moved like drifting paper, light, effortless. Kimimaro's strikes passed through the air, hitting nothing. He was no longer dodging, he was dissolving. Her blade missed again. And then. Gale combo. A shoulder crash. A spinning elbow to the gut. A crushing palm to the chest. Kimimaro flew back, rolling across the grass. Her chest heaved. Her lungs barely caught air. So strong. She coughed. He's not normal. Neji cracked his neck, flexing his fingers. You're good. He stepped forward. But you're not ready. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 133, 133. Believe in him. Kimimaro was breathing hard now, clutching her chest. Her eyes locked on Neji, frustration simmering beneath her calm. Strength. Speed. Skill. He outclassed her in all 3. And for the first time in years, she felt the sharp edge of inferiority. But she couldn't fail. Not for Orochimaru. Her resolve hardened. Kimimaro yanked her shirt open, revealing tightly bound wrappings across her chest, barely restraining the pulsating power beneath. Cracks ran from the cloth to her collarbone. If Neji could see, he'd be dead already, she thought grimly. Bone spikes erupted from her arms. The pain would have stopped most shinobi cold. But she was Kaguya blood. Let me show you true Kekkei Genkai. Her fingers split, pale bone tips clicking outward. Dance of the 10 finger bullets. 10 sharpened finger bones launched like bullets. Neji's brow twitched. Chakra barrier. A golden-orange dome shimmered into existence around him. The bone bullets slammed into it like high-velocity rounds into bulletproof glass. Cracks formed, but it held. Kimimaro narrowed her eyes. TCH. That's not all I've got. Another volley. The barrier groaned. Neji stayed calm. But can you actually hit me? Her third strike came fast. The barrier shattered. But Neji was already gone. A blur appeared behind her. She turned just in time to see his fist descending. Too late. She activated a defensive reflex, spiked ribs erupting from her torso. The punch passed through her. Decoy. Boom. The real strike came from behind. Her body cratered into the earth, bouncing violently before skidding into the grass. Blood flew from her lips as her bones rattled. Kimimaro barely caught her balance. That speed, just now. She locked eyes on Neji again. His body radiated a green aura. His skin flushed red. He's using a power-up technique, just like me. Red markings pulsed across her skin. Her complexion darkened to a dusky brown. Spinal bones tore from her back, forming a jagged, grotesque armor. Her tail lashed, extending with each breath. From elegance to beast. Her bones pierced the soil, anchoring her like a creature of war. She exhaled. The ground cracked beneath her. Then, launch. She shot forward. Collision. Two shadows clashed, bone versus body, primal versus precise. Each strike broke something. Each counter shattered something else. A rib flew across the field, embedding itself in a tree. Gaara narrowed his eyes. Kankuro whispered, "This isn't a battle we can help with." Temari scowled. "I hate to admit it, but if anyone interferes now, we'll get torn apart." Gaara's voice was low. "We don't need to. That man, he'll win." Back among the wounded, Shikamaru and Kiba watched the battlefield tremble. Even in pain, both managed to smile. "Still Neji," Kiba muttered. Shikamaru sighed. "But, the coffin's gone. And Naruto's not here." "Don't blame me," Kiba coughed. "Akamaru's out. No tracking." Kankuro raised a brow. "You expecting puppets to sniff your friend out?" A sudden gust swept through the grasslands. Gaara had to raise a sand wall to block it. The clash had escalated. Back at the center. Neji released his 8 gates, gate of life. The red faded from his skin. The green glow vanished. He exhaled slowly. "Damn," he muttered, shaking out his hands. Hard bones. He couldn't keep showing high-level moves in front of witnesses. Not unless he wanted to give away everything. Still, brute force wouldn't end this. It was time. He removed the upper half of his tunic, revealing tattooed glyphs and clan sigils that glowed faintly with chakra. Tiger dragon roar. He crossed his arms, fists blazing with chi. Tiger's cry from his knuckles. Dragon's growl from his heels. A low breath tightened his muscles. Across the field, Kimimaro ripped her own spine from her body, her ultimate weapon. Dance of the Clematis, Vine. Shuinpa. Neji vanished. Kimimaro struck out instinctively. Her spine weapon snapped outward, trapping the space where he'd been. She yanked it tight. "Got you." With a snarl, she plunged her other arm forward, transforming into a long, serrated bone lance. She stabbed straight through the trapped target. Die. Thunk. The spear struck clean. Temari stood up. Gaara stopped her with a hand. "Believe in him." As Kimimaro yanked her spine weapon tight. The target burst into mist. Another decoy. Too late. Neji materialized at her blind spot, his form solid and focused. Twin impact. 2 punches. First, jaw. Second, gut. Kimimaro choked. Eyes wide. The tailbones drooped. The bone armor cracked. She was out of time. Out of chakra. Out of breath. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 134, 134. Storm of questions. The battlefield was scorched. Ash and smoke curled upward in the wind, clinging to the broken grassland where Neji's last technique had detonated. Kimimaro, barely standing, forced herself upright, expression blank. But Neji was already gone. A second later, from above. Phantom burst. Lightning crackled as dozens of clones exploded around her in a thunderstorm of illusions. Art is explosion. Neji had been spending too much time around Deidara's stolen files. The ground blew apart. The earth trembled. By the time the smoke cleared, the grass was charred black for acres around. At the epicenter stood Kimimaro, smoldering. Bone armor cracked and blackened. Breath labored. I almost didn't block that. She looked around, no sign of Neji. Her body froze. Her shadow was shrinking. Fast. She looked up. Too late. A massive spiraling orb of energy bore down on her from above. Spiral chakra field. Kimimaro barely had time to shout, "Dance of the seedling fern." A forest of bones erupted from the earth, thousands of ivory spikes stabbing skyward to meet the descending vortex. The two forces collided. And for a moment, it seemed like Kimimaro could hold. But the spiral orb swelled. Its power doubled. Kimimaro's resolve shattered with the bones. Boom. The blast flattened everything. Even Gaara had to raise a sand barrier to shield the others from the shockwave. When the dust settled, Neji stood alone at the crater's edge. Kimimaro was gone, at least from view. All that remained were blackened bones and scraps of scorched fabric. Temari narrowed her eyes. Did he finish it? Gaara didn't answer. But Neji turned toward them, calm and composed. I'm leaving the wounded to you. I've still got a mission. He vanished before anyone could protest. Seriously? Temari snapped. He thinks he can order us around. Kankuro agreed. Who even is this guy? Just some leaf shinobi. Quiet, Gaara said. We're taking them back to Konoha. Kankuro, huh? What happened to my psycho brother who didn't listen to anyone? Kankuro sulked as he summoned his puppets to carry Shikamaru and Kiba. Could you be a bit more gentle? Shikamaru asked. Kankuro glared at him. You want to piggyback instead? I'll shut up. Meanwhile, in the forest, Naruto vs. Sasuke had come to an end. Rain poured. Sasuke stood victorious, wounded but standing. She stared at Naruto's unconscious body, lying in the mud. She had the chance to finish it. But she didn't. Sorry, Naruto. Her scratched leaf headband slipped from her forehead, landing beside him. Then she turned and walked away. At the edge of the forest, Sasuke stopped. A lone figure stood beneath a black umbrella, leaning against a tree. You. Her voice cracked with emotion. You left me. You gave up on me. Neji said nothing at first. He simply walked over and held the umbrella above her head. A soft green glow bloomed in his palm, healing chakra. So gentle. So unexpected. You needed support. But I had none to offer. I'm sorry, Sasuke. Sasuke looked away, jaw tight. Why? Why do people always act like they care, only to leave? It was the same with him. And now you. If Neji had heard that thought, he might have screamed, I treat all my subjects equally. I trained you, didn't I? But instead, he just smiled softly. He opened his eyes. Sasuke froze. Your eyes, they have healed. Neji looked at her calmly. Didn't expect you to grow up this beautiful. Makes me wonder what you looked like before. Why you? Words failed her. He didn't try to explain. He just pulled a necklace from his robe, a white pendant. With a pulse of chakra, it morphed into a sleek, stylized mask. This is my gift to you, Neji said. For the road ahead. What's it for? You'll understand when you wear it. Then I wanted to say, lightning. Neji smiled faintly. He had been thinking of inscribing his name, but would do. With a soft hum, the word burned into the mask. The mask reverted into pendant form, and Neji handed it and the umbrella to Sasuke. You're a woman now. Don't catch cold in the rain. He turned to go. I'll be waiting for you. 3 years from now. Before she could question anything further, he vanished. Leaving her standing there, confused. Speechless. Why? Why help her? Why say goodbye so softly? She stared at the umbrella, then down at the necklace. Neji. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Neji stood beside his clone, who now carried the barely breathing Kimimaro. Right on time, he said. He looked to the east, sensing a new chakra approaching. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 135, 135. Wake up, Kimimaro. Kimimaro lay still, her body wrapped tight like a mummy. But this wasn't a burial. It was preservation. Neji stood over her, calm and composed. The clone holding her had dissolved. Only the real one remained. He reached up and unclipped the pendant around his neck, a sleek, silver medallion engraved with the kanji, thought. He poured chakra into it. Poof. Smoke exploded around him. When it cleared, he was dressed head to toe in sleek black, fitted combat suit, formal vest, tie, and a wide-brimmed fedora. A white half-mask obscured his face. The signature uniform of Organization D, professional. Discreet. Deadly. And no, not a coffin-carrying meme squad. This wasn't cosplay. The suit was battle-ready, woven with chakra-conductive fibers, resistant to elemental damage, and tailored for mobility. Moments later, two figures arrived, silent and swift. Neji tossed Kimimaro's sealed form to them without ceremony. Take her back to the base. Give me your pendants. I'll issue replacements. They nodded, removing their masks and revealing the faces of Zabuza and Haku. Both had been sent to the land of waves under Neji's command. He took back their old pendants marked /An white and handed them 2 new ones. More smoke. More suits. 2 new agents, fully geared. Also, take these, Neji said, handing 5 polished black spheres to Haku. Set them into the chamber slots. You'll know where. With curt nods, the duo vanished, no questions asked. Mission protocol. Just the way Neji liked it. Back in Konoha, the aftermath was settling. Choji was hospitalized. Naruto and Kiba were both badly hurt. Shikamaru had minor injuries. Neji, unsurprisingly, walked away unscathed. In Tsunade's office, Neji gave a full, clinical report. She sighed heavily. Have them rest and recover. That's an order. Neji bowed. Understood. Later, Shikamaru sat on his hospital bed, haunted by failure. He'd been the leader and in his mind, he'd failed. Neji, visiting, placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't dwell on it. But from now on, meet me every day for a month. Training. Shikamaru flinched. Every day. You want to stay weak? Fine. Neji smirked to himself. 30 days of training. That's 30 days of free XP. And once Naruto and the others recovered. Even more. But right now he had other matters. Kimimaro was en route to his lab. Back at the Land of Waves D-base, Zabuza and Haku had already returned. Awaiting them, Karen, red-haired, sharp-eyed, and currently Neji's field medic in training. Sir, Haku said through the communication crystal. We've returned. Instructions. Neji activated the channel. His voice, altered and mechanical. Place the 5 spheres in the array chamber. Align with the glyphs. Don't mess it up. Roger. Neji and Izumi stood in the mirrored array chamber back at the main lab, both dressed in formal black. The circular platform beneath them was etched with ancient runes and 5 empty recesses. Izumi took the spheres and slotted them in, each one pulsing with violet light. The glyphs activated. The runes lit up in concentric rings. Across space and time, at the base in the Land of Waves, the same formation activated. Perfect synchronization. The runes shifted, distorted, and restructured into something far more complex. Neji's eyes gleamed. It worked. He reached for Izumi's hand. Ready. She nodded. Let me show you real spacetime ninjutsu. Transfer technique, version 1.0. 5 seconds passed. Then, flash. They vanished. In the base's array room. Flash. 2 figures appeared. Zabuza and Haku staggered back. Even Karen was wide-eyed. Is that a teleportation jutsu? Neji emerged first, brushing off his sleeves. Still masked. Still elegant. Yes. You'll get used to it. He gestured casually. Now bring me what I asked for. To the lab. A few minutes later. Kimimaro's sealed form had been delivered. Neji rolled up his sleeves. Everyone else was gone. The lights in the lab dimmed. Only the surgical bay remained lit. He placed his hand on the bandaged form. Unseal. Cloth unraveled. There she was. Still unconscious. Still. Perfect. But this wasn't just scientific curiosity. He was playing a deeper game. Each of the hormones he'd sent to Orochimaru had been enhanced. Laced with deep suggestion triggers. Triggers that made whoever used them subtly associate their loyalty and their emotional core with him. Over time, it would grow. Loyalty. Devotion. Trust. Not through genjutsu. Through pure psychological reconditioning. And that last injection. The one he gave just before sealing her. It activated the buried programming. Soon, she would see him as the one who mattered most, maybe with respect, maybe with admiration, maybe. He paused. Thanks, Orochimaru. You did all the hard work. Even if you turned her into a woman. Neji cleared his throat. Not the worst outcome. He poured chakra into his palm. The seal glowed. Kimimaro stirred. Fingers twitched. Eyelashes fluttered. Wake up. Neji's voice was low, almost kind. Wake up, Kimimaro. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 136, 136. The foundation is set. In the void of unconsciousness, Kimimaro drifted. The last thing she remembered. A man reaching toward her, his eyes closed, hand extended. She awoke with a sharp inhale. The bright lights overhead forced her to squint, pupils adjusting. She'd been here before. Restraint. Cold air. Artificial calm. These were the signs of being researched. She looked around. A lab. White walls. Ceiling arrays. Then, him. The man in black. Her eyes narrowed. She tried to summon her chakra. Nothing. Her bloodline. Suppressed. Her body was still recovering, the systems inactive. She sat up slowly. The sterile gown clung loosely to her new frame. White strands of hair fell across her cheeks as she held her head, still dizzy. Who are you? The man in the mask spoke. It's me. He removed it. The pale eyes said it all. White eyes. Hyuga. Her gaze sharpened in recognition. I see, that explains it. You spared me because I'm Kaguya clan. Neji tilted his head, intrigued. I wasn't sure you'd remember. Only vaguely, Kimimaro said. The Kaguya and Hyuga clans had relations long ago. I heard whispers, even in confinement. So that's why. Her voice was calm. Too calm. She wasn't surprised to be alive. Only surprised by the reason. You fought for Orochimaru, Neji said. That shocked me more than your survival. Kimimaro lowered her head slightly. Lord Orochimaru. There was no bitterness in her tone. Just the truth. I failed him. That's enough to be discarded. Neji said nothing, letting her speak. I was a tool. If the tool breaks, it's abandoned. I've seen it before. This isn't unusual. She looked up at him, solemn. What do you want from me? Neji's gaze locked with hers. Your bloodline. Your body. Your legacy. Kimimaro blinked. I'm a woman now. Yeah. Not a problem. She shrugged. Fine. If I have no purpose left, use me. I don't care. It was said with no self-pity. Just mechanical certainty. But Neji recognized the telltale signs. The psychological bonding agent worked. Subtle. Controlled. Shaped by personal loss and unconscious longing for identity. Then become mine. Okay. Just like that. Neji smiled beneath his breath. He'd won. Not through mind control. Through design. Kimimaro was a living weapon with nowhere else to go. And now she had purpose again. From this point on, Neji said, you'll be essential to my research. You'll help birth an army. Kimimaro nodded. Neji's gaze sharpened. An army of chakra-reactive puppets, powered by modified Byakugan. The foundation of the Peacekeeper system. The hardware for the Reincarnation I project. And Kimimaro's cellular structure was the missing keystone. Let's begin. I'm ready. She lay back as Neji began the process. A thin layer of medical tape marked her chest, arms, and legs. Monitoring seals activated. Tiny adhesive glyphs latched onto key meridian points. She felt his hands work with precision. No discomfort. Oddly. She didn't hate the touch. Something about it felt natural. Done. Neji stepped back. The next part might sting. I don't mind. Chakra surged. Pain followed. Kimimaro winced but didn't scream. Data flowed across Neji's screen, real-time charts of her bloodline's activity, cellular regeneration, chakra metabolism, and bone proliferation rate. Insane recovery speed. Faster than anything he'd ever seen. He smiled. This body. It's absurd. Her bone marrow generated dense tissue faster than even Hashirama's cells. Not just combat potential. This was production capacity. Later, Neji emerged from the lab, mask on, coat billowing. He stood on the balcony overlooking the sea. The wind carried salt and memory. He'd walked this path once. As a pirate. Now, as a scientist. A shadow tactician. A war architect. This time, no chaos. No accidents. Only control. The foundation was laid. The real game had begun now. In the command chamber below, his core operatives gathered. Zabuza, his loyal executor. Haku, field recon and infiltration. Karen, data and genetics. Izumi, command and coordination. He sat at the head of the table. Zabuza. Is the land of waves secured? All ours. Even the daimyo answers to us now. Good. Neji clasped his hands. Then the foundation is set. He tapped the console. A holographic map displayed Hoshigakure, the village hidden in the stars. Your next objective is the meteorite. Understood, Zabuza said. You'll leave in 3 days. A new operative will join you. Zabuza raised an eyebrow. Another one. He said nothing. Only nodded. As the meeting ended, Neji's gaze lingered on the glowing display. The Peacekeeper Protocol. The Reincarnation Eye. The Substitution Network. The deorganization's full system. It begins now. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 137, 137. Correct answer. Neji stood at the center of the operations room. The meeting had ended. He'd covered everything: recruitment of freelance shinobi through the Merchant Guild, restructuring roles, and positioning the deorganization as a phantom faction embedded within every major economic and intelligence system. The last to leave was Izumi. She glanced back briefly before closing the door, her eyes calm, professional. Everyone else had returned to their roles. Zabuza and Haku began executing the restructuring orders, expanding the guild front, recruiting talent, and running military logistics. Izumi would be deep in her biodevelopment work. Karen. Stay behind. Neji's voice stopped her in her place. Karen blinked, surprised, but nodded. Everyone else cleared out. With a click, Neji locked the room. Privacy protocol engaged. He reached up and removed his mask. Karen's eyes lit up. That aura really was you. Gone was the domineering masked commander. This was Neji, calm, self-assured, eyes like still water. You had doubts. I couldn't believe it. You looked different. Stronger. Sharper. Like someone from a different world. That's not entirely wrong. Karen grinned sheepishly. It's just, you're you. But that version felt like a god. Still me, he said, smiling. Just the version the world needs to believe in. He crossed his arms and studied her. You've adapted well. How are Zabuza and Haku treating you? They're kind. Mostly. She twiddled her fingers. Though their teaching style isn't exactly for me. Neji's brow lifted. Struggling. Just a bit. She blushed. They're all intense. Neji chuckled. Of course. Everyone around him excelled in body-based techniques of taijutsu. And Karen, while gifted in chakra perception and healing, wasn't built for raw power. But it suited him fine. He specialized in chakra control, body enhancement, sealing, and sensory tactics, and he needed someone aligned with that path. You're a perfect fit for me, he said casually. Karen's face lit up like a lantern. Perfect fit. Was that a confession? Was she dreaming? Neji sighed inwardly. This girl had a one-track mind. Still, she was loyal. Smart. And her sensory skills were exceptional. With proper training, she could evolve into his command center, capable of detecting enemies, healing allies, and locking down chakra signals. I'll be taking over your training soon, he added. Taijutsu. Medical ninjutsu. Sealing arts. And perception skills. Karen beamed. In her mind, that meant long hours alone with him. Maybe he'd hold her hand. Maybe he'd. Focus, Neji said. Oh. Right. I'm good. Ready. He smiled gently behind his expressionless face. She was eccentric, but sincere. Start with chakra control and physical conditioning, he instructed. We'll build from there. Yes, sir. Neji turned to leave. Karen stood tall, fists clenched. She had a home now. No more pain. No more abuse. No more hiding or scraping by. For him, I'll give it everything. Back in the lab. Kimimaro had awakened again, sitting silently, processing everything. Neji walked in, removed his mask without fanfare. Feeling all right, he asked. Kimimaro shook her head. Not in pain, just contemplative. This place isn't Konoha. No, Neji replied. It isn't. I heard your name often, from Kabuto. He said you were dangerous. Ambitious. Like Lord Orochimaru. Neji chuckled. High praise. He said you'd never be satisfied staying under someone's thumb. True. Kimimaro watched him from the cot. If you ever turn against Lord Orochimaru, I won't help you. Expected. But if you're allies. Neji smiled, walking past her to a cabinet. He pulled out 2 syringes filled with colored liquid. Tell me, recognize these. Kimimaro's eyes widened. Green. Pink. Healing hormone, and feminization hormone. The very ones that changed her fate. Neji raised an eyebrow. These were in your bloodstream when I found you. You created these. He nodded slowly. I'm Nien, founder of the D-organization. Her lips parted. Shock gave way to realization. Then admiration. Then understanding. So it was you all along. Correct answer. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 138, 138. Neji shows a sunny smile. Kimimaro fell into silence. So, the truth was stranger than expected. The D-organization's shadowy mastermind, the masked tactician codenamed Nien, was none other than Neji. Neji caught the hesitation in her expression and offered a smirk. What? Regretting it already? No, Kimimaro said softly, shaking her head. Just surprised. Expected. He was full of surprises, after all. Neji reached into his storage pouch and pulled out a new pendant, one of his signature chakra-infused identity tokens. With a flick of his fingers, he infused it with chakra, transforming it into a white mask etched with the character, Kim. Here, he said, tossing it her way. This is your new identity. You're one of us now. The mask flashed midair and reverted into pendant form. Kimimaro caught it. Her fingers trembled as she studied the small, weighty trinket. A moment passed. Then, silently, she looped it around her neck. I won't fight against Lord Orochimaru, she said. Neji raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. That's fine. I won't ask you to. He didn't need her to. If things went according to plan, it wouldn't even come to that. Get some rest, Neji continued. You'll deploy in a few days. You'll be going to the land of bears. Mission objective, extract the meteorite core from Hoshigakure. You'll go with Zabuza and Haku. Kimimaro nodded. Understood. Simple. Loyal. Direct. Neji liked that about her. The star Hoshigakure's so-called celestial stone was likely a chakra-infused remnant from the 10-tailed seed, a meteorite fragment carrying dormant divine energy. The strange ability their shinobi used, the peacock technique, mimicked tailed beast chakra. That wasn't a coincidence. If he was right, securing it would provide a massive power spike for his long-term plan. But that was a matter for later. Days passed. Kimimaro made a full recovery and departed for Hoshigakure with her new squad. The lab's command was left in Izumi's capable hands, and Karen remained in training. Neji. He returned to Konoha. Because Tsunade was looking for him. Sunlight warmed his face as he emerged from the lab's subterranean depths. Neji stretched, letting the sea breeze wash over him. Been a while since I felt sunlight. Maybe too long. He stopped by a food stall, grabbed a skewer, then made his way to the Hokage tower. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade looked ready to commit murder. Piles of paperwork, mission scrolls, and village records towered in front of her. Shizune, ever the loyal assistant, scribbled beside her in exhausted silence. Neji strolled in casually. You called for me, Lady Tsunade. Tsunade looked up like a bear disturbed from hibernation. Her brow twitched. You remember you have a teacher? I wouldn't dare forget. I simply didn't want to disturb your endless piles of reports, Neji replied, ever so polite. She huffed. I told you to come learn from me. Instead, you disappear. I've been improving my research. Bam. Tsunade's palm slammed the desk. Your research. You little. She stood, grabbed Neji by the chin, and yanked his face upward. Open your eyes. Neji blinked. Excuse me. Let me see them. You've been healed for weeks. Why are you still walking around like you're blind? With a resigned sigh, Neji opened his eyes. Tsunade stared into the pale brilliance of the Byakugan. Their gaze locked, her expression unreadable. Beautiful eyes. Don't waste them. Neji sighed again. I've just grown used to keeping them closed. Sensory control. Excuses. She pinched his cheek. Shizun laughed behind her clipboard. Typical Tsunade. And while we're on the topic, Tsunade said, backing off, I've taken a new student. Sakura. Tsunade blinked. How'd you know? Educated guess. TCH, smartass. She leaned against her desk. Well, since you already know, here's the deal. You and Sakura will train under me for 2 hours per day. Starting now. Medical ninjutsu. I respectfully decline. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. Say that again. I've already mastered medical ninjutsu. Observe. He formed a single seal, and a glowing chakra scalpel shimmered to life across his fingers. Tsunade blinked. Shizun's pen froze. Since when? While you were busy with paperwork, he said with a straight face. Also, I've been tutoring Sakura a bit. Her foundation in chakra control. That was me. Tsunade blinked again. She had noticed Sakura's rapid improvement. Fine. Then you teach her. Wait, what? Don't play dumb. You're my student. She's my student. You're qualified, and I'm too busy. Neji opened his mouth. Closed it. His mind raced. No. Nope. I don't have time for this. Lady Tsunade, he said with an innocent smile, you've been working too hard. I think what you need is assistance. She raised an eyebrow. Go on. Shikamaru. He's a genius. Tactical thinker. Excellent at delegation. You should have him help with the office. Sorry, Shikamaru. Elsewhere in the village. Shikamaru, quietly playing shogi with his dad, sneezed. Something terrible just happened, he muttered. Checkmate, his dad said. Troublesome. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 139, 139. Shikamaru, Neji. You backstabbed me. Oh. Tsunade looked at Neji suspiciously. To be honest, she was really annoyed with the endless paperwork. If there really was a better method, it would certainly lighten her load. Shikamaru, huh? The Nara clan really does have smart minds. Might as well call him and ask. With that thought, Tsunade shouted domineeringly, someone, call Shikamaru here immediately. An Umbu kneeled down before her and instantly vanished after acknowledging the order. Not long after, there was a knock at the door. Shikamaru walked in and saw Neji's back and the 5th Hokage sitting at the desk. Greetings, Lady Hokage. Tsunade nodded lightly and said, there's too much paperwork for the Hokage to handle these days. I heard you have a way to manage this more efficiently. Is that true? What? Shikamaru froze. Before he could say anything, he felt a hand rest on his shoulder. Turning to look, he was startled. A pair of pure white eyes stared back at him. More importantly, it was Neji's white eyes. Oh God. The Demon King's eyes have healed. Shikamaru gasped in shock. Alongside his joy was a trace of dread. His legs felt weak and his voice trembled. And Neji. Your eyes are healed. Neji chuckled, that's not important. Wait, he's calling white eye recovery not important. And not just any eyes, Byakugan. In the Demon King's eyes, this wasn't important. Wrong. Shikamaru suddenly sobered up. Indeed, this wasn't the important part. The important part was. Feeling the Hokage's intense gaze, Shikamaru broke into a sweat. Lady Hokage, I. Neji gently squeezed his shoulder and said meaningfully. Shikamaru, remember those discussions we had back in the academy? Like the one time, and that time, and... Shikamaru's mind flashed back to the dark memories of him, Choji, and Naruto trying to skip class only to be caught by Neji. After a severe beating, the 3 of them were asked about their dreams. Naruto loudly declared he'd become Hokage. Neji, surprisingly, got interested and started listing the burdens and responsibilities of being Hokage. And from there, he and Shikamaru launched into a debate, one that Naruto didn't really understand, about methods of streamlining work and governance. Masaka. Could it be? Neji, you brought this up to Lady Hokage. Shikamaru shook off Neji's arm and stepped back a bit. Neji was a bit offended. Seriously? You're recoiling like that? Yeah, I thought your suggestions back then were pretty useful, so I mentioned them to Sensei. Shikamaru clutched his chest like he'd been stabbed. So Neji had sold him out. Even worse. Back then it was Neji who had done most of the talking, but now he pushed the suggestion onto him. Ah, political maneuvering. As a member of the Nara clan, loyal to the Hokage lineage and part of a support family, Shikamaru instantly grasped the big picture. The Hyuga clan was different, it was a bloodline family. Neji was from the branch family, had regained his Byakugan, no longer had the caged bird seal, and had Tsunade as a master. In the shifting structure of Konoha, Tsunade's taking power meant the old power balances were changing. If the system Shikamaru once suggested was implemented, it would seem like power was shared, but in reality, Tsunade could revoke it at any time, centralizing her control while passing off responsibility. A subtle shackle disguised as a delegation. In short, Konoha's power structure was being rebalanced. And as Neji couldn't propose it due to clan politics, he nominated Shikamaru to carry the burden. All this flashed through Shikamaru's mind in a split second. He exhaled deeply, looked at Neji, then turned to Tsunade. I do have a method. Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly, glancing between the two. Based on their reactions, she already had a good guess at what had just happened. Her disciple didn't trust her enough to speak up for himself. As if she cared about stupid clan drama. Then again, she suddenly remembered those 3 annoying advisors. Okay, maybe a little. With a soft sigh, Tsunade steeled herself and said with resolve. Tell me the details. Neji, you can leave for now. And don't forget to teach Sakura medical ninjutsu. Yes, sensei. Neji left the office quietly. Teaching Sakura. Sure, he'd just use a shadow clone to handle that. If Tsunade implemented the new structure, he'd finally have more free time. Freedom. Closing his eyes again, Neji sensed the Umbu moving. Direction. The Nara clan compound. Heh, seems they're not just summoning the new blood, they're calling in the old fox too. Shikaku, Shikamaru's father. This was now beyond his concern. But if Tsunade restructured things, the current advisors would be isolated quickly. Most of the smaller clans would never side with the advisors when such redistribution of power benefits them. The Hyuga clan, however, would be left out of this shift. That meant he'd have to go have a word with his cheap uncle. As he reached for his eyes. Since Tsunade gave him the go-ahead, maybe it was time to truly open them again. To finally meet Hinata and Hanabi, with his own eyes. It was finally time. And just like that, Neji's steps toward the Hyuga compound felt lighter. Meanwhile. Hey! A voice called out with irritation. Neji sighed. Why them of all people? You. Neji Hyuga. I finally found you. Temari angrily chomped down on a rice ball, glaring at Neji like he owed her money. Beside her, Kankuro glanced up then pretended not to see anything and continued eating with Gaara. Out of my jurisdiction. Out of my control. Gaara simply nodded to Neji with curiosity, silently watching Temari's attitude. Neji turned to face her with helplessness. Long time no see, the 3 of you. Can I help you with something? Temari's irritation flared. This guy is acting like that whole Chunin exam never happened. Every time she thought about it, she could still feel the pain in her backside, and her throat choking for air. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 140, 140. A strange Temari. Huh. You got a problem. Don't tell me you've forgotten what happened before. Temari's temper flared. She strode forward and grabbed Neji by the collar. Kankuro panicked, big sis, no. Calm down, we used to be enemies, but now we're allies. Temari finally released Neji, shooting Kankuro a glare so fierce he shrank back. She fumed, you don't understand, he back then, whatever. Halfway through her sentence, she cut herself off. There's no way she could tell her younger brothers about that. Kankuro was confused. All he remembered was Temari shouting for Gaara so loud she nearly lost her voice. The rest? A mystery. He glanced at Gaara's same stoic face as always. But now that he thought about it, Gaara did become a lot gentler after that fight. Weird. Sigh. Big sis gets weird around Neji, while little bro turned out better. I honestly don't know if that's a good thing or not. Neji mentally sighed too. Back then, he had no other choice. That old Six Paths geezer totally screwed him over. Naruto just had to headbutt Gaara, and it was over, but he kicked Gaara unconscious, triggered Shikaku's full release, and had to play tag with a tailed beast. Thankfully, Naruto summoned Gamabunta. Otherwise, Neji would have had serious trouble. In the end, he had to throw together a last-minute emotional speech to defuse things. Luckily, it worked. His first ever princess carry was given to Temari. Thank you very much. Grumbles internally. Still, his execution was rough, leaving her with a bad impression. If it were now, he'd definitely be smoother. With a sincere tone, Neji apologized. What happened before was beyond my control. How about I make it up to you with a treat? Hot pot Konoha's specialty. Temari looked skeptical. Of course, she knew what hot pot was and it could be quite expensive. Could he really afford it? Well, she couldn't beat him, and she didn't have any other way to get back at him. Fine then. Let's go, Kankuro, Gaara. We'll eat till his wallet cries. Neji maintained his smile, leading the way. Little did they know, all the shops were Neji's. The only way he'd actually cry is if Luffy, Goku, or Toriko joined them. He led the three to a bustling hot pot restaurant. Temari was briefly stunned by how lively it was. One of the staff immediately noticed Neji and rushed over. Neji-sama. You're here bringing guests today. Prepare a private room. Right this way. Neji turned to the trio who still looked dazed. Let's go. Oh, okay. Temari followed, and once the server left the room, she couldn't help but ask. Why did he call you Sama? Neji looked slightly puzzled. Did she not know? Because this restaurant is mine. Huh. Temari fell silent. She turned away, slightly red in the face. Crap. I didn't even know it was his place. And I said I'd eat until he felt pain. So embarrassing. The hot pot she'd eaten before had been in places outside Konoha. In the wind country, ingredients were rare and expensive due to the desert climate. So, hot pot was a rare treat, especially during cold nights. Neji handed out menus with a warm smile. As an apology, pick anything you like. I'll make sure you're satisfied. He then expertly introduced the various ingredients and soup bases. The detailed and delicious descriptions made Kankuro literally drool. Big sis, he whispered, there are so many options. A bunch of your favorites too. As children of the Kazekage, they weren't exactly poor but most of their spending went toward ninja tools, not food. In the wind country, ingredients were limited and costly. Temari, still embarrassed, stomped hard on Kankuro's foot under the table. Can't you read the room? Kankuro winced in pain, not knowing what he'd done wrong. What did I say now? Gaara, on the other hand, calmly picked out a few dishes and handed the menu to Neji. Neji smiled, noting Temari's hesitation and Kankuro's pout. He called in the staff and ordered several dishes including those he remembered Temari liked. Soon, food arrived in abundance. Neji smoothly handled the pot and, using serving chopsticks, placed Temari's favorite items into her bowl. He raised a cup. I truly apologize for what happened. I hope our villages can have friendlier exchanges from now on. Temari looked at the bowl, stunned. All my favorite foods. Wait, how does he know what I like? Could it be? She quickly shook her head. No way. There's no way this guy investigated what I like to eat. Right. Still, she couldn't deny the flutter in her chest. With grace, Temari responded. Fine. I'll admit I overreacted too. After all, we were enemies back then. You're forgiven for now. Neji smiled. They clinked cups and made peace. Lunch went by smoothly. Gaara even made some small talk with Neji. Kankuro, the little glutton, ate a ton. Temari eventually relaxed and thoroughly enjoyed the meal. She might hold grudges, but being petty forever wasn't her style. That said, she definitely ate to her heart's content as a form of revenge, of course. When lunch was over, Neji walked them out. Feel free to eat at my place anytime while you're in Konoha. As an apology, you three now have permanent free passes. Seriously. Kankuro's eyes sparkled, only for Temari to pinch his side and twist hard. His face contorted in pain. Temari smiled gracefully, our mission in Konoha is almost complete. Maybe another time. Finally, Gaara turned to Neji. You're very strong. I'd like to spar again someday. Neji raised an eyebrow. Oh ho. A walking EXP fountain. Anytime you want. I'll be there. The trio departed. Neji could still faintly hear Temari scolding Kankuro. You got bribed with one meal, you useless glutton. Neji chuckled. Kankuro's kind of adorable, poor guy, stuck with a bossy big sis. With Temari's case now settled, he sighed in relief. He never intended to get tangled with them anyway. Damn that sage of six paths. Why'd you drag me into that mess again? Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 141, 141. The future ahead, a long road to walk. The little detour with Temari was over, but it did waste quite a bit of time. Neji returned once more to the Hyuga clan estate. After asking a few clan members, he found Hayashi sitting in the courtyard. The two of them drank tea together as Neji explained the potential political changes that might soon occur. Hayashi took a sip of his tea and nodded calmly. Now that the Hokage has officially taken you as her disciple, things are much more secure. You handled this matter well, he said. As for what the Hokage eventually decides, she'll have her own considerations. We don't need to act overly eager, wait quietly, and prepare in advance. This situation won't drastically affect our clan. But for you, Neji, this changes everything. He gently put down his cup and looked at his nephew. Neji's brilliance filled him with pride. If what Neji suggested about shifting the power structure took effect, it would weaken the advisors and distribute influence to more families. Back when the third Hokage was in charge, most power was concentrated between him and his 3 advisors. Other clans were reduced to subordinate roles, only able to follow orders. Hayashi was quite pleased that Neji had presented his proposal in the name of the Nara clan. It showed thoughtful strategy, a keen understanding of political dynamics far beyond his age. And now he had become a key figure within the Hokage's faction. This had been unexpected, but deeply encouraging. It aligned with Hayashi's own unspoken hopes. Neji now held the potential to truly become a Hokage candidate. Me. That's right, Hayashi confirmed with a nod. You're the Hokage's student now. That places you at the center of it all. As a Hyuga, that gives our clan a rare opportunity. So cultivate a strong relationship with the Hokage. If you ever reach the point where you stand at the summit, the Hyuga clan will back you fully. Neji fell silent for a moment. Something about this felt familiar. Where had he seen this kind of scenario before? Wait a minute. Uchiha. Itachi. Yikes. He was the nephew of the clan head, part of a great family, yet tied closely to the Hokage. A bridge between 2 powers. Now entrusted with a great responsibility. Thank heavens the Hyuga clan wasn't feared like the Uchiha were, nor were they ever pushed out of Konoha's political core. Still, this resemblance was a little scary. Wait a sec. Full support. Support for what? No way, are they thinking of pushing me to become Hokage? No. That's probably overthinking it. The Hyuga clan would never go that far. Hayashi must know that being a major bloodline clan, they'd never be allowed to hold that kind of power. Right. Hayashi stood up and gently clapped Neji on the shoulder. Go on now, Neji. If your eyes have recovered. I'm sure the ones you're most eager to see are those 2 girls. And the situation you described, I'll start making preparations right away. Hayashi gave him a warm, proud smile. He was truly thankful now that Neji had taken out his own eyes years ago to avoid being branded with the caged bird seal. Without that turning point, their clan would have never had someone with a real chance at becoming Hokage. Now, with Neji as a living example, convincing the old conservative elders would become much easier. Hopefully, Neji's research on abolishing the caged bird seal was progressing well. The sooner it could be replaced, the sooner the next generation of Hyuga wouldn't be shackled by outdated traditions. The era of war was long past, those rules no longer made sense. Meanwhile, Neji left the courtyard, feeling a little creeped out by the strange way Hayashi was looking at him. Even after thinking about it on the way, he couldn't quite figure it out. Slightly bewildered, he headed off to find Hinata and Hanabi, hoping their company would ease his mind. At the sisters' training hall, only Hinata was present. Hanabi was likely still at the ninja academy. It would be evening before she got home. Neji stepped quietly to the door and saw Hinata in her white training attire, diligently practicing. He smiled. So hardworking, as always. Who's there? A gust of wind flew at him as Hinata reacted instantly, palm halted inches from his chest. Neji chuckled. Looks like you really took my last words to heart, Hinata. Neji Nizan. Hinata's face lit up with joy. But the moment she noticed Neji's open eyes watching her, her cheeks turned crimson. You said you'd let us know ahead of time when your eyes were healed. You were supposed to, ah. A puff of steam practically came off her head. Hinata fainted straight into Neji's arms. He caught her gently and sighed with amusement. Still so shy around me, even after all these years. He sat down, letting her rest on his lap. Carefully brushing her damp bangs aside, he gazed at her face. 9 years. Since he'd chosen to blind himself at age 4. Since then, he'd never truly seen the world. To finally open his eyes again felt like a moment frozen in time. From his inventory, Neji took out a clean towel and gently wiped the sweat from her face. In her sleep, Hinata murmured. Don't, Neji Nizan. You're such a bully. Neji blinked then laughed quietly. He pinched her cheek. If I don't tease you, who else can I tease? Looking at her soft, pouting lips in sleep, Neji's smile turned tender. You never realized, did you? Aside from me, no one's dared to bully you in years. Back when some brats had tried picking on her, Neji had thoroughly corrected them. After that, he occasionally dropped by to train them for XP until they cried at the mere mention of his name. He chuckled again. Back then, you were too shy to eat much at meals. I'd always sneak food over for you. And you'd yell at me not to look while you ate. Such a silly little cutie. Hinata's lips puckered in her sleep, like she was still sulking. She must have worn herself out training. Neji closed his eyes too, settling into meditation beside her. Even if his gain was slow, every little bit counted. Besides, there were no smartphones in this world, no distractions. Just training. One day, once everything was stable, he'd help develop those tools too. This world had decent tech already, vending machines, movies, radios, but ninja power often stifled technological progress. A few tweaks could fix that. But first, he had to prepare for the bigger threats ahead. Even if the Boruto sequel was a mess. The Akatsuki clan was real, and they would come eventually. The future is long. And the burden is heavy. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 142, 142. A shocked Hanabi. When school ended, Hanabi returned home. She found it odd that her sister hadn't come to pick her up today. After all, one of their squad members had been injured and couldn't go on missions. Yamato, that's right. That's me. Could sis be training again? Ugh, seriously. Even if she wants to catch up with Neji and II, this is overkill. If she keeps going like this, her body's going to give out. TSK, now I'm the one who has to worry about her. Muttering under her breath, Hanabi quickly changed into her white training uniform and headed to the practice room. It must have been because she and Hinata had teamed up and still couldn't defeat Neji and II last time. Training this hard would only hurt her. Even though she grumbled, Hanabi was clearly worried about her sister. Hinata always seemed gentle, but she was incredibly stubborn on the inside. Once she made up her mind, no one could change it. Add to that her shyness and silence, it made Hanabi worry herself sick. But, that was exactly the kind of sister she loved. Hanabi thought to herself that when she saw her sister, she'd definitely lecture her, maybe even bring up Neji and II. Tell her that if she keeps overtraining, she'll tattle on her to Neji and II and get her scolded. Rest and training need a balance. As she walked down the hallway, Hanabi frowned. She didn't hear any training noises. Big sis. Are you in there? She opened the training room door and froze, covering her mouth in shock. What did she just see? Neji and II was giving Hinata a lap pillow. So unfair. She was so jealous. Ah, Hanabi-chan, you're back. Neji opened his eyes mid-meditation and turned toward her. She, his number one little fangirl, stood frozen. Her long, black straight hair, similar to Neji's, swayed slightly. One long lock draped down in front, giving her a slightly messy look. And Neji and II. Seeing his open eyes, Hanabi stammered helplessly. Oh no. His eyes are back. What do I do? Do I look okay right now? She'd planned to show her best self to Neji and II once he got his eyesight back. Tears welled up in her eyes. Overwhelmed, she squatted down and covered her face. Sniff sniff. She'd cried from frustration and panic. Neji was stunned by her reaction. Hinata also stirred at the sound of her sister's voice. She opened her eyes, only to see Neji's face inches from hers, and her heart skipped a beat. Then she heard Hanabi's sobs and sat up quickly. Hanabi. Sis, sniff, what do I do? Even Hinata didn't know what to do now. She clenched her fists nervously. Neji sighed. First, he patted Hinata's head to calm her. Then he walked over and gently scooped Hanabi into his arms. It's my fault, I should have told you two ahead of time like I promised. I just missed you both so much that I rushed over, and ended up making you cry. XX sniff sniff. Hanabi sobbed into his chest, unable to speak. She was just a child, after all. Hinata, now composed, managed to suppress the embarrassment of having used Neji's lap as a pillow. As the older sister, she gently comforted her little sister. It's okay, Hanabi. I'm here too. Even if Neji and II bullies you, I'll punish him for it. She even waved a little fist, though she was so shy she lowered her head afterward. Neji couldn't help but smile at that. He reached over and patted Hinata's head too, like petting a kitten. The three of them sat down. Neji continued comforting Hanabi until her sobs quieted. Sniff. It's not your fault, Neji and II. I just panicked. Neji smiled. She was just like a fangirl seeing her idol so flustered that she made herself cry. He remembered his own past life. Not crying over a celebrity, but once when he'd failed something he'd worked hard on, he'd been just as angry at himself. All right, no more tears. Let me take a good look at our little beauty. He wiped her tears with his sleeve, cupping her face and smiling warmly. Hanabi blushed deeply and finally let him go. As expected, my little Hanabi is such a cutie. You've probably got the entire ninja academy swooning over you. Puffed. Hanabi laughed and lightly punched Neji's arm. Neji and you're the worst. You promised to tell us once your eyes were healed, and instead, you snuck up on us like this. So mean. Humph carrot. Neji chuckled. Just a moment ago she said it wasn't his fault, and now it was again. He pinched her cheek gently, still soft and pudgy. Hinata joined in, blushing. Exactly. You promised, and then ambushed us. And I. She trailed off, suddenly remembering the lap pillow, her whole face turning red. Now the sisters were united against him, pointing fingers and shouting. It's all Neji and I's fault. All right, I admit I was wrong. He hadn't expected such a strong reaction and quickly apologized. The girls lowered their heads, a bit bashful, and Neji smiled warmly. Finally, I get to see you both with my own eyes again. Their hearts skipped a beat. Each girl held one of his hands tightly. Hanabi hugged him again. She had heard whispers from the clan about Neji's blindness, rumors she never liked. She had always hoped he'd recover. Hinata, though more isolated, also felt deep guilt. It was, after all, because of her that Neji had given up his eyes in the first place. Neji smiled and said, "There's something I want to ask you both. Would you be willing?" The sisters exchanged glances. Hanabi tilted her head. Neji and what is it? Why would we not be willing? Looking down at Hanabi still clinging to him, he explained. You know about the tattoos on my body, right? They nodded, confused about where he was going with this. I've been developing a type of seal with 3 functions. He explained the seal in detail. Their faces gradually turned red. They glanced at each other shyly but didn't speak. Noticing this, Neji added. Don't worry, I'll close my eyes when applying it. Just like I did when I gave one to Lee. He didn't mention TenTen, his gut told him that might cause trouble. Hinata flushed but said softly. If it's from Neji and I don't mind. Hanabi echoed. Me neither. I'm okay with it too. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 143, 143. Already skillful through practice. After hearing the sisters agree, Neji gently ruffled their hair and reminded them. You must keep this a secret from the clan head, all right? While it wouldn't be the end of the world if it got out, Neji still preferred that Hayashi and more importantly, the rest of the clan didn't find out. It would just complicate things unnecessarily. Even if you accidentally let it slip, don't worry. This was something I learned directly from Lady Hokage. I personally requested to give it to you both. It was a harmless lie, a second layer of insurance. The girls nodded obediently. Hanabi pouted and muttered. As if I'd slip. One of the core ninja rules is not to leak intelligence. Good girl, Hanabi. Neji pinched her cheek affectionately. Then, looking at Hinata, he continued. I'll need a few days to prepare. Once I'm ready, come to my lab and I'll give you the seals. Hinata shyly looked down and softly replied. Hanabi, still tucked in Neji's embrace, snickered quietly. Let's see how big sis handles this, so exciting. He. It's getting late. I should get back and finish the preparations. 3 days from now should be perfect. Neji gently set Hanabi down. Even though she didn't want to let go, she obediently released him. Good girls don't disobey, or they'll be disliked. Hanabi definitely doesn't want Neji and I to dislike her. Hinata looked at him and said softly. Neji and I'll do my best. Neji smiled. Hinata's always tried her best. But don't forget what I once told you, training must be balanced. Don't overdo it. Yes, I understand. Neji waved his hand, signaling them not to follow. He closed his eyes again out of habit. Unless something truly worth seeing arose, he wouldn't open them casually. Back at the laboratory. The base was now quiet, he was alone. After finishing external matters, he settled down in the meditation chamber and resumed his top priority, researching the caged bird seal. But it wasn't out of compassion for the Hyuga clan. It was for his future puppetry plan. He intended to use cloned Byakugan as the core of his puppets for control, summoning, self-destruction, and other purposes. His earlier attempt to apply the caged bird technique using glasses-like constructs failed due to the Byakugan's 360 degrees vision. The principle just didn't fit. Still, the idea of amplifying the caged bird concept was feasible. If he retained just the self-destruction function, then it didn't have to use the actual caged bird technique. As long as he could make it so that removing the eye destroyed it, that would suffice. Next came the idea of nurturing and protecting the eye through the seal, allowing it to grow stronger. That would be perfect. Days passed. He let shadow clones handle tasks like training Sakura and gathering experience points. Yes, all fatigue came back to him in the end, but hey, thanks to his one-piece constitution, his stamina was ridiculous. Fighting 10 days straight. No problem. He could kill enemies, resurrect, and kill them again. Though Sasuke still hadn't contacted him. He wondered how things were going with her. After all, he'd left her a little present. Meanwhile, Sound Village, Orochimaru's hideout. Sasuke had finally recovered and was getting a bit of privacy after evading constant supervision. Her injuries had been severe. If not for Neji's emergency treatment, they would have worsened. Kabuto had taken over healing afterward, leaving her no alone time. Now, in the safety of her room, she held up the pendant Neji had given her. Injecting chakra into it. Poof. Smoke billowed as the pendant transformed into a slightly soft, yet firm mask. A mask. That's it. She frowned and placed it on her face. Chakra connected. Suddenly, a stream of messages entered her mind. Sasuke, if you're reading this, you're likely already with Orochimaru. I know your desire for strength, so I didn't stop you. This mask allows us to communicate. You can also customize its appearance. This is also the insignia of the de-organization I've created. It comes with the following functions. Sasuke read through everything. She was shocked but also not surprised. It somehow made sense that Neji would go this far. There was no way a man like him would quietly settle down and live a normal life in the Leaf. But it wasn't just the functions that shocked her. What truly shook her was the classified intel inside, Orochimaru's goals, his data, and even training plans tailored for her growth. It was as if he'd seen straight through her. Suddenly, the path ahead one she'd once lost sight of became clear. He'd lit the way for her. She took off the mask, followed the instructions, and infused it with chakra again. It reshaped, revealing eye slots now personalized. She stared at it, emotions swirling. Should she contact Neji? No. She clenched her fists. If I've chosen to walk this path, then I'll do it alone. A man will only dull the edge of my blade. If I can't become strong on my own, how can I avenge myself against him? She cut off the chakra to the mask, tucked it away, and left her room. It was time to train. Meanwhile, Neji had no idea Sasuke would react this way. Still, the instructions he left were taken to heart, and with a clear direction, Sasuke's growth would only accelerate. 3 days later. Sasuke hadn't contacted him, but Hinata and Hanabi did arrive ready for the seal ritual. Neji, who was already experienced with his blind tattoo business, welcomed them. With all the prep done, it went smoothly and even comfortably this time. There was no pain, only satisfaction from the effects. Hinata chose a sunflower design. Hanabi picked fireworks, naturally based on her name. Both were surface-level motifs. In truth, the tattoos were advanced seal arrays, engraved inside the body's chakra points. 2 weeks of back-and-forth testing and research later, Neji finally made a breakthrough. Why hasn't my Neji avatar updated yet? I even fixed it on the website. So frustrating. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 144, 144. Weapons. Land of Waves Base. As the purple glow of the teleportation array faded, Neji walked forward, glancing at the masked Izumi, and asked. Have they all returned? Yes, everyone's back. What about the star? It's already secured. Neji and Izumi arrived at the storage site. Izumi opened a sealed box covered in complex runes. An invisible pressure radiated from within. Neji could feel the immense chakra from the star, something an ordinary ninja would be overwhelmed by. Just as I thought. Neji placed his hand on the star. Under the control of life return, his muscles conveyed discomfort. He withdrew his hand and closed the lid. It contains TenTen's chakra, all right, but it's too impure, chaotic even. There's a foreign will inside. Not usable as is. Izumi, store this in Lab 10. Surround it with cultured cells from the Shikatsumiyaku, and record daily observations. Notify me of any changes. Understood. With the star delegated for now, Neji turned his attention to his other projects. He entered Lab 3, where rows of incubation tanks lined the room. These held genetically modified components, grown to suit his future puppets. He wished he had Sasori's forbidden technique for making human puppets, which could preserve someone's jutsu. That technique would pair perfectly with my bloodline factor research. His own creations weren't truly alive, but if merged with the pacifista, cyborg tech from One Piece, they could replicate the same effect. He also had Yukon's bloodline, a powerful fusion material. While it couldn't be used with Hashirama cells, which acted like uncontrollable cancer, it was perfect for resolving rejection and creating stable hybrid bodies. Once I've figured out how to suppress the Sharingan side effects, I'll revisit integrating Hashirama cells. Next stop, Lab 4, a messy workshop littered with metals and electronic parts. Shadow Clone dismissed itself before tidying up, of course. He created a new clone and walked to the center. Activating his Byakugan, he resumed precise soldering. This lab was dedicated to hardware engineering, chips, and components. In my first life, I was a tech nerd. A software major, but relatives kept asking me to fix their PCs. Had to learn hardware just to explain the difference. Ended up liking it, even did some disassembly videos. In his second life, exposure to Vegapunk's tech opened a new world to him. Smartphones, satellites, I'll definitely build them. I don't need 2.5 years. 2 will do. Here, precision work was far easier than in his past lives. Then came Lab 5, filled with jars and containers of tissue samples. This was his bloodline research lab. With bloodline factor, tech, he was determined to uncover the mysteries of Kekkei Genkai. Like slowly undressing a beauty, revealing layers until I finally understand her. And when I do, I'll move on to the next one. Total playboy behavior. Chuckling at his own metaphor, he sent another clone to continue the work. It's not just about using them, it's about owning them. He passed through other labs quickly. Lab 6, Medical Ninjutsu, Chakra Pathways, and Acupuncture Point Studies. Lab 7, Ninjutsu Research Modifications, Upgrades, and Experimental Jutsu. Lab 8, Sealing Techniques, Barrier Arts, and Rune Decryption. Each clone was given chakra according to task priority. Unlike normal clones, his system-enhanced shadow clones could be assigned chakra flexibly. In most labs, the chakra was used up quickly during experiments. Finally, Neji arrived at Lab 1, the cleanest of all because this one was used to study himself. A handcrafted computer crunched data tirelessly. Its computational efficiency was staggering. Neji plopped down on a cloud pillow and stared at the ceiling. 2.5 years left. I need to hit level 50. I also need to complete the Tensigen. Leveling up, bloodlines, tech. It's all on me. My mental stamina's burning out. Even my One Piece tier endurance has limits. But he couldn't rely on Naruto to talk no jutsu pain and revive the village. I'll strike first. I have to. I won't bet Konoha's future on luck. Pain's 6 paths. Nagato. He murmured while biting into a giant chunk of roast meat. So hungry from all that brain power. His thoughts turned to his comrades. Lee's doing well. I'll teach him a few new taijutsu moves. If not, I'll just feed him some liquor chocolates again. As for TenTen, does she really have to rely only on ninja tools and scroll-based spacetime jutsu? He browsed his inventory of miscellaneous goods and spotted Sky Island shells. A smirk crept across his face. Guess it's time to show the world what it means when the times have changed. Compared to Naruto's world, the One Piece universe had far superior tech when it came to weapons. Sure, Pain's Azura path had built-in missiles and such, but it still wasn't enough. Looks like I'm about to train up a celestial weapons expert, a roaming mechanic, an ammo master, a full-on gunner queen. He. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 145, 145. Neji's gun. After the Chunin exams, both Neji and Shikamaru had officially been promoted, though things had shifted slightly compared to the original timeline. It had now been half a year since then. Neji had been grinding non-stop, conducting experiments, refining his labs, and training others, but high-value missions were still rare. Most of his progress came from using others as experience sources, which he found oddly satisfying. Even with all that effort, he'd only managed to grind out 2 more levels, just barely hitting level 43, which aligned with his internal projections. His daily life had become monotonous but methodical. He rationed his energy between research, maintaining multiple labs, creating shadow clones to train the rookies, and teaching Sakura medical ninjutsu. As for Konoha, things were changing. His mentor, Tsunade, had steadily wrested power away from the elders. She began redistributing responsibilities among the elite jonin, decentralizing authority. The 3 senior advisors had resisted at first, but in the end, the interests of their clans outweighed tradition. Danzo's route remained tightly controlled, but otherwise, Tsunade now held the reins. The elders had underestimated her, dismissing her as just a beautiful figurehead, but Tsunade had turned out to be sharp, calculating, and motivated by one simple goal. Less work. I hate this endless paperwork. Meanwhile, back to Neji. His experiments were beginning to bear fruit. He finally had something tangible to offer. And TenTen was the perfect candidate for his next test. Training Ground 7, Hidden Forest. TenTen followed Neji into a familiar grove with excitement sparkling in her eyes. You said you had a surprise for me. What is it? Neji smiled and revealed two sleek handguns, holding them up with a little flair. TenTen blinked, confused. They looked like guns, but the design was strange, unfamiliar. Exotic. Wait, are those real guns? Yup. Her face twisted in disbelief. Guns existed in this world, yes, but they were rare, impractical toys for nobles or non-shinobi elites. Too slow, too weak, and too noisy. A kunai with an explosive tag was far more effective. I think there was a gun once, maybe in that filler arc with Hirako. And possibly with Gato's men. Can't quite remember. To any ninja, guns were a joke. Neji knew that. The firearms of this world were laughable. That's why he reinvented them. What he held wasn't just a gun. It was a Chakra-Tech hybrid, crafted from slash shells and impact shells scavenged from Sky Island Tech. These guns could not only absorb slashing and concussive force as defensive charges, but they could also release that energy as raw firepower. There were limits, of course. Material scarcity, energy capped too much pressure and they'd shatter. If overloaded or struck with force beyond their design threshold, they'd rupture. But according to Neji's tests, they can take 5 of Gai-sensei's regular strikes, or a single Gate of Life level attack. That's more than enough for most enemies. TenTen still looked doubtful until Neji aimed at a nearby tree and fired. Swoosh. The projectile tore through the tree with a clean whomp, leaving behind a gaping, smooth-edged hole. TenTen gasped. That was insane. She rushed up, examining the weapon in awe. It was lightweight. Balanced. Almost artistic in its design. You made this. Ah. Neji handed her one of the guns. She took to it naturally, her aim shockingly precise for someone who'd never used a firearm. Tree after tree got shredded, until Neji had to step in before she deforested the whole training field. TenTen, my gun's no toy. It doesn't need ammo, but it has a capacity limit. Still, it can fire continuously as long as it has absorbed enough force. Her eyes widened. Most guns were noisy, inaccurate, and required constant reloading, a fatal flaw in ninja combat. Worse, bullets were susceptible to jutsu, especially water and lightning release, and carrying one took up a hand needed for forming seals. That's why firearms had never taken off in the shinobi society. But this was different. Neji's weapon was silent, seamless, and functioned almost like an extension of her chakra toolset. So, how does it work exactly? I couldn't find any opening besides the barrel. And it doesn't fire real bullets. Because it doesn't need to, Neji said proudly. It converts impact and slashing force into kinetic energy. What you saw just now was stored shock force being released through the barrel. TenTen nodded slowly. She could tell those holes in the trees weren't shattered, but sliced. The damage was too clean to be blunt trauma. So it's a mix of blunt and sharp force. Exactly. It uses a rare new material I found. Extremely difficult to obtain. That's why I could only make 2 of these. And it charges by getting hit. Correct. To demonstrate, Neji suddenly lunged with a punch. Instinctively, TenTen raised the gun to block. Thump. The wind from the punch lifted strands of her hair, but she didn't feel any impact. It was like the force had been absorbed. She blinked in disbelief. You didn't hold back. Neji pointed to a nearby tree and with another punch, blasted it apart, leaving a massive crater in the trunk. Same strength. Your gun absorbed it. Its safe limit is around Gai-sensei's 3rd gate strike. After it absorbs enough fire to release it, then it can recharge again. TenTen looked down at the gun in her hand, eyes shining. She caressed it like a sacred treasure. She was in love with the gun. Author's note, sorry for the delay, had to dig around to confirm if guns ever appeared in canon. Even the fandom wasn't sure, grinning face with sweat. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 146, 146. The training begins. As expected, TenTen absolutely adored ninja tools. So when Neji's custom gun brought her genuine joy, he felt deeply satisfied. It wasn't just about making her happy, it genuinely strengthened her combat potential. Though she'd need some training in firearms combat techniques, that was easy enough. She had the physical talent and foundation, with Neji's guidance, she'd master it quickly. Looks like you really love it, Neji chuckled. Of course. It's your gun, of course, I love it. I promise I'll make the most of it. TenTen beamed, gripping both pistols like they were keys to her future. And somehow, in her heart, she knew this marked the beginning of something transformative. These 2 are just the start, Neji said. I'm working on stronger weapons, ones that integrate chakra nature transformations and even release ninjutsu effects. Half a year wasn't enough to fully integrate chakra into tech. So far, Neji had only deciphered the structural makeup of slash shells and impact shells and merged them into firearms. But imagine chakra-infused weapons, flamethrowers, electric grenades, frost bombs, explosive rounds, lightning bullets all powered by shinobi energy. The thought alone was thrilling. Neji could already picture it. TenTen, amid a battle against Edo Madara, forms seals with space-time jutsu. A massive quantum bomb descends from the sky, and a mushroom cloud blooms. Even Deidara would be screaming, now that's art. I love you, Neji. TenTen cried, overwhelmed with joy. Without thinking, she threw her arms around him. Neji gently returned the hug, whispering near her ear. If I don't care for you, who else would I care for? TenTen's face flushed red. She suddenly realized what she'd just said and done. I hugged him and said I loved him out loud. What was I thinking? Neji peeked at her expression and grinned. What's with the shy look? You weren't this bashful before. Her blush deepened. Thankfully, she didn't know his Byakugan had already recovered. That might have pushed her over the edge. All right, now that the emotional tax has been paid, give me the guns. I'll show you how they're used. You're the one taking advantage here, she huffed, giving him a playful headbutt before handing over the pistols. She was curious how many tricks 2 pistols could really have. Neji weighed the guns in his hands. These weren't just good for TenTen. The Hyuga clan, with their precise chakra control and 360 degrees vision, would have been terrifying snipers if not for the shinobi tradition suppressing gun development. If not for that suppression, the Hyuga would have been legendary long-range assassins. But that was for another time. He still hadn't integrated chakra nature into the system. For now, his focus was on leveling up TenTen. The Hyuga clan wasn't ready for this kind of tech not yet. It would be seen as a threat. Not until Danzo was dead and Neji's weapons matured could they be truly shared. Gripping both pistols, Neji took a deep breath and recalled some old moves. Then boom. His body blurred like a white comet, twisting through the air. Wild barrage. Drawing on his original movements from rotation, Neji spun midair like a tornado, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Every shot ripped through the trees, drilling precise holes. When he landed, sunlight filtered through dozens of new gaps above. The accuracy was surgical. This technique is wild barrage, adapted from our old rotation training. It pairs well with your kunai storm and twin rising dragons. TenTen nodded eagerly. The mechanics were similar but faster, easier, and more precise. No need to draw and throw each time, just aim and fire. Her mind was spinning with combo ideas. Another technique, same principle as using ninja tools, stealth and surprise. Neji lightly tapped the ground, kicking up fallen leaves into the air. Before TenTen could blink, bullets shredded them in midair. With traditional tools, you'd have to wind up your throw too obviously. My guns require only a twitch. TenTen absorbed every word, nodding. The reduced motion would be a game changer. Neji continued. And remember, my gun's power isn't static. It's adjustable. Ninja battles were battles of intellect and adaptation. Once an opponent figured out your weapon's limit, they'd plan around it. Just like how a Saint Seiya move won't work twice. Now, this is maximum output. He fired. Boom. A hole the size of a human head appeared in a thick tree. Several trees behind it were also pierced. He discarded the pistol and followed up with a punch, no sound, no shock. The weapon had absorbed the full impact. The stronger the blast, the more stored energy is consumed. So don't waste power. Recharge it discreetly if you can. And remember, your second mode/mode. He fired the second gun. This time, instead of a round hole, a clean slice split a thick branch in half. You can set each gun to a different mode. If they adapt to one switch, catch them off guard. That's it for now. Try them out, get comfortable. Once you're ready, I'll be your sparring partner. Neji placed the twin pistols back in TenTen's hands and stepped aside, letting her move into position. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 147, 147. Results begin to show. After trying out the weapons, TenTen ran over excitedly. These are way better than throwing tools. Neji's brain immediately conjured a meme-worthy image of Uncle Harry looking smug. He chuckled nostalgically. But TenTen's joy was tempered with a hint of regret. They're amazing, but they have some flaws. Flaws? Neji raised an eyebrow. Yeah, she explained, serious now. I'm so used to throwing ninja tools that I keep wanting to toss the guns. Plus, since they take up both hands, I can't easily switch or weave hand seals. Neji nodded thoughtfully. I see. You're right. They're effective, but not integrated well with standard shinobi methods. Got any suggestions? This gear's for you. In the end, your feedback's more important than my theory. Let me try a few things first, she said, and went back to training. While she tested new techniques, Neji pondered her words. He'd already considered the pros and cons of introducing firearms into the ninja world, but clearly, his secrecy measures needed reinforcing. Soon, TenTen returned and reported back. She pointed out usability quirks and made suggestions like what to do if the guns are lost, and whether they could include other attack options that didn't rely on firing. Neji paused, smiled, and said, "Actually, there's a simple solution that can solve most of those problems. I'll inscribe a summoning seal on the guns." TenTen's eyes lit up. "Oh, that makes perfect sense. Only rare or treasured ninja weapons were ever bound to summoning scrolls like the 7 ninja swords of the mist, which had once belonged to the Hozuki clan. Those legendary blades could be recalled via scrolls, before their clan was destroyed by Obito's revenge, leading to the infamous Bloody Mist Village massacre. Most of TenTen's ninja tools were stored in summoning scrolls, but not in a way that would allow them to be recalled. "Hand them over, I'll start modifying them," Neji said. "All right," she replied eagerly, handing over her beloved twin pistols with complete trust. Neji accepted them with a grin. "Now, while I work on modifying the weapons, it's time to collect your experience pack." "That? Yep. I get it. I'll give it everything I've got." "You won't be disappointed." "You better not. I'll be testing your limits." Both of them smirked. TenTen's fighting spirit ignited as she strode confidently into the forest ready for battle. Half an hour later. The forest lay in ruins, clear signs of their intense sparring session. Tools and weapons were scattered everywhere. Neji sat on a rock, smiling teasingly at the panting girl lying next to him. "Impressive. Your stamina and technique have really improved. I didn't think you'd last that long under my full assault." TenTen gasped for breath, her flushed cheeks still glowing from exertion. "I've trained with you the longest. I know you better than anyone. If I still can't keep up, that'd just be embarrassing." She was so familiar with his moves, she could predict and counter instinctively. Even the way he lifted a leg would cue her to shift into the perfect defense posture. Neji smiled as he absorbed the training experience. They rested for a bit and chatted until TenTen recovered. "Let's go. I'll get back to modifying your gear. Just wait until you see the next version of my guns." "I'll be waiting," she said, her voice filled with excitement. They returned to Konoha, said their goodbyes, and parted ways, Neji heading back to his lab in the land of waves via teleportation. Elsewhere, the lab and training ground. Neji left the firearm upgrades to his shadow clone while he visited the training ground in person. He arrived just in time to witness Zabuza, Haku, and Karen ganging up on Kimimaro. Honestly, it was a satisfying scene. What caught his attention, though, was Kimimaro's curse mark. Neji had studied it for a long time, but lacked sufficient data, especially regarding Yugo's origin and genetics. As the sparring neared its end, Neji clapped lightly. Clap. Everyone paused mid-fight and looked toward him. "Boss." Neji nodded, then turned as Izumi approached from behind and whispered, "It's ready." "Good." He faced the group once more. "Today, my third lab has finally produced early-stage combat puppets. Want to give them a test run?" The group looked surprised. The mention of lab number 3 made them think of the blank-faced test puppets they'd seen before, but now. Zabuza slung her executioner blade over her shoulder like a gang boss. "Let's see what you've cooked up, boss. Bring it on." Everyone else nodded, curious and ready. "Izumi," Neji called. She pressed a button on the controller, and the walls of the training field slid open. 10 figures entered, each wearing numbered masks. Their synchronized steps and eerie silence made everyone tense up. These weren't toys anymore. Zabuza narrowed her eyes. "Yeah, these things aren't for show." Kimimaro sensed something familiar about them. "Be careful," he warned. "They might carry my Kekki Genkai." Haku tensed up. Karen's expression grew focused. She was eager to show off for Neji. "Let the test begin." The 10 puppets sprang into motion, locking onto the 4 as targets. Their fingers twitched menacingly. Kimimaro reacted first. He raised an arm and formed a bone shield, jagged white bone bursting from his forearm. Karen quickly ducked behind him. Haku leapt forward, clapped his hands, and conjured an ice wall in front of Zabuza. Crack! The clash resounded through the field. Bone fragments and ice shards were scattered in every direction. Speed, hardness, and impact are about on par with mid-level shuriken techniques, Kimimaro muttered, analyzing as he blocked. Zabuza and Karen launched a counterattack. Her giant sword flew first, causing a puppet to dodge instinctively. And Karen, now trained in Neji's taijutsu, leapt from above and smashed a fist into the same puppet, sending it reeling. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 148, 148. Trial run. Ugh, seriously. Karen scowled, her fist barely cracking through a newly emerged bone shield. She hadn't even noticed it forming until her punch met resistance. 2 nearby puppets immediately drew bone-bladed weapons and slashed toward her. Clang. A shadow suddenly dropped in, wielding the massive executioner's blade. She spun in a powerful arc and sent both puppets flying. Karen looked up in awe at the towering, confident figure of Zabuza. She felt a sudden twinge of self-doubt. Damn it. With a shout, she grabbed the puppet's spear mid-thrust and launched herself downward using its momentum. The next second, her monster-like strength trained under Neji's watch erupted, and she used the captured puppet as a hammer to smash into a cluster of others. But the puppets weren't so easily dealt with. The one she had slammed to the ground twisted midair and landed nimbly, avoiding a chain reaction. Back to back with Karen, Zabuza narrowed her eyes as the puppets re-encircled them. These things are a pain, Karen muttered. Zabuza smirked. Yeah, but now it's starting to get fun. With a roar, she charged in, blade flashing. Karen hesitated, then followed. Karen held her own against 2 puppets using only taijutsu barely. She realized just how far she still had to go. Zabuza, however, showed expert assassination form, landing pinpoint strikes again and again. Clang, clang, clang. Each vital strike met a bone guard. She frowned. They were fast, with excellent combat algorithms, but off somehow. Too stiff. Everything was textbook perfect but too mechanical. Predictable. Lacking life. Suddenly, Zabuza powered through, shattering one's guard and slicing halfway through its torso. Just as she pulled the blade out, the puppet regenerated. Instantly. Great. They're self-repairing. Water style, water clone jutsu. Water style, water prison. She leapt back and created 2 clones. They rushed forward and instantly trapped 2 of the puppets in watery spheres. Elsewhere, Haku had already frozen 3 puppets into solid ice. Kimimaro stood motionless, the last 3 skewered with bone spears. Only Karen was still locked in combat, gritting her teeth. She hadn't learned any sealing jutsu yet, just taijutsu, basic medical ninjutsu, and sensory skills. She wanted to cry. 2 puppets and she still couldn't win. All that training and she still fell short. Alright, that's enough, Neji's calm voice echoed. The puppet in front of her froze mid-swing, and she smashed it away with one last punch. Seeing her teammates already done, she puffed her cheeks in frustration, eyes slightly red. All that effort, and she still lagged behind. Haku approached and gently patted her shoulder. You're doing great. Don't push yourself too hard. You've improved more than you know. Yeah. Karen sniffled quietly. Neji listened from the control platform, thoughtful. She was progressing well, just needed the right tools. It was time to teach her sealing jutsu. She was ready. Everyone else had advanced too. Zabuza had mastered several new techniques, Haku was exploring his ice release, and Kimimaro had refined the flexibility of his Shikatsumiyaku. How's everyone feeling? Neji asked. Zabuza spoke first. They're not bad. It would definitely overwhelm any genin. Against Chunin, once they figure them out, they're manageable. Haku nodded after a moment. Their tactics are too simple. They hit hard, but move too predictably. Kimimaro silently agreed. The puppets had been designed using his bone manipulation data, but they lacked the subtlety. Karen. She didn't even want to comment. She was still sulking. Neji chuckled and flicked her on the forehead. Don't dwell on it. You just need the right jutsu. You've already mastered sealing runes. Once I teach you how to use them in combat, these things will be a breeze. Her eyes lit up. You mean it? Neji nodded. It was like someone had flipped a switch. Karen bounced back to life. Beside her, Izumi giggled quietly at the dramatic change. All right, Neji continued, there's still room for improvement, but these should be good enough for now. These puppets will serve as your assistants around base from here on. But first, you've got a new mission. He pulled out a massive sealing scroll and slapped his palm onto it. Poof. A tree materialized in front of them, sparking confusion. It's a tree, someone asked. Neji didn't explain. He instead handed them a map. Every location marked in red on this map needs to have one of these trees installed. From now on, aside from high-priority missions, your main job is to place these trees in strategic zones. These areas are all high risk. Too dangerous for puppets alone. That's why I need you. They studied the map. Each red mark hovered near major shinobi villages. No wonder it was their job. What if we're discovered? Zabuza asked. Don't engage. Avoid confrontation. But if the tree is compromised, destroy it. Immediately. Crystal clear instructions. They nodded. Each team gathered its designated scrolls. The puppets followed, ready to assist with deployment. The scrolls were activation-based, no hand signs required. Soon after, Zabuza, Haku, and Kimimaro split into teams and began their missions. Karen stayed behind to continue her training. If she wanted to catch up, she'd need to work harder. Sealing arts weren't going to learn themselves. Later, in a private restroom overlooking the base, Neji rested with his head on Izumi's lap, her delicate fingers massaging his scalp as he murmured softly. The plan's in motion. Those trees are our signal towers slowly spreading across the entire shinobi world. Once in place, everything gets easier. You've done well, Izumi whispered. Neji smiled and held her hand. No, you have. You've always been there, quietly supporting me. If you're still seeking that answer, we can find it together. Izumi's hands froze. Her eyes softened. The answer doesn't matter anymore, she whispered with a bittersweet smile. The past is the past. You taught me that. But, if you do meet him, tell him for me. I will. He felt the tremor in her chakra. That name is Itachi. He had the answer she once wanted. And one day, he would make sure she got it. That was his promise. Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 149, 149. Then I won't hold back, sensei. A few days later, at one of the training grounds on the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf village. Boom. The ground trembled as another massive blow cratered the earth, scattering debris in every direction. A figure rolled across the battlefield, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the impact. Dirt clung to her uniform as she scrambled away, breath ragged. Bam. Another thunderous punch struck the ground just behind her. Towering in the dust, Tsunade, blonde, twin-tailed, and radiating overwhelming strength, slowly withdrew her fist from the newly formed crater. Sakura, she barked, her voice sharp and commanding. You can't just dodge forever. You need to focus your chakra precisely and release it in a concentrated burst. I know that. Sakura shouted back, gritting her teeth. But even when I gather chakra, I can't produce the same kind of power you do. Her entire body ached. Her chakra control was decent, but applying it under pressure. That was another matter. She was nowhere near Tsunade's monstrous strength. Tsunade snorted. Then maybe your body needs a more practical lesson. Sometimes, a brush with death is the best teacher. Boom. Boom. Tsunade resumed the chase, her training more like a battlefield than a lesson. From the sidelines, two observers sat beneath the shade of a tree, Shizun and Neji. Shizun sipped her tea casually. You know, she said with a sigh, this is partially your fault. Ever since you mastered chakra-enhanced strength so quickly, Lady Tsunade's been using Sakura to vent her frustration. Neji gave a slight shrug. What can I say? Chakra-enhanced strikes are just mid-level techniques. With the gentle fist, the core principle is the same. I just adapted. Shizun rolled her eyes. Sakura might disagree. She's definitely not enjoying it. I heard that. Sakura's voice echoed across the field. Neji winced. Maybe I shouldn't have said that out loud. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. Still have the energy to eavesdrop. Clearly, I'm not pushing you hard enough. Ah. Tsunade-sensei, I'm gonna die. Boom. Dust clouded the field again. Shizun chuckled softly. Honestly, Tsunade thinks the world of her. But when she compares Sakura to you, it just frustrates her. You're like some kind of learning machine. She said it a dozen times, Shizun continued. Teach you something once. You grasp the basics immediately. Second time. You've already mastered it. Third time. You're improving the method and giving feedback. It's infuriating. Tsunade often ranted to her in private about how Neji, still a teenager, was pulling apart everything she'd spent a lifetime mastering. He was burning through her knowledge like kindling in a wildfire. Isn't that normal? Neji said plainly. I've always been good at this. Shizun gave a flat stare, rubbing her pet pig Taunton for comfort. You really don't know how annoying that sounds to the rest of us. As they spoke, the battle came to an end. Tsunade returned, casually dragging Sakura along by the collar. The poor girl looked like a rag doll that had gone through a shredder. TCH, Shizun, heal her up. Neji, your turn. And no gentle fist techniques. Got it, sensei, Neji sighed, stepping onto the field. Tsunade had been pushing harder lately, clearly trying to test his limits. They squared off amidst the shattered terrain, fists raised. Tsunade radiated pressure like a predator ready to pounce. "You've got a stronger body than Sakura's, especially with your 8 gates training under guy," she said. "So I'm expecting a real fight this time." Neji smirked slightly. "Then go all out, sensei." "I won't hold back either." She glared. Cocky brat. She still hadn't forgiven him for rejecting her heirloom necklace or for teaming up with Shizun to trick her that one time. She lunged. Crack. Despite her size and power, Tsunade moved like lightning. A golden blur of motion. But Neji was already moving. He sidestepped her blow with eyes closed, hair fluttering from the sheer force of her punch. He slipped in low, fist drawn tight against his side, chakra surging. He aimed directly at her midsection. Good try. Tsunade pivoted mid-strike, retracting her punch. She drove her knee upward, only for Neji to vanish with a blur. She blinked. He dodged that. Of course he did. Neji had used a technique that essentially cancelled his attack mid-motion to break away. A refined maneuver most jonin couldn't execute. Impressive. She muttered, switching to offense. She lashed out again, this time with a roundhouse kick. Ultimate drop kick. Boom. The ground collapsed as Neji lost footing. Tsunade loomed above him, smiling with dark satisfaction. Not so fast this time. Her punch landed square on his crossed arms. Crash. Neji shot backward like a missile, smashing into a cliff wall and leaving a deep, man-shaped dent. "I know that's not enough to knock you out," she said with a grin, cracking her knuckles. She stepped forward and slammed the wall again, collapsing half the ledge in rubble. Watching from afar, Shizun and Sakura had their hands over their mouths. "Is this still a training match?" Shizun whispered. "He's still alive, right?" Sakura added weakly. Tsunade, of course, wasn't worried. And sure enough, CRRRK, a hand reached out from the rubble, pushing aside debris. Neji stood, bruised and battered but very much conscious. "Sensei," he said dryly, "are you sure this isn't just revenge?" "Umph. Does it matter?" she shot back. Neji exhaled, stretching out his shoulder. The bandages on his forearms tightened as he peeled off his ruined outer shirt. With a smirk, he raised his fists again. "All right then, sensei. I guess it's my turn not to hold back." Support with 200 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 150, 150. Danzo. Tsunade cracked her knuckles with a grin. "Finally, you're taking the gloves off. I was starting to get bored." Shuinpa. Neji blurred forward with an explosive burst of speed. His palm struck out, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Tsunade had already evaded, landing lightly a few meters away. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Was that the 8 trigrams palm? "No," Neji replied, stepping forward, the air around his hand subtly distorted. Just raw power. Indeed, he wasn't using gentle fist techniques. This was a hybrid of enhanced strength, Rankyaku, Tempest Kick, and Shurgun, Finger Gun, drawn from the Rokushiki combat style. Another strike. A shockwave erupted outward, crashing against the earth. Tsunade's eyes sharpened. "Open." She raised her palm and brought it down. The ground cracked and split open like a seismic fissure racing toward Neji. He met it head-on. One stomp. Boom. The terrain heaved like waves, the collision sending tremors through the field. Debris exploded into the air. The two fighters blurred in and out of sight as the landscape shattered under their blows. What looked like brute force chaos was, in fact, a symphony of advanced chakra control. Nearby, Shizun and Sakura stood slack-jawed. "Are they tearing the place down?" Sakura muttered. "Incredible." Shizun whispered. "And this is just a training match." Each strike was calculated. Each block, a masterclass in micro-chakra control. Both Tsunade and Neji weren't just brawling, they were demonstrating precision-engineered violence. Medical ninjas had to understand the human body at its most fundamental level. Tsunade had fused that knowledge with power long ago. But Neji. He had mastered something more, life return, a technique that let him control every fiber of his being, down to the cell. He could adjust force, momentum, and body movement mid-fight with chilling accuracy. While Tsunade fought from instinct, Neji executed through deliberate design. The clash of fists reached a crescendo. Boom. The entire field seemed to implode as both warriors exchanged their final blows. Tsunade stepped back, shaking her hand. "What the hell are you made of, steel?" She hadn't held back. And yet, Neji had endured. He dusted himself off and pulled a new shirt over his bruised torso. "Part of my training," he said nonchalantly. 8 gates can't be mastered without a body that's built like reinforced iron." Tsunade snorted. No kidding. At this rate, monster strength might suit you better than it does me. She waved a hand. Get lost, kid. I've got an actual student to teach. Neji blinked. Really? Just like that? He sighed. Use and discard, huh? Women hot beverage. Still, mission complete. He gave a polite nod to Shizune and Sakura, then turned and headed back toward the village. He stopped near the edge of the residential zone. His eyes narrowed. He was surrounded. So. Root finally made a move. It wasn't a surprise. Ever since Tsunade had started implementing Neji's proposed power structure reforms based on a plan he'd discussed with Shikamaru, Root's authority had begun to crumble. The clan supported Tsunade. Her backing for Neji had only grown stronger. Danzo had lost too much ground. Time to flush the rat out. Neji Hyuga, one of the masked Root agents, said coldly. Lord Danzo requests your presence. Their tone was formal. No threats. No violence. Good. They still respected the weight of his name. Fine. Lead the way. They guided him through a labyrinth of tunnels beneath Konoha's surface, deep into Root's hidden compound. The air was damp. The corridors, claustrophobic. Eventually, they stopped at a sealed chamber. Inside was the man himself, Danzo Shimura. Pale, with half his face wrapped in bandages. The man who had orchestrated the Uchiha massacre. The man who lived in the shadows and was ruled by them. Danzo tapped his cane against the floor. Tsunade's reforms, you're the one behind them, aren't you? Neji's expression chilled. His tone was biting. Watch your words, counselor. That woman is the 5th Hokage. My sensei. Show some respect. The floor creaked under Danzo's grip. A Root agent stepped forward, barking, you will show proper decorum before Lord Danzo. But Danzo raised a hand. Silence. The room fell still. I've traced everything back. The restructuring plan. The clan alignments. The diminishing of my command. All of it. Began with a conversation between you and Nara Shikamaru, didn't it? Neji's eyes flickered. So Danzo had dug that deep. Someone had talked. Or he had sources they underestimated. You're not denying it, Danzo said, leaning forward. Typical of someone like you. He stared Neji down. Born of the Hyuga branch family. Your father died for the clan. You mutilated yourself to avoid the curse mark. That alone tells me everything I need to know. Danzo's voice dropped, cold and cutting. Men like you can never be controlled. His thoughts spiraled. A genius strategist by age 10. Restored his Byakugan. Gained Tsunade's trust. Allied with the Nara. Influenced village governance. This boy is a threat. A time bomb. Danzo tightened his grip on his staff. This one must not be allowed to live. But the problem? It was already too late. Neji had power, allies, and public favor. Removing him now would shake the very foundation of Konoha. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Complications everywhere. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 151, 151. Danzo wants to stir trouble. Thump. Danzo slammed his wooden staff against the floor. His one exposed eye narrowed coldly as he gave the order. Send him back. Yes, sir. The Root agent approached Neji with a tone that no longer bothered with courtesy. Follow me. Neji didn't respond, just turned and walked away. Danzo watched him go, fingers tightening around his staff. He had confirmed what he needed. That aura, that presence. Neji Hyuga was dangerous. Too composed. Too confident. Too smart. Too much like a threat. Danzo's expression darkened. This boy, that arrogance isn't from youth. It's built into his bones. Eliminating threats before they grew out of hand was Danzo's self-proclaimed duty as the shadow of Konoha. Danzo-sama, another Root member said, Neji Hyuga has left the compound. Danzo didn't look up. Begin investigating. Find out everything, especially what's happening in that so-called research lab of his. Yes, sir. Danzo stepped back into the darkness, gears already turning. Tsunade. You're no match for me. Neji, however, didn't return to his lab. Not yet. Instead, he pushed open the door to Ichiraku Ramen. Yo, Neji. Tucci grinned, eye sparkling. What'll it be today? 50 bowls. 100. I am noticed the glint in her father's eye and instantly knew what time it was, ramen war mode. She flipped the shop sign to closed private reservation and tied her apron tighter. Neji casually took a seat. Let's go with 100. I've got some thinking to do. Mix the flavors evenly. Coming right up. Tucci rolled his sleeves, grinning like a veteran stepping onto the battlefield. I am hurried to prep more broth. The first bowl landed. Neji didn't hesitate, he dug in. Smooth noodles, rich broth. Each bite was methodical. Each sip is meditative. But his mind was somewhere else. Danzo's sudden appearance wasn't random. He wasn't just probing Neji. He was plotting something far broader. Bowl after bowl arrived. Steam rose. Noodles vanished. Thoughts churned. Danzo wouldn't risk revealing himself unless something major was shifting. And Neji had humiliated him, twisting the knife with that jab about Tsunade's authority. But what would a man like Danzo do next? Not bark. Bite. Quietly. Strategically. By bowl number 5, Neji leaned back, chin resting on clasped fingers. Tucci took the cue. His hands blurred, molding dough into thin, perfect strands. Iam's broth bubbled in sync. Danzo doesn't bark unless he's already positioned his fangs. If Neji was now marked as a destabilizing element, Danzo's first move would be to find a flaw or any excuse to charge him with treason or conspiracy. And through him, pressure the Hyuga clan into submission. Danzo's entire legacy was built on dismantling clan influence. The Senju were gone. The Uchiha. Erased. Now only the Hyuga remained as a pure-blooded Kekkei Genkai lineage embedded in Konoha's power structure. Which made them the next logical target. Slurp. Sip. Bowl number 10. But Neji was more than just a Hyuga now. He was Tsunade's protege. A key architect of the new power distribution system. Tsunade had been slowly restructuring village leadership, giving minor and major clans alike greater influence. Clan heads were now overseeing medical, intelligence, and logistical departments. That meant Root, once the all-consuming hand of Konoha's shadow politics, was losing ground. And Danzo. He couldn't stand it. Especially when many of his Root members had been pulled from families like the Yamanaka, Aburame, or even lesser bloodlines. With new departments offering better futures, fewer shinobi were choosing Root. Slurp. Bowl number 20. Neji's chewing slowed as another realization hit. Danzo might try to taint his name not just to destroy Neji's reputation, but to use it as leverage against Tsunade herself. If Neji were discredited, Danzo could claim Tsunade's apprentice had manipulated her. Then push for a vote of no confidence. Would the other two advisors support him? Possibly. But, not without reservations. If they really wanted Danzo as Hokage, they wouldn't have stalled for Jiraiya. Or back Tsunade in the first place. Even they knew, Danzo cannot be trusted with the village. Still, even if his political coup failed, Danzo could still stir enough trouble to shake the system. Which meant Neji couldn't let him move unchecked. Sip. Bowl number 30. Time to counterstrike. By bowl number 50, the ramen shop resembled a battlefield. Empty bowls towered like castle walls. Tucci was red-faced, his motions slowing. I am slumped over the counter. Neji casually wiped his mouth and placed a massive pouch of money on the table. Thanks, Tucci-san. I am san. Sorry for the trouble. Tucci, barely standing, grinned. Keeping the village safe, making ramen worth eating. Both are duties of honor. I am gave a tired wave. Come again anytime. Neji turned to leave. He needed to return to the lab. Time to get serious. Danzo wants to play games. Fine. But he'd chosen the wrong opponent. Neji. A voice called out as he reached the edge of the street. He paused mid-step. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 152, 152. I cut it out. Neji. He stopped in his tracks and turned. The voice belonged to Shikamaru, who looked unusually conflicted, like he was doing something he really didn't want to. You need something, Shikamaru. Yeah. It's important. Neji arched a brow. So it begins. Between Danzo's veiled threats earlier and now this, the game board was moving. Clearly, Danzo wasn't acting on impulse. This had been planned. The man had been too quiet lately. That alone was suspicious. Danzo was the kind of person who didn't breathe easily unless he was stirring the pot. All right. I just finished eating, so I could use a walk. Where to? Not the training grounds, Shikamaru said instantly, waving his hands in protest. And we're definitely not sparring. Neji chuckled. He remembered what happened last time. Shikamaru had tried to skip training, and Neji suggested mimicking his movements using the shadow possession jutsu instead. One set of mirrored reps later, Shikamaru was a walking cramp. Neji had to heal him afterward. Fine, fine. Lead the way. They arrived at the Nara compound's courtyard. Neji rarely came here being part of the Hyuga clan, he was always cautious about appearing too close to other political factions. Shikamaru led him to the inner gardens, where his father Shikaku sat studying a half-finished shogi board. Dad, Neji's here. Neji, Shikaku greeted with a warm smile. Don't stand on ceremony. Sit. We don't do formalities around here. Shikamaru brought out tea and snacks, including some rice crackers. Help yourself. We always keep these stock choji practically lives here. Neji popped one in his mouth. Crunchy, savory, and surprisingly satisfying with the tea. Shikaku studied him quietly, calmly, calculating, like a man comparing blueprints. Neji reminded him of someone. So much like Hisashi, he thought. But more free. More dangerous, too. You play shogi? Shikaku asked. A bit, Neji replied modestly. Then let's play. It's been a while since I had a real match. The two began. Shikamaru watched from the side, calling moves as needed. Each step Neji made was sharp yet fluid, every offensive move poised with fallback options. Shikaku's grin slowly faded into concentration. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. A bit. That's what you call this. Neji eventually won, bowing politely. Thank you for the match. Shikaku leaned back, rubbing his temples. Damn, getting old. Didn't think I'd get cornered by the younger generation this fast. He glanced at the teacup in his hand, letting out a low sigh. Tsunade's reforms are shifting the whole village. And this kid's the keystone. Neji, he began, voice low. You've seen how fast Lady Tsunade's changes are happening. It's making some people nervous. Neji smiled faintly. The world changes. Whether we like it or not. Konoha must change too. Then, he said it. The will of fire isn't about clinging to the past. The leaves fall so the tree can grow. The old branches die to make way for the new. Shikaku's eyes glinted with understanding. Neji's words weren't just philosophy, they were a warning. A rotting branch can poison the whole tree. I see. You've given the third's teachings some thought, Shikaku said carefully. Only as much as they deserve. Another long pause. The problem, Shikaku finally said, is that old branches don't fall easily. And cutting them off can scar the whole trunk. That's true, Neji agreed. But if they're already hollow? If they're draining the tree's strength and blocking new growth? He leaned in slightly. Then they're not part of the tree anymore. They're dead weight. Shikaku sipped his tea. You think it's time? Neji nodded. I saw the root today. Shikaku froze. Danzo. Neji picked up a rice cracker and bit into it. Crunch. The root has rotted. He let the statement hang. It's leaching off the tree. The fruit is withering. Leaves are falling. Shikaku sat in silence. Everyone in the council knew Danzo's hands were all over the Uchiha massacre. But no one ever said it. The rot spreads quietly, Neji added. But it's spreading. Faster than you think. Shikaku closed his eyes. He knew Neji was right. He'd seen the warning signs himself. But hearing it out loud was something else. So. Tell me, Neji. You're a medical ninja. If this tree were a patient, how would you treat it? Neji's expression hardened. I'd cut it out. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 153, 153. Look how happy he was when he smiled. After a long and strategic conversation, Shikaku leaned back, rubbing his temples. His eyes lit up slightly. He had learned something valuable today. So many things that once seemed complex suddenly had simple solutions, when viewed from Neji's perspective. These kids nowadays, he thought. Too smart for their own good. Across from him, Shikamaru looked like he'd aged 5 years. One thought echoed in his mind, never mess with Neji. Whether it was brains or brawn, Neji dominated. It wasn't just unfair, it was terrifying. Nope. Not dealing with that. Neji, on the other hand, was quite satisfied. Shikaku's support would go a long way. All that was left was to see what move Danzo would make. If he made a move, he'd fall faster. If he didn't, he'd rot in irrelevance. As Neji stood to leave, Shikamaru escorted him out. You look drained, Neji noted. I feel like I aged 10 years, Shikamaru muttered. I'm starting to believe being a lazy nobody isn't such a bad plan. Neji blinked. You're way too young to talk like a retiree. With a grin, he swung an arm over Shikamaru's shoulder. Come on. Let's train. Nope. Brain. I choose brain work. No training, please. But it was too late. Neji's friendly encouragement turned into brutal sparring. Before long, Shikamaru was limping home, shoulders slumped, looking like a senile old man. In the dying rays of the sunset, his silhouette cast a long shadow, one that spoke of wisdom gained through suffering. Neji's voice still echoed in his ears. Only when your body knows pain will your mind appreciate fatigue. With a clear mind and a lighter heart, Neji headed toward his lab. As he neared, his smile faded and his expression became sharper. He could feel the eyes on him. Observers. Shadows. Surveillance. Root agents. Already. Heh. Danzo really doesn't waste time. But Neji wasn't surprised. He activated several hidden countermeasures inside the lab and left quickly. Let them watch the lab, it was a decoy anyway. The sky had already turned a deep blue. As he walked through the streets of Konoha, a masked figure suddenly appeared on a nearby rooftop. Neji. The Hokage requests your presence. Neji nodded. Understood. With a resigned sigh, he changed course. Didn't I already get beaten up this afternoon? How much more can this poor body take? By the time he reached the Hokage tower, the lights were still burning in Tsunade's office. Neji knocked. Knock knock. Come in. Tsunade looked up from her desk as he entered. Have a seat. Neji sat down without a word. She handed some documents to Shizune and leaned forward, fingers laced. So, she said, Danzo approached you today. He did. Her brow creased. What did he want? Just asked whether I was the one who taught Shikamaru about the new structural reforms. And I told him the truth. You didn't try to deny it, she asked. There was no point. It was me. Shizune looked uneasy, glancing between them, holding TenTen close. Tsunade waved a hand, calming her. He did the right thing. If he'd lied, Danzo would have had something to exploit. Her tone hardened. That old snake. Always slithering where he doesn't belong. Acting without permission. Sticking his nose into my command chain. She slammed a fist on the desk, rattling papers. Shizune flinched. I was in the middle of training Sakura, and he just snatched Neji away behind my back. He's testing me. Her fury lingered, but she slowly leaned back in her chair, rubbing her temples. Shikaku already told me about what happened today. And honestly, I've had enough. If that fossil thinks he can keep running things from the shadows, he's dead wrong. Neji kept his tone level. If we want him gone, we can't rush. His men are loyal. It has to come from within. Tsunade nodded. I get it. Internal fracture, not external force. Makes sense. And, Neji continued, his position's the easiest to remove. You're the Hokage. You just need a proper pretext. She grinned. Already got someone in mind, Kakashi. No one better suited to take Danzo's place. Neji blinked. That's actually perfect. Tsunade stood and walked toward the window, looking out over the village. You just watch yourself. Danzo's crafty. And you've got too many secrets of your own. Don't give him anything he can use. Neji smiled. Don't worry. I'm already planning his retirement party. Tsunade raised a brow. Planning something behind my back again. Not behind your back. Just, off to the side. She snorted. Fine. But if this blows up, I'm not saving your ass. Neji stood to leave. Deal. As the door closed behind him, Tsunade watched him disappear into the dark. He was smiling, she muttered. Shizune glanced over. He left smiling like a damn fox. He's definitely planning something. Shizune giggled. Isn't that exactly what you were hoping for? Tsunade exhaled. Yeah. But I still worry. If he underestimates Danzo. He won't, Shizune said gently. But even if he stumbles, we'll be right behind him. Tsunade nodded, her voice firm. Send out the orders. It's time to set the board. Support with 200 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter.